Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I cordially invite you to take a seat because we're about to start the show. A very good morning to all of you and a very warm welcome to the Euroconsumers International Forum 2022. My name is Philippe van den Abele. I'm an engineer by education and a moderator by trade. And in that respect, I've recently hosted a number of events on e-commerce and product safety, including the International Product Safety Week, the EU Consumer Summit, the closing event for the coordinated actions on the safety of products, the annual Digital Consumer Summit, and also the ADR and ODR Assembly. So I'm not a stranger to consumer protection myself, and today it is both my pleasure and my privilege to be your master of ceremony and moderator during the Euroconsumers Forum 2022. And I don't think I need to convince you that the Euroconsumers Forum is a unique annual occasion for high-level discussions about all major trends in consumer relations. The main theme of this 2022 edition is the progressive backlash of some of the key globalization processes and features. I think by now that you will all agree that it has become clear that with the COVID pandemic, but also with the war in Ukraine, those have accelerated some of the deglobalization trends that were already present in the past 2 decades. Therefore, this Euroconsumer Forum wishes to analyze how global value chains are currently being reconfigured and also to explore the main impacts on the market as a whole, but also on consumers in particular. And I am delighted to see that after 2 years of a persistent pandemic and innovative online yet remote events, we now have the opportunity to meet and greet again, to discover that people have actually legs and feet, and also to indulge in some wining and dining. I do understand that for quite a lot of you in the audience, this might be the very first face-to-face meeting after more than 2 years of Zooms, WebEx and Teams meetings. So may I propose that we behave accordingly. And I'm very glad to add that we grasp the opportunity of organizing the Euroconsumers Forum in a country which is home to one of our affiliated organizations. So we have co-created this year's forum with Deco Proteste, who have treated us with the warmth, the love and the hospitality that you can expect from Portuguese people. Portugal was once a kingdom of the sea, establishing back in 1460 the very first navigation school called the School of Sagres. And needless to say, today we are still navigating. Our entire world population is still navigating through the aftermath of the corona crisis. We are currently seeking our way through inflation, through recession and armed conflicts, and we may have entered uncharted territories when it comes to global warming and climate change. And of course, all of us are navigating the internet, both as a citizen and as a consumer. So this year's edition of the Euroconsumers Forum will allow us to go back to that spirit of navigation and to reflect on both the challenges and the opportunities related to the digital economy. We have a lot up our sleeves for you today. We have dozens of high-level professionals, including European and Brazilian policymakers, regulators, executives from global companies, officers from international organizations, and some of the brightest thought leaders from academia are joining forces here today in a meeting of the mind to engage in rich and deep discussions on key aspects of the consumption market and to identify realistic and actionable solutions. And on top of all of that, we are absolutely delighted that you are here with us, so thanks a ton for joining us today. In order to make this Euroconsumers Forum available to the wider public, the entire event will be broadcasted live, so that's also a very warm welcome for all of you who are joining us today through web stream, and we will make this web stream available on the website, on the euroconsumersforum.org website during the next 12 months. And as with everything that the Euroconsumers Forum produces, access to that content will be free of charge. Now, before we get started with our event, I would like to emphasize that we are very honored and grateful with the patronage of the President of the Portuguese Republic, Professor Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, and I also take the opportunity to express our gratitude for the support of our global partners, Amazon, Google, and Meta. We profoundly appreciate your partnership in this edition. And then, without further ado, I'm very glad to hand the stage to the real hosts of today. So I invite with me on the stage the CEO of the Euroconsumers Group, Mr. Ivo Mechels, and the country manager of Deco Proteste, Antonio Balhanas. A very warm welcome to Lisbon, gentlemen. I'd like to start with you, Ivo. I think all of us, or most of us, yesterday night we saw a walkover of Portugal against Switzerland, 6-1, qualifying for the quarterfinals. That must be a distant dream for someone coming from Belgium.
Absolutely. Actually, we always win because we have 5 countries. Italy, for religious reasons, did not participate, I heard. I don't know if the reasons are correct, but so 4 countries, we can always win. Belgium was first out. The Moroccans were surprisingly hard, and our Spanish colleagues have experienced that. But now we have Portugal and Brazil. So Still, so I believe in this World Championship.
So together, indeed, we always win. May I invite you, as the real host and as the CEO of the Euroconsumers Group, to give us your opening address, Ivo.
Thanks. Do I need the mic? Bom dia. Senhoras e senhores, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for Euroconsumers to host this annual forum for the first time outside of Belgium, and also not digital anymore, as we were forced to do during pandemic. As Philippe said already, it's such a pleasure to see you alive and kicking, physically present here in Lisbon. Lisbon, the home base of Deco and Deco Proteste. It is actually the start of a new beginning because we will have a rotation now. We were in Belgium before the pandemic 3 years ago. We are now in Lisbon. And I would say stay tuned because we will also be in Italy, in Spain, in Brazil, then back to Belgium, etc. So we have chosen this 2022 edition to be in Lisbon for a good reason. Actually, we are at a moment in time with an overall global economy and an increasing digitalization of all aspects of our life, including consumption, of course, that relates very much to Portuguese history and to Portuguese current reality. The very title of this seminar, of this Euroconsumers Forum, as Philippe mentioned, refers to navigating different markets. Exactly, the Portuguese were pioneers and champions of the so-called globalization of the 15th and the 16th century. This nation was responsible for the development of so many navigation techniques and formed one of the most important sea captains. We have all learned about them at school. Vasco da Gama, who created the maritime route to Asia. Pedro Cabral, who landed in Brazil in 1500. And, of course, the great Italian explorer and navigator, Christopher Columbus. Actually, he was married to a Portuguese woman, and he was armed by a Spanish king. It stays in the family of Euroconsumers. In the 1500s, Portugal was selling Asian goods in Europe. Actually, and I'm very proud, and my friend Antonio and myself have talked a lot about it, our common history. the Portuguese had a significant activity in my hometown, Antwerp, back in the 16th century. But Antwerp was, at that time, the New York of today. So, on its own, Portugal was connected with 4 continents. Very few countries, or today even multinationals, can claim to have done the same, even today, 400 years later. Last but not least, also Portugal shares a history of reconstruction. You know that they survived a devastating earthquake in 1755 that left Lisbon into pieces. Now recently, after the deep recession induced by the pandemic, the Portuguese economy is again gaining with a GDP that even surpassed the pre-pandemic level of early 2022. We have heard that already yesterday from Paulo Portas. I don't know if he's here yet, but we will listen to him later on today. Although the energy crisis, the deceleration of growth, and the persistent inflation, and it's not 900% as I heard this morning, as it was in ancient times in Brazil, but the average in our Euroconsumers countries is 9%, which is huge, of course. I need to go back to my childhood times to remember in the 70s, early 80s of the last century, to have seen such kind of inflation figures, 9, 10, today 11% in Belgium. So it is likely also to hit the Portuguese economy, but it looks like Portugal is better prepared than many other countries. Now, today, yesterday when we arrived, we had even a drop of rain. The taxi driver almost immediately apologized. This is not normal. Okay, I know, I know. So Portugal is blessed with sunshine and then the nice Atlantic winds. And believe me, and as a Belgian, I envy you for this. Portugal is taking the lead in the shift of renewables, joining forces in the fight against climate change. Antonio Guterres, you all know him, Secretary General of the United Nations, former Prime Minister of Portugal, and what you probably don't know, he was the very first member of Deco Protest. We have a copy of his member card, Antonio, in the offices. So Antonio Guterres stated at the COP27 that we are in a rough sea. A winter of global discontent, I quote, a winter of global discontent is on the horizon. A cost of living crisis is raging. Confidence is crumbling. Inequalities are exploding, and he went on like that. Well, I can tell you, Euroconsumers, as an international group of 5 consumer organizations with strong on-ground knowledge of what consumers need, with a long-lasting experience of running tests, defending the rights of consumers, with a profound expertise also in consumer surveys and research, we cannot sit on the sidelines. Knowing that proper waste management is key for a more sustainable consumption, we have joined projects of the European Commission, like CircThread, Prompt, Share Repair, and others. All of them are working on how to make the vital shift to a circular economy, be it by pushing for longer-lasting products, by repairing devices instead of replacing them, or even worse, throwing them away, or partnering with producers to improve their design. It is our ambition to give consumers innovative solutions that help them make better choices, be more resilient to market shocks, and obtain compensation for damages. And we have a speaker here, Maria, who can talk about that compensation for damages, collective redress. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, in this global setting, every change in global dynamics has also an effect, of course, an impact on consumers. The value chains created by globalization, although absolutely not perfect, are there for a reason. To reduce costs on the one hand, to increase access to products and services for consumers on the other hand. We need to be wary that trends towards the de-globalization of the production of goods and services, they can have, again, an important impact on consumers, a new impact never seen before. And this is what the forum is all about today. The impact of post-COVID economy, the impact of de-globalization on consumers, and this process in which supplying security, also local autonomy, and other aspects need to be balanced against prices. It is my profound wish that today, with the discussions and the reflections here, with policymakers, scholars, regulators, leading executives, and civil society, business leaders, that it can lead to new insights, new solutions, new strategies, maybe new business models. We are open to that. I would like to conclude with a special message for the members and the simpatizantes of DecoProtest. Know that together you are many and you have the power to shape our society and our economy. And know you can count on one of the most important consumer organizations in the world to be with you in every step of the way. DecoProtest, powered by Euroconsumers, I would say, and together you have put Portugal on the map of the global consumer movement. Quite an achievement. So thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Enjoy the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ivo, for that opening address. Indeed, we might be sailing rough seas, but I'm glad to hear that we are joining forces in navigating through those muddy waters together. Again, this year's Euroconsumers Forum is a co-creation with DecoProteste, since we have the pleasure of landing in Lisbon. What I do recall from yesterday evening from the professor was his marvelous quote that in Portugal, our raw material is lifestyle, and this is what I think we're all enjoying.
One, not only, but one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Complement perfectly our way of working with lifestyle.
Yeah. So maybe to give us some more flavor on the local context of our event today, I give the word to you, the country manager of DecoProteste, Mr. Antonio Balhão.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you here in the nice and honest Lisbon. As you know, first of all, I would like to thank to Ivo Meckels, a dear friend of Portugal and also a very appreciated person in DecoProteste. Why? Basically, because he reshaped the future strategical vision of our organization in one side, and above all, his lifetime achievement of reshaping also the consumerism in several international forums, if I'm not mistaken, for 27 years, almost 3 decades. So it's your legacy, basically. Thank you for that. We are just at some kilometers where in the 15th century our sailors departed for demanding the lands of Veracruz. That was the name of Brazil in 15th century. And basically, Pedro Álvares Cabral took 13 ships and 1,200 sailors. So it was an epic voyage, an epic trip in order to make connections with another continents and another people to allow the first globalization ever. Just as a curiosity, the fleet landed where is today the city of Porto Seguro, and the return to Lisbon only survived 500 from the 1,200 sailors. So it was an epic achievement, basically, full of dangers in epic times. But like in the 15th century, in a small country, the truth is that despite our size as a smaller country, we continue to challenge the logic. And when we compare with bigger countries, we basically have one of the strongest organizations of consumers of Europe. In Portugal also, we have a very good and well-developed and consistent structured legislative building. And we are proud that DECO Protest had a huge contribution to reshape and to build this legislative system that protect effectively the consumers. In Portugal, basically, like the ancient navigators of 15th century, also we are innovators. And always, like them, we are fascinated by the sea. And above all, beyond what is the horizon. So we have the ability also to have an innovative mindset and to discover new paths and new ways to better achieve our goals. So working with market players today, it's an imperative for Euroconsumers and for DECO Protest. And in order to build that new order, that new approach to consumerism, we together defined a strategical axis that we call shaping the market activities strategical axis. The world, of course, is changing and will be changed fast than ever. Sustainability appears not as nice to have as we had in the past. The jargon is not anymore empty and should be somehow an intrinsic characteristic of the consumerism of the consumers and of the market. And basically, considering this very difficult concept to deal with, DECO Protest is leading the way. We requested in a formal way to our government, to our parliament, that the National Day of Sustainability will be implemented. And implemented in the September 25. Why September 25? Basically because it was the date where the United Nations revealed the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that must be implemented, as you know, by all countries towards 2030. Basically, we will be pioneers and innovators. Why? Because as far as we know, there are anywhere in any country, in any continent, any National Sustainability Day. It is a day that is symbolic, but we intended around it to build a real communion of consumers, stakeholders, state, in order to build a better future for our people, for the consumers, and for the market. Basically, the world continues to change. It's a restatement, but it is the truth. Digitization has become part of consumers' daily life. And with it, we have new forms of express ourselves, new forms to reach to the consumers, and basically usage safety challenges to which we cannot be indifferent, and for which we must have, as a consumer organization, and as a group of consumers organizations, to defend and to protect the digital rights of consumers. And above all, we have to give concrete answers to the persons. Again, the world is changing, and if we want to keep up with the evolution, the demands and the needs of consumers, we have to evolve more quickly as an organization focused on content that we are today and we were in the past, basically, towards an organization based in services to consumers. Only in that way, we will be centered on the consumer, and we will find ways to defend, to protect, and to add value towards the consumers. I will conclude because basically at this time you are thinking, shut up. And basically, I will conclude with a Seth Godin quote that illustrates a bit what I am saying. The value we created is directly related to how much valuable information we can produce, how much trust we can earn, and how often we innovate. So this is it, basically. I will wish you a very pleasant forum, that you can have findings, that you can debate, that you will be more richer in the end of this forum. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonio, for sharing those wise words, also for hosting us today in Lisbon, a city so charming and beautiful that it is often referred to as the Bruges of the South. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we chose to organize this forum in a historical center located in the theater district. We are welcoming you today in a movie theater, or cineteatro, a flexible space with multiple multimedia devices that will help us to convey our message. So indeed, Ivo Mechels and Antonio Baljanas will leave the stage through the backstage. They will leave the floor. I am wishing all of you an inspiring and a wonderful event today. And I would say, let the show begin.
To remember. But when everything is coming back to me, I feel as if my memory is paralyzed.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know.
Some ancient footage of Ivo Mechels sailing a ship through muddy waters. I think it's fair to say that the show has begun indeed. So let's hit the ground running with our first session. And again, the theme of our 2022 forum is navigating the new consumption relations in a post-deglobalization era. And in our first panel, we want to talk about e-commerce in times of deglobalization. We want to explore collaboration tracks that benefit consumers. I'll be happy to moderate that panel myself. We are shuffling some chairs in order to accommodate our panel members, so I'm delighted that indeed I can pick on the brains of 5 esteemed panel members for this very purpose. So let me introduce my panel members to you. My first panel member is representing one of our valued partners in this event. It's Razvan Antemir, who is Public Policy Officer, EU Customer Trust at Amazon. Since 2008, Razvan worked on consumer rights issues, single market, and e-commerce across several Brussels-based trade associations. In 2020, he joined the Amazon Public Policy team in Brussels, and today I'm very glad to have him on our panel. So thanks a lot for joining, Razvan. I am delighted that I can also invite the product safety expert from Amazon to join our panel. Dr. Jeremy Opperer leads the EMEA Product Trust and Regulatory Affairs team within Amazon's Product Safety and Compliance team. Prior to joining Amazon, Dr. Opperer spent 16 years as a consumer product safety consultant. He has extensive experience in product hazard and risk assessment, which he has gained whilst helping a variety of brands representing consumer products, baby products, the food and beverage industry, and also the pharmaceutical sector. Dr. Opperer has a strong focus on consumer experience and the human factor of product interaction, which is why I'm thrilled that you're with us on the panel today. My third panel member has more than 20 years experience in the hosting industry, cloud, e-commerce and domain registration. Indeed, back in 1997, he started in the large distribution, and in 1999, he joined one of the largest pioneering e-commerce projects in Portugal. At the beginning of the century, he joined the business-to-business digital market and implemented a new e-commerce channel in the largest retail company in office supplies in Portugal. He later transitioned to the cloud hosting industry as country manager of Team Blue Portugal, one of the largest European hosting groups. So today, he lends his broad experience to our panel discussion as Vice President of ACP. Nuno Matias, thanks a lot for joining as well. We have 2 more panel members. They will be joining us remotely. So my next panel member has gathered his experience in Ultra-consumer, working for more than 20 years on market research and testing before joining Euroconsumers. I am talking about a very positive man, although recently he has been a little bit too positive, why he had to decline our invitation to join us here today physically. But I'm delighted, Michele Cavourte, that you are with us online. So Michele is product manager at Euroconsumers, where he is developing services to help consumers in their daily choices. He manages international testing and research activities with a focus on performance, safety, sustainability, and affordability. So thanks a ton for joining us remotely today, Michele. And I think it is fair to say that our panel is lacking ladies, so let me allow to introduce one to you. Karen Gijsels is joining us remotely from the outskirts of our beautiful Brussels in Belgium. Karen is a lawyer and started her career as legal advisor at the European Consumer Centre. She worked as a legal supervisor at Testaankoop, spent almost 6 years at the Belgian Embassy in Madrid before returning to the European Consumer Centre, where she is now working as the ECC director. So I'm glad to see that you also joined our panel, Karen. And I would actually like to start the discussions with you, Karen. Can you maybe briefly reiterate what the ECC is, what the ECC does, and also share your view on the challenges related to e-commerce in times of deglobalization?
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for inviting me indeed. So I'm indeed the coordinator of the European Consumer Centre in Belgium. We are a project from the European Commission, and we are part of a network with 29 centres. What we do is we give free legal advice and assistance to consumers when they have a cross-border issue within the European Union. We are financed by the EU, and in Belgium we are part of our host is Testascha Testaankoop. What is the mission of the ECC net is in fact to give confidence to consumers in the internal market. Talking about cross-border issues, I guess it will not be a surprise to you that 90% of our cases involve an online purchase. So what do we see as trends? With the COVID, there's a lot of consumers who start buying online and which were not used to buy online. So I guess it adds up to the vulnerability of consumers in the internal market online. And we also see that scammers take advantage of that. They take advantage of crisis, they take advantage of vulnerability. And for instance, there's a massive scam at the moment of web shops that provide wood for fireplaces online. And what we also see is that online purchases don't stop at the borders of the EU. And it is often the consumer who buys outside the EU, but without really knowing it. He comes to us with a complaint that his package is stopped at the customs, that he has to pay extra charges, that his consumer rights are not respected, like the right of withdrawal or the non-conformity, and he cannot get any assistance. And in fact, it was not, he didn't knew that the seller was in a third country. Because often these scammers also use web shops, or not always scammers, but these sellers also use extensions from the EU, a .nl web shop, and the consumer doesn't realize it always, or also that the product is coming from outside the EU. So in this sense, in the online market, we don't see so much of deglobalization, but still globalization, and it's mostly due to disinformation.
Yeah, so but what I'm hearing, Karen, is indeed that consumers are even more vulnerable in this online environment. They're exposed to scams. So I'd like to turn that question to Nuno, if I may. You have a long track record in the hosting industry, so one might argue that you kind of paved the way for this current ecosystem, where indeed online consumers are exposed to scams, are exposed to unsafe products. So what is your view on product safety in this rather fluid online environment?
Well, I tend to agree that really on e-commerce we are still facing a huge spike of globalization still. My experience is mostly dedicated to the local players and to the Portuguese market, but our customers as e-shoppers that come from small and medium e-shoppers still have the ambition of going global and sell abroad. Of course, they target more strategic markets, and they know that some markets now are a bit outside their scope because of different reasons, but they still have a lot of priorities before they reach these limitations. From the consumer's part, we see this mimification of very well built stores that copy other brands and very premium trademarks, and they even can copy terms and conditions and use the registration on domain names, mainly using the new GTLDs, which is a great, the new GTLDs, for those who don't know, it's like .online, .shop, .store, and
it's
so
generic
top-level domains, but the new generation of the generic top-level domains.
Like team.blue.
Sorry?
Like team.blue.
Exactly, like team.blue. .blue, it's one of the extensions. But it was a great opportunity for the creativity, because the landscape of the traditional .coms, .nets were a bit taken in some, and still are interesting, but were a bit taken in some names. So, but still, some of the trademarks did not protect properly their own names on this landscape, and these shoppers, these fake shoppers, took the opportunity to copy all the stores, the procedures of a proper store, at least from the perspective of a not well-prepared consumer that lands there and buy, expecting to have the service to be delivered or the product to be delivered, and nothing happens. So this is one of the things that we found out of a lot of fake stores that use to be attracting the consumers to buy on these stores, thinking that they are buying on a brand, on a trademark that they trust. But from the other perspective, I would say that our local shoppers still have this ambition of expanding, and they have to know the step by step how to build themselves and to deliver the trust to their consumers and to their markets, and also to achieve the next door markets like Spain, France, Germany, and even England with the old. Even after the Brexit, it's one of the markets that our local customers, as a shopper, wants to achieve, and they open doors, opening doors also in the English market.
Yeah. I'd like to turn that back to Michele, who is joining us online. Michele, you represent Euroconsumers, so you voice the concerns of over 1.5 million consumers. I don't think I need to convince you that product safety, especially with the exponential growth of e-commerce, is still a moving target. So in this day and age, how can we support consumers and ensure that products are safe?
Yes, thank you. So as you said, I'm always very positive. So I think that e-commerce opened a lot of opportunity for the consumer with the globalization, and will, I think, support also the form of, will enable some form of deglobalization, giving the consumer the opportunity to act more also at local level. Regarding safety, we as consumer organization, we act following 4 axes mainly. And that, I think, is the same that all the partners can do from their different perspective. First is to listen to the consumer. That is very important. We collect the complaint of the consumer about the different topics, including the safety of the products and the concern they have in general in the e-commerce. So to listen to the consumer and to interact positively with the consumer is essential to improve the market. The second axe is monitoring and investigating. We perform thousands of tests every year as a consumer, and in this test often we also analyze the safety of the products, and sometimes we also perform specific survey to investigate products that we know can be more, there is higher probability to find unsafe products. And I'm talking, for instance, about toys and clothes for kids. We just recently published in Spain survey about the Halloween clothes kids, where we found 11 products unsafe out of 15. So the problem still exists, sometimes in this specific niche, and it's important that we as consumer organization were monitoring, but it's clear that that is also responsibility in charge of the market player and in charge of the institution. As consumer organization, the third axis is to inform the consumer. And about safety is very important, because consumers are now very used to return a product where they are not satisfied. They know they have this right in order to be reimbursed. But when they jump in a product that is unsafe or recalled, they are much less aware about what to do, about which are their rights in terms of reimbursement, refund in case of damage. So we consider a common responsibility of all the players in the market to inform correctly the consumer each player with the tool and the media that have available. And there is a fourth track that is about to sharing the expertise. We as consumer organization, we intend to collaborate with the market player, making available our expertise in testing in order to improve the market, in order to improve their products. And we just recently also introduced a project to the European Commission in collaboration to Deloitte in order to support the national market surveillance authorities for ensuring the safety of the products. And that's clearly this level of monitoring by the institution is really key, and we think is important to support it with our expertise.
Thank you so much, Michele, for bringing those four strategic axes to our attention and for having our back as indeed a consumer. Which brings me to you, Jeremy, if I may. I was a bit frightened with what Nuno just said about those generic top-level domains, because before you know, someone could claim the address amazon.com.be and pretend it's a genuine online marketplace. When discussing product safety, online marketplaces are often, and I think it's fair to say way too often, a bit seen as the center of the debate. Can you tell us a little bit more about Amazon's product safety vision and perhaps also highlight some examples of cross-stakeholder cooperation that deliver results for consumers?
Yes. Well, first of all, I want to thank you and Euroconsumers for this panel and this event. I think it's a great opportunity to see collaboration among different stakeholders around improving product safety and consumer experience. There's a common theme in what everyone's been talking about around consumer trust. And for Amazon, it's our vision to be the safest place for consumers to shop. We want them to have not only a great selection, but also to receive safe products. We're a customer-obsessed company, and earning and maintaining the trust of our customers is important, and we want them to buy with confidence. We've invested hundreds of millions of euros, and we have thousands of people dedicated around the world working in product safety. We're investing in developing new technologies such as machine learning to support in the product safety, but also we're looking to continue to develop technology to enable us to achieve safety and compliance at the scale that we operate. We've, just some high-level information is that we're suppressing 100 times more products proactively than we do reactively. And last year, we're suppressing around 100 million products worldwide due to signals or other things that we detected where there was a safety or compliance concern. And this is before anything came to us reactively.
So there's much more than meets the eye, because we would only see the reactive mode, but proactive, you're 100 times more.
Yes, and I think this pilot project that Michele was referring to, which is related to the European Product Safety Pledge that we were signatories of back in 2018, I think that's a very important project to bring consumer organizations into the fold, where now we have an opportunity to collect more specific data from tests that consumer organizations carry out on non-compliant or unsafe products. They're also sharing that with the Commission, so there can be a safety gate report, but enables us to work much more quickly on behalf of our customers. So, we're extremely supportive of these types of pilot projects and other innovations for us to get more data and act even quicker.
Great. I'd like to throw that answer back to you, Michele. I'm hearing from Amazon that they have an invested interest to build trust, to make sure that consumers are protected and that they are buying safe products. So how can online marketplaces and consumer organizations work together to achieve this common goal of product safety? We can't hear you, Michele.
Sorry. We as consumer organization, we want to work in a very pragmatic way. We want to impact the market. We want that our action is a real and concrete and also short-term advantage for the consumer. And for impacting the market, the collaboration with the market player is key. So in the moment the marketplace as Amazon are open to collaborate with us in informing the consumer, in identifying the product that can be unsafe, we are open to collaborate with them also on this voluntary scheme that we put in place in collaboration, because we are convinced that we need to deliver something to the consumer in the platform that represent a very important place, very important environment for the consumer. Clearly, in parallel, we are working for improving the legislative framework. So that is also another track of our action as consumer organization. I mean, in this evolution of the legislative framework, each player is acting on his side, but we think very important to work in parallel on these two tracks. So immediately in collaborating in marketplace and in working on the on having better and more enforcing legislation.
Well, you touch upon legislation indeed, Michele. I'd like to stay with our online panel because we do have a legal expert on the call. We have, and this is Karen, obviously. Karen, we have, of course, a number of legal instruments. There's also new European legislation in the making. So, in your informed opinion, do you expect that this will improve product safety and strengthen consumer protection?
I think we still need a lot of, indeed, we need legislation. And on the other hand, we honestly, we welcome everything that prevents unsafe products coming into the internal market. And looking more at the cases that we have, because unsafe products is not our core business either. So that's why I'm inviting on also a little bit to take it in a broad sense, like all products that can harm consumer legislation, that can harm health, that can harm intellectual property rights, sustainability requirements, should not enter the market, and consumers should be able to trust everything that can be bought on the internal market or that can enter the internal market. So I hope indeed that this legislation puts all the dots on the right side, including all the partners, all the things that we need to have a safer market.
Thanks, Karen. And another greater common denominator when we're talking about challenges on e-commerce, and we've already touched upon that in the very beginning of our panel, are fake reviews and other impersonating scams. We will have a dedicated panel on digital scams this afternoon, but I wanted to discuss fake reviews and scams with you guys as well. Maybe, Nuno, starting at your end with stating the obvious, why are fake reviews so damaging both for consumers and for businesses?
Well, because customers tend to trust on others, as we are human beings, and reviews are very important to guide them to give the step of buying in a shop and trust this shop. That's why it's so important, the reviews, and so important to be credible. So there is platforms where any shopper can rely on and adopt to promote reviews from these trustable platforms, at least as far as they are able to control. Anyway, there is a literacy, digital literacy need that even associations like Euroconsumers and governments and private companies should be more focused on delivering this literacy to the digital landscape and community. That means teaching and allowing customers to understand better and consumers to understand better how to take a step and trust on the content they are seeing, and especially when we're talking about consuming and buying online. And it can be even on these platforms that they have procedures to control the fake reviews. There is procedures to also to understand if this reviewer is trustable or not. But we need to teach people and to consumers to understand how they can trust these reviews. A shopper can, of course, create the reviews he wants. He just put there some comments and that's it. Another thing is to have a platform that power the reviews that is giving directly from this platform freely. That means bad reviews and good reviews. And this, in this case, we have to accept that we're gonna fail, and we're gonna assume as a shopper, and we're gonna assume why we failed, and show how we deliver this problem and how we address this problem. And from the other side, the successful reviews as well, we should also reply and give trust to the market. So, but the consumer, when is looking for these reviews, he needs to understand how trustable they are, and there is a literacy, in my opinion. Mostly one of the problems is to understand and to believe which are a fake review or a trustable review, and one of the things is through the platforms and through the literacy of the community.
So indeed, it is a matter of trust. I hear that you talk about digital literacy. I'd like to turn that back to Michele. You also pointed in one of your 4 strategic axes to educating the consumers, so that we need to educate and we need to train them in order to distinguish what is real and what is fake. I wanted perhaps to give you the opportunity to react to what Nuno is saying, and also ask you whether companies, including online marketplaces and intermediaries, whether they are doing enough to fight against fraudsters. Michele. You're on mute, Michele.
If we talk about fake reviews in general, that is a relevant problem, because fake reviews are an important criteria of choice for the consumer. And what the company are doing is important, but we have to in some way accept that we cannot solve the problem at 100%. But it's important that each player in the market take all the needed action to limit and to mitigate the risk that the consumer encounter this type of problem. From our side, as you said, we will inform a consumer about, how to read critically the reviews. But I think we should accept that is needed a continuous commitment from the side of each part to keep under control this type of problem, because the e-commerce is changing and is evolving continuously. As I said before, from our side, we identified this problem and we denounced this problem in 2019 with a survey in product and travel platform. We said, okay, be careful, because there are Facebook and Telegram pages where people are recruited for generating fake reviews. We raised that problem at the institutional level, but also we open a discussion specifically with Amazon on this topic. Say, listen, here there is a problem. We have to work together to solve this problem, because it's not acceptable that the consumer has misled with this type of information. At the beginning, the discussion was not easy, because our results was not positive. But at the end, we found a way to work together and to work in parallel. Actually, now for instance, in Italy, we just launched a legal action against these Facebook and Telegram pages in order to suit this type of behavior. And in parallel, Amazon is following the same track. So if we act on 2 sides, we will have more chance to strongly mitigate the risk which the consumer is exposed.
Thanks, Michele. And then I turn to that very side, to Amazon. I assume, Razvan, that Amazon is at the forefront of fighting fake reviews on behalf of the consumers, but also out of self-interest, if I may. So how can online marketplaces, together with consumer organizations and authorities, how can they work together on fake reviews and scams?
Yeah, thank you very much. Does this work, or? Yep, in the works. Thank you very much. So also to say thanks and congratulations to Euroconsumers. Thank you for inviting us, and we're very grateful for the partnership. And we are really committed to work together to deliver tangible outcomes for consumers. On reviews, this is a very interesting challenge, and I can give you a bit of background working my way to the answer. Amazon pioneered consumer reviews in 1995 already. And at the time, the debate was around making sure that consumers benefit from trustworthy feedback on products, negative or positive. So it was always the intention to have a very transparent feedback for the other consumers, reflecting the experience of other consumers. So this was not meant it was only meant to help consumers. In the meantime, I think what everyone noticed is that a large industry has developed around this, and I think the interesting challenge for us is that these, we call them review brokers, are basically recruiting their customers, so both individuals who write these reviews, but also the companies who pay for the reviews across different other channels, including social media or messaging spaces. So the challenge is very interesting. Also in terms of the volume, at Amazon we have around 30 million reviews weekly. And every one of those reviews leaves dozens of data points, which are then analyzed by a very substantial team on our side, which also works with machine learning, innovative technologies, but also very skilled investigators to detect signs of fraudulent reviews. And this can be also, for example, inconsistencies in the data points, connections between the reviewer and the seller, and so on. So it's very broad and very detailed. In terms of action, Amazon is aggressively pursuing this issue, both in terms of, like I said, preventing the vast majority of these fake reviews from ever emerging. So in 2020, we took down over 200 million reviews even before consumers would see them. These are because of signs of potential issues. But also externally, we're trying to raise awareness and send a very strong signal to these industries, including through litigation. So what Michele mentioned earlier, what was special about the Italian case is that it is our first criminal complaint in Europe, and we had in parallel one in Spain around review brokers. This is now done in parallel with consumer groups. There's a lot of potential to work together. There's obviously consumers have also a number of safeguards. When you buy online, you can all the time send the product back and so on. But the intention, at least in the case of Amazon, is not for the consumer to think that they need to think twice around a review. Our job as a company is to make sure that the consumer can have a trustworthy and safe shopping experience, and they can be comfortable doing so. So we are looking forward to do even more together with Euroconsumers in the near future in these areas. And like I said, the intention is to send a very strong disincentive signal to these actors.
And we obviously warmly welcome your mood and your spirit of cooperation. You quoted, if I calculated correctly, 1.5 billion reviews per year. So it's
probably more.
It gives us a flavor of the sheer size of this problem.
Like I said, we are humbled by the consumers' trust in these mechanisms, and this is our job to make sure that they can benefit from these, but this also comes with a great responsibility. So that's why we are putting these investments in and the teams in place to make sure that the issues are addressed. You also mentioned the point about impersonation scams.
Yeah.
So we try to also make sure that there's consumer awareness. What is special about impersonation scams is that these are fraudulent actors who are really pretending to be any other brand or known trusted brand by consumers. So it can be Amazon, but it can also be other companies. And usually they will use psychological techniques like creating false urgency, creating different mechanisms for requiring consumers to share data, which eventually could also include banking and payment details. So what we have done recently, we launched a new email verification tool and an information campaign across several EU countries, just to explain to customers that Amazon will never ask you for payments by email.
Yep.
And also we organized a system where consumers can, in addition to the very easily reachable customer service at Amazon, but they now also have a special contact point in case they have questions around these issues. So on the one hand, it's about awareness, but obviously it's also about how, as a company, you take these things seriously and send the right signals to these actors that this is not okay.
You touched upon litigation with the Italian case, so I'd like to turn to the lawyer in the room or online, to Karen. When discussing those fake reviews and the sheer number, the sheer size of the problem, is there currently a gap across the EU to tackle these issues in terms of legislation?
I think that the European Commission has done a great job recently with a lot of new legislation that was put into place. So I think we first have to see how this is going to be put in place. Also, there is a fairness check, of course, which they are still doing consultation on. So let's see how this is put in place, how consumers are informed about it by the traders about this, how traders are going to implement this, how consumers are going to, we will also need to focus on, it was already mentioned, awareness and education, that consumers are aware of what is offered for them at the moment, what they should look into. In ECC Belgium, for instance, we have the web shop check. Unfortunately, we cannot guide every consumer in a digital way, like this is a good website and this is a bad one, but we have the web shop check where they can at least find some points on how to avoid scammers, so they can do their investigation themselves. And this is the awareness, education, and avoiding the issues. And then, of course, if we talk about legislation, we have to talk about enforcement. And of course, talking about rough traders, talking about scams, there need to be enforcement, there need to be easy procedures to tackle these online scams.
So when talking about enforcement, then I'd like to go to Michele for this one. I'm exposed to the risk of being relentlessly honest here, but I'm a father of two boys. They are 13 and 14 years old. And we've put in place a governance to discourage unwanted behavior, which seems to work, at least in my household. Yet we still have an awful lot of issues with fake reviews and with scams. So forgive me the question, are the current penalties and sanctions dissuasive enough? Michele. You're still on mute, Michele.
Yes. Yes, penalties and sanctions are important, and we have to consider that the next year will be higher with the introduction of the new Digital Service Act. The sanction can reach the 6% of the global turnover of the company, so that of the platform that manage content or like also the marketplace. So this sanction will be dissuasive, but this is not probably, the sanction itself are not enough, especially if there are no control, there are no monitoring. As I said at the beginning, that is an important role. So clearly the platform themselves, they have to do that in advance, but also consumer organization and institution have to play the role of monitoring what is happening, because without the control, the sanction cannot be effective.
Thanks, Michele. Razvan, maybe turning to you, you already gave a quite compelling account of the actions that Amazon is entertaining. We hear from Michele what consumers' organizations are doing. How can authorities help in the fight against fake reviews and scams?
Yeah, so I think that's a very interesting point that Karen also made. and Michele. So we currently see that this issue, at least when it comes to reviews, it is not really e-commerce specific. So it is cross-sector. It affects multiple areas. And I think what's very interesting is that currently these actors don't really see a very strong disincentive, and we hope that, for example, with the application of the Omnibus Directive, sorry for the EU jargon, but there are mechanisms in place at the EU level. The European Commission also tried to show that these activities can fall already now into the scope of the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, and that comes with a penalty of 4% of annual turnover. So it should be dissuasive. As long as it can be enforced effectively. And I think this is where companies and authorities and consumer groups can work together. We have at the European level the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network and others, and there's so much moving already in this space and also in the near future. So I think closer cooperation in general is the solution. We have a few good examples during the, just to name one, during the COVID-19 pandemic. We had a very good cooperation with the European Commission, with the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network, whereas we would, as marketplaces, flag trends and reports on the actions we took to take down fraudulent COVID-19 claims for products or price gouging techniques. So that was for over a year a very good example of a direct, timely cooperation. It didn't need the DSA at the time. We didn't have it. Mm-hmm. It just happened because of the urgency, and the reaction was much quicker than we would have gotten through legislation. So I think everyone has a very important part to play, and we on our side are certainly engaged in these discussions. So.
That's crystal clear, Razvan. We have a handful of minutes left in our panel. I feel we cannot talk about e-commerce and globalization, or deglobalization for that matter, without touching briefly on sustainability and circular economy. Nuno, maybe in your informed decision, is e-commerce in a deglobalizing world, is that a cure or a blessing for sustainability?
Well, I would say only one option. It's a blessing, in my opinion. So it's e-commerce. It's an opportunity to expand any kind of business, to have the ambition to address any geography and to expand their own growth through this process. Without e-commerce, it was an impossible achievement for a lot of companies, and the digital environment and digital world allow this ambition to the talent and the knowledge of a local player to go wide and abroad. And this, for sure, it's a blessing. Of course, with all the risks, with all the threats, but of course, if we didn't have the digital world, we will not be as we are now. So. It's just, I would only have the option to say that it's a blessing.
Glad to hear that, Nuno. And maybe a very last question for you, Razvan. I recently ordered 2 books in an online shop, which I choose not to quote. I ordered 2 books because I wanted to avoid the shipping costs, only to discover that they were shipped separately. So the UPS fan came twice, and that makes me wonder, are such business models truly sustainable, and is Amazon, for that matter, concerned with sustainability?
Yes, absolutely. So sustainability is one of the top priorities at Amazon, and before words come actions. So Amazon is a founding signatory of the Climate Pledge. There's a Climate Pledge fund which started with 2 billion to invest into new technologies to help industry reach net carbon zero by 2040. And just to give you a couple of examples of innovations we currently implement, all our buildings will function on renewable energy by 2025, so this is a new development. We are investing quite heavily into electric vehicles. And then on the consumer side, there are also changes. Recently, we launched the possibility for consumers to return in certain locations their orders without the box, for example, and without the label. This reduces also the transport charge. However, we also see that in terms of impact of e-commerce, the actual impact of e-commerce is probably lower than offline retail. There were some recent studies, and we would like to show that innovation in retail and sustainability are not incompatible. So that's our, I guess, in the last 20 seconds message on this. So certainly a priority, and we know there's no option here but to become net zero carbon in the coming years. So.
That's a great takeaway indeed. In light of timing, we need to wrap up our discussions here, but I heard, I would say, a common interest from the online marketplaces, the consumer organizations, the legal experts across this panel in defending consumers' rights, making sure that they are well protected in this fluid online environment. We've established that fake reviews and impersonated scams are still a recurrent issue. There is still some ground to cover, but I, for one, was delighted to hear that there is a coalition of the willing to fight fraudsters. So, having said that, may I propose that we thank our panel members, Karen Gijsels, Michele Cavourti, Razvan Antemir, Jeremy Opperer, and Nuno Matias with a warm round of applause. A frightening scene of a sinking ship. Any resemblance to the current economic conditions is not a mere coincidence indeed, but the names have been changed to protect the innocent. I'll let you soak on that one for a while whilst we are embarking on our next session, where we will discuss the European class actions and the future of consumers' rights in the European continent. And to animate those discussions, I invite Liz Cole to take the driver's seat. Liz is a consumer tech and digital policy analyst and founder of Connected Consumers, a strategic advice consultancy. And for the next 45 minutes, Liz will moderate our panel on European class actions.
Thank you very much, Philip. Welcome to the panel on European class actions and the future of consumer rights. We're going to be considering private enforcement mechanisms in the new EU Representative Actions Directive. And we're going to ask the big question of how these things might strengthen consumers' hand in their pursuit of justice, which is sometimes difficult for consumers to achieve. We'll be looking at the impact of deglobalizing trends. Again, that's the theme of the day. And the question we're going to ask is, as consumers experience markets in this borderless transactions with multinational companies, how does that reconcile with largely national enforcement mechanisms? Will the demand for collective international justice be met when we're reliant on national processes and mechanisms? And what can we do about that? So to discuss these issues this morning, we have a very smart, very experienced, and actually a very global panel. And I'd like to invite them all up to the stage now. So first of all, we have Maria Jose Azarbaud. Maria Jose is an expert in collective redress and comparative law. She's an associate professor at the University of Paris-Saclay, and she holds a double PhD from the Paris Panthéon-Sorbonne and the University of Buenos Aires. She's practiced as a lawyer in class actions in Buenos Aires and in France, and in our discussion last night over dinner, I found out her first class action was launched when she was just 24. So we have a lot of hands-on experience here. Maria Jose also has founded the Observatory of Collective Actions. So there's a fantastic web resource where you can find out all sorts of news and updates and information on all sorts of group actions that are happening around the world. And I'd urge you to all check that out if you have a chance. Our next guest is Christine Riefer. She's a consumer law expert with international expertise in leading, and she leads a cross-border enforcement of consumer law project. She's also professor at the University of Reading in the UK, and she's flown in this morning just in the nick of time, so we're so pleased that she was able to make it. So thank you, everyone, for slightly overrunning, because it's meant that Christine could grab a coffee before we started. Christine's work has been widely published by the European Commission, the OECD, WEF, and through UNCTAD, the UN agency with the remit for consumer protection. So she's highly influential there, great contacts, a great academic, but also a very practical, hands-on approach to the law and how it can help consumers. And the final guest in the room today is Marco Cialdoni, who is a lawyer and adjunct professor of Law and Management of Digital Content and Services. That's a very long, very long title, at the European University of Rome. He's also, you'll recognize him, he heads up litigation and academic outreach at Euroconsumers. And among many, many other things, he has practical litigation knowledge and a deep understanding of digital issues, consumer protection, and consumer law. And hopefully you can all see there on the screen, Eric L. Kramer. Morning, Eric, and it's a very early morning for you, so thank you so much for getting up and being with us. We really, really appreciate it. Eric is the chairman of Berger Montague and co-chair of its antitrust department. He has a national practice in complex litigation, particularly in the area of antitrust class actions. He's a graduate of Princeton and Harvard. He's a senior fellow and former director of the American Antitrust Institute. He sits on numerous boards, including the Consumer and Antitrust Studies at Loyola University, Chicago. So, I mean, what a fantastic collection. Slightly intimidating for me, being with 4 lawyers, but I'll give it my best shot. So we're going to start off with, I'm going to ask Christine if she could just set the scene a little bit with a big question, what the challenge of enforcement in the digital age. Can you tell us your views on that and how you see it?
Working? Yes, it is. Good morning, and thank you so much for this very kind invitation that I nearly missed. The answer to your question is so vast, but I've been asked to keep it to 4 minutes, so here's the short version. Consumer law is notoriously difficult to enforce, and that was true of the analog era, and that will continue to remain true of the digital era. In the EU, in particular, the enforcement of consumer law has been based largely on the idea that consumers needed to take the initiative. And at least at the start of the development of consumer rights in the EU, the story kind of went that if we built it, they would come, i.e. if we granted consumers some rights, they wouldn't necessarily want to enforce them. However, there was not too much care taken with making sure that their enforcement journeys, the way they would go and claim that justice, actually was fairly easy and accessible. And indeed, what we've seen in the last 30 years is a shrinking of legal aid in most countries and more difficult access to the local courts, a shift to alternative dispute resolution that has not always been very successful, although it does help in some respect. And we've also seen national enforcers, public enforcers, struggling. They've been granted powers in consumer law, but their intervention, by and large, does remain punctual. They have limited resources. So those models are what we inherit as we face this new digital era of consumer problems. And the first panel made a full list of the problems. There are plenty more. The key differences that we still need to grapple with are, I think, fourfold. Jurisdiction remains the big issue. That's still unsolved, and I've been thinking about that for the last 10 years, and I'm not quite sure we're going to crack it. Many consumers will now buy on the internet, through platform mostly, but also directly with traders established abroad. And when things go wrong, it's very hard to go and claim any form of redress. They can also buy defective, dangerous goods on platforms, and yet our market surveillance, although it's being currently overhauled at EU level, is not really up to scratch. It's not sufficiently robust to stop unsafe products from entering the market in the first place. Public enforcement across borders is also very much hampered. Often enforcers complain that they are unable to assist foreign colleagues because their legal framework, for example, might not allow to act if you don't have your local consumers suffering the harm. And yet, very often, the scenario goes, the trader is in the country where you want to seek the cooperative enforcement. More importantly, I think the use of technology by industry means that unfair practices, by and large, are very difficult for consumers to detect. Now, if you don't know something is happening, how are you ever going to go and claim your rights? As a consumers, you do not know what's happening, really, once you said, I reject all cookies. You don't really know if the price has been tailored to your pocket and your willingness to pay. Now, the dark patterns are particularly challenging in enforcement, both for consumers taking action themselves, but also public enforcers doing something about them. And that's where we need to think of collective actions. It's a tool that's still underdeveloped and in many respects could help consumers still take matters in their own hands, but instead of doing it one at a time, doing it together might help in finding the practices, uncovering them, and giving the evidence to the court that will need them in order to do something. So I see that as a tool that is very important in trying to bring infringing businesses to task.
Thank you, Christine. And I'll bring in Marie-José here. So Christine's got some optimism and hope for class action regime. Can you tell us a bit more about the new EU directive and whether you think it's going to help with the enforcement challenges?
Thank you.
I think just keep talking and it will probably...
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to this wonderful conference to share insights about topics which are really dear to my heart. And thank you for the question, which requires confronting the challenges that consumers face when dealing in cross-border, namely digital markets, with the objectives of the Representative Actions Directive and its potentialities, the outcomes that the legal systems of the different member states may entail. As it was put forward, globalization and digitalization entail by nature risks that are specific. Some of them affect consumers in a diffuse manner, non-individualized. Some others affect them in a divisible way, and I'm using expressions that are well known in Portugal and in Italy. And not only the risks are specific, but also the infringements. Sometimes we can identify the infringer, sometimes we cannot identify him. The breaches, sometimes they are negligible. The minimis will be a problem sometimes, but they are always considerable when we take them as a whole. And last, they are always, or very, very often, cross-border. So the question is, does the Representative Actions Directive tackle these specifics of first mass cross-border infringements, and namely in the digital world? It partially does do so, because at least one representative action will be a reality, or should be a reality, for Christmas in the texts, and from June 2023 on in practice. These representative actions will be to protect the collective interest of consumers. And the second good news is that collective interest is defined very broadly. And last, the notion of consumer itself is also taken very broadly, because the 61 texts that are included in the annex, the last being added are the DSA, the Digital Service Act, broaden the idea of what a consumer and what consumer law is about. The third good news is that qualified entities from any member state will be able to bring cross-border representative actions in another one, but we can discuss about this problematic definition of cross-border representative, if you like. And last but not least, both opt-out and third-party funding cannot be demonized anymore, because they are at least mentioned in the directive, so we are able to be funded. Good news, and we are able to decide for an opt-out system, but apparently only the triptych, UK, Portugal, and Netherlands, will have that default one rule. So yes, the directive does address, but not properly, not completely. Indeed, the scope can be enlarged to namely encompass fundamental rights, competition law, amongst other sectors like harassment or discrimination that are not encompassed in the directive. And so far, the choice of the opt-out is something that can be at stake, because since a wide margin is left to the member states, most probably the status quo will remain, and the triptych I've already mentioned will still be the one, the most active in the topic. And last, international private law, and I think of conflicts of law and jurisdictional issues have not been tackled, as Christine mentioned, which means that we will not be able to use an anchor consumer as a plaintiff, that we will still be using an anchor defendant as a plaintiff, and that companies will still have their headquarters in defendant-friendly jurisdictions. In a nutshell, we'll still be needing to litigate on a state-by-state basis, which will increase costs. Interpretation might still be heterogeneous, and enforcement might still lead to some asymmetries that we were trying to fight against. So coordinating initiatives are more than welcome.
Thank you, Maria Jose. So generally good, but could do with some improvement, and the coordination still seems tricky. Eric, welcome. Your experience in the US is widespread. Can you tell us a little bit more about your experience with class actions there, and some reflections on how the EU directive might compare? And I'm particularly interested in that point about coordinating, because that's obviously something that you would have experienced across different states as well.
Well, thank you for having me. Wish I could be there in beautiful Lisbon, but it's good to be with you virtually. I've been involved in bringing class actions in the US for mostly, but not exclusively, in antitrust for more than 25 years. I recently have spent a lot of time representing classes of workers in antitrust cases. I represent mixed martial artists against the UFC and chicken broiler growers against the chicken integrator companies. And I represent workers who have been harmed by no-poach agreements between employers. I also represent consumers and purchasers in a lot of industries as well. And my firm brings class and mass actions in employment and mass tort and consumer in a lot of areas. Let me briefly draw 2 points of comparison between the US system and the EU directive as I see it. First, let me address coordination across different jurisdictions. In the US, the primary means by which class and mass cases are coordinated across the federal court system in the US is through the Multi-District Litigation Panel, or the MDL panel. And that's a body that decides whether and where to centralize cases that have been brought in multiple different jurisdictions in federal courts across the states. And it ensures that the same case will be brought and managed in a single federal court before a single federal judge. And for class actions, this works as intended, because for a variety of reasons, most significant class actions are brought in federal court in the US, not state court. And what this means is that a single judge will oversee the action, even where the case implicates the laws of multiple US states, as many consumer actions do. And that will eliminate the possibility, and it does eliminate the possibility in the US, of conflicting rulings or double recoveries from different courts and jurisdictions. And as I read the directive, I think there's no similar coordinating body between the various EU states. And it seems that in theory, actions against the same traders can be brought in multiple jurisdictions simultaneously. And there are, the way I read it, there are provisions that prevent consumers from recovering twice. There do not seem to be the same means of coordinating cases across jurisdictions or ensuring that rulings or judgments don't conflict. So it seems like that may still need to be worked out. The second contrast I would draw between the two systems relates to some important procedural aspects of the regime that have already been briefly touched upon. Class actions in the US are generally opt-out, whereas that seems to be optional under the directive. From my vantage point, opt-out actions are far more powerful instruments and should be encouraged. When you force people to opt in, you're going to get much less people involved, much less coverage, and there's much less exposure for the traders. And then second, the directive only applies to consumers, whereas in the US, workers and others affected by violations of laws can bring claims for wage theft and those injured by the antitrust laws. Perhaps that's more necessary in the US, where I think we have less worker protections, but I see that as a hole in the EU directive. And then finally, I see some ambivalence in the EU directive about what I think we'll talk about a little bit later, the American-style litigation system, which leaves 2 significant impediments to an effective regime. It seems like there's still at least an inadequate funding mechanism. It does allow third-party funders, but there are some restrictions on that. And then there's the prevalence of loser pays in Europe, which I think we also might get to later. And I think that can be an impediment against private enforcement. One final point I'll make about the US system, as a result of what we're seeing as a backlash from the Supreme Court in the United States, the one primary manifestation of that is corporations have been able to opt out of the system in the United States by forcing arbitration clauses into agreements with consumers whenever they click on anything or buy anything, and they can essentially opt out of the civil justice system in the United States. And so while the EU embarks upon allowing consumers to recover, the US in many ways is unfortunately headed in the opposite direction.
Okay, thanks very much, Eric. Mark, I'm going to come to you now. So Euroconsumers has pioneered coordinating actions. You've had cases against Volkswagen, against Apple. Can you tell us more about why that's so important to the organization and whether you think that the directive is going to make that easier?
Yeah, thanks, Liz. Having a look at the video, we introduced our panel. Let's hope that the new directive is not the Titanic of the judicial system in Europe. So that's the kidding apart. Indeed, you are right. Euroconsumers is a kind of pioneer in cross-border actions. We started doing that long before the directive spoke about cross-border actions. And we did so leveraging on our presence in 4 important different jurisdictions in Europe. The Volkswagen case that you mentioned maybe is one of the best known, but also the Apple case that we lodged in court in 4 jurisdictions a couple of years ago, and still pending in 4 jurisdictions in Europe for planned obsolescence of certain models of iPhones. So what we have learned so far from this experience? I would like to summarize this in 3 principles. The first one is a principle that I can call stronger together, meaning that what we have learned so far is that we become, as consumer organization, a serious threat for a market player when our 4 organizations act together. So this brings much more attention from the market players to the request from the consumer organization. And on this, let me mention our latest achievement, which I'm really proud of, which is an out-of-court settlement with HP for $1.3 million. This is something that we built in 1 year and a half. It was a case related to the dynamic security system of the HP printer. Basically, it's a system that prevents the usage of certain kind of cartridges on the HP printers. There was a misleading information coming from HP to the consumers. All in all, now the consumers in our 4 countries, so in Portugal, Belgium, Spain, and Italy, are eligible to receive till March of next year up to 95 euros for this problem that they faced with this kind of printer. So if in the audience there is someone from Portugal, goes to the Deco Proteste site, fill the form and ask for your money. And so this is the first principle. The second principle is the importance of multiple jurisdictions. This seems to be a little bit in contradiction with the directive. But the chance to lodge the cases in different jurisdictions, but based on the same legal arguments, an example, because it's based on the same legal framework at European level, this is also a challenge for the market player because it leads the market players to face different jurisdiction, different procedural rules, and also from the brand perspective, the fact that the brand is attacked in 4 different jurisdictions in Europe, and hopefully in more than 4 different jurisdictions in Europe, is something that at the end of the day it's useful for building the class action. And the third point, which is really important, is the fact that you can offer one single point of contact. So on one side, stronger together, so the importance of cross-border actions. But when it comes to a settlement, the chance that we as a consumer have to offer one single point of contact to withdraw simultaneously different class actions in different countries, this, of course, can facilitate to reach the goal of a settlement with the market player. One point that I would like to tackle in just another minute is the fact that we want to enhance this kind of approach and next year we want to finalize a kind of agreement between our organization. We are discussing this exactly these days, because we want to set up a real committee on coordinated class actions among the Euroconsumers organizations, so that we can study at Euroconsumers Group which are the potential most interesting case to lodge in court, but also at group level, how the group can support the actions at local level. And coming to the last part of your question, I think that this is exactly the way to interpret the spirit of the directive. Meaning that I think that Christine was saying this before. One of the goals is the directive is to lead the class action as a tool that can use every day, and not as an exceptional tool as it has been used up till now in Europe. So we are trying to build a framework where this can be possible and easy to use for the consumers.
Thank you, Marco, and great to hear that you'll be coordinating that even more and taking that to new levels. I'm going to move this next section to talk a bit about sanctions and fines and the big numbers that are involved in this. I wanted to come to you first, Christine, because I know you feel strongly that public enforcement should be prioritised and that there should be a lot more resource in that. Now, the DMA, the DSA, and the Online Harms Bill, which is creeping through in the UK, they've all given public enforcers some big fining powers. Do you think these will be effective? Are they going to change company behaviour, or have we left it a little bit too late?
Well, my hope is that they can be effective. But I think we also need to be clear on the role of fines. If we expect them to change market behavior and change the structure of markets, I think we are not going to land with the right results. Just to give an idea to people that perhaps do not know the level of fines, it's true that they used to be completely negligible. Now, at EU level, the GDPR, for example, says that it's 4% of annual turnover with a maximum of 20 million euros. That's quite low. The DMA does better, 10% of global turnover of the gatekeeper, but provided the fine is proportionate. So that could be around 5 billion for Google, who behaves badly. But that also means Google makes 500 billion. So is 5 billion really going to change and affect behavior? I'm not so sure. Now, 20% for a second violation within 8 years, that could help a bit more. The DSA has settled for 6% of global turnover for any violation of the rules. So yes, we have increased the numbers, but we haven't really defined or explained what we expect the fines to really do. They are useful tools. I strongly believe that if we behave badly, there needs to be a fine. I take pocket money back from my child when he's actually not listening, and that seems to work. But we've also seen appalling behaviors. Apple in the Netherlands completely ignoring decisions from the national enforcer and still owing the money. So there are concerns, in my view, that there is a possibility that big tech can still disregard national enforcers and their decisions. And therefore, we may need to have another conversation. From my point of view, I'm a strong advocate for drastic change in the way we regulate consumer markets. And I want to move away from this. Consumers have got to get educated on what's a scam, because the businesses should just behave fairly. That should be the default position. I should not expect that I have to get a degree in scams when I actually go and transact. So I'll be very welcoming of the fines, and I hope that the enforcers use them quite heavily, but I'm not completely sure of the real impact they will have.
Okay, thank you. Eric, I'd be interested to get your perspective on this, because how have you, from the private enforcement side, have you seen sanctions and damages actually impacting, well, first impacting company practice, but also impacting what changes for consumers on the ground? Or are you finding companies just building litigation into their budget lines?
So I think if the test is, do companies still violate antitrust or consumer protection laws in the United States, the system has failed. But we don't get rid of laws because people violate them. We need to have the laws to prevent people from violating them. So let me make two brief observations in response to the question from my perspective. First, the standard in judging a system of laws isn't perfection, it's reduction of harm and prevention of law breaking. And with regard to that, economics teaches that when something becomes more expensive, you get less of it. So even if companies just build litigation into their budget lines, if that's the only thing that happens, by raising the costs of ripping people off, consumers, ripping off consumers or workers, we get fewer ripoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And you get that where private enforcement is more vigorous. It's the same logic on the flip side. By adding loser pays to a system of enforcement, you get fewer frivolous cases, but you also get less enforcement. In the US, private antitrust enforcement regime is relatively robust. We have class actions, we have other kinds of private actions, we have treble damages for antitrust violations, we have the combination of state governmental, federal trade commission, and the Department of Justice, and private enforcement. And as a result of that patchwork regime, my intuition is that in the US we get fewer antitrust violations than if consumers or workers could not bring claims when they're injured by antitrust law.
Mm.
The second point I would make from my vantage point is that the problem in the US and the global economy today is decidedly not over enforcement of consumer and antitrust laws. It's just the opposite. So what we likely need both in the US and the EU is more vigorous antitrust enforcement and more remedies for consumers and workers when consumer and antitrust and other laws against fraud and ripoffs are violated. And as I said earlier, in the US, we're currently going in the wrong direction. In my view, the EU is an important step in the right direction. The last point I would make is even if vigorous private enforcement didn't materially reduce lawbreaking, it's still worthwhile because it's important that victims get compensated when wrongdoing happens. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm going to stick with this question of damages and remedies, and come to Marco. We've had the data protection, the GDPR Act now for 4 years. We've seen a few headline fines quite recently from the Irish DPA, but generally private enforcement's been really slow. So could you tell us a bit about why you think that is the case?
I mean, in a nutshell, it's just the difficulty in quantifying the damages, both material and non-material. So let me deep dive a little bit on these. We are all familiar with the metaphor of data as the new oil. We heard this dozens, thousands of times, but there are crucial differences between the economic characteristics of data and oil, and these characteristics has an impact on the valuation of data. So if you consider, for example, 5 points that I wrote it down, so data is normally considered to be non-driverless. So one person uses a piece of data, but does not prevent another from using the same piece of data. Data is often non-depletable. The fact that you use some kind of data does not reduce the amount or the value for others to use. This is more correct when the markets are different, when the market is exactly the same. Maybe the first mover and the data of the first mover has more value than the subsequent one. But data typically depreciates over time. Consider your browser history or location data. They have a certain value where they are recorded. After 2 or 3 days, their value decreases. 4-point data is typically a kind of good that has more value when it's combined with other data. And there is a kind of decreasing returns according to the volume. So after a certain threshold, the more data you get, the more noise you generated. So there is no much utility for that. So This characteristic has an impact on the evaluation. And when it comes to the litigation context, there is an extra layer of complexity that you have to add. And this layer depends on the legal standard that is applied for the damages that you want to quantify. Because the standard can be compensatory, can be restitutive, or can be punitive. For our tradition in Europe, the standards that are most used are the compensatory and the restitutive. To the non-lawyer in the audience, or for those of you who don't have a legal background, consider that maybe you can imagine that a violation of the law, there is a violation of the law, for example, of the GDPR, and you are entitled to receive some kind of damages. It's not like that. You can have a violation of the law, but you are not eligible to receive any kind of damages. For example, the case in the UK, the Supreme Court, the Lloyd case was exactly like that. Why? Because we live in a compensatory redress system. I mean, I have to show not only the violation of the law, but the fact that that violation produced a specific damage in my sphere. And this damage can be a material one or a non-material one, but I have to show that there is any kind of evidence that some impact of that violation has had into my personal sphere. The other point, the restitutive one, but is not so wide used, is the fact that you can take into consideration the unjust enrichment of the offending party. So the fact that you violated the law generated some kind of income for you, and this income can be considered as a quantification of the damage. But if you consider this in a class action, this means that on individual basis, the value is really, really low. The last point is the punitive one, which could be effective. For example, if I remember well, in the antitrust cases, exactly, there are the punitive damages in the United States. But this is a parameter that is excluded by the directive. So I wrote it down exactly, the sentence in the directive. It's the recital 10. It says, in order to prevent the abuse of the use of representative action, the recognition of punitive damages should be avoided. So we have this kind of situation with the GDPR. And this makes sense if you consider just what Christine was saying before, that in the legal framework in Europe, the function of the punishment is clearly assigned to the public enforcement, to the data protection authority, to the fines that are up to the data protection authority to serve to the companies. So in this kind of approach, the problem is that the consumers at the end doesn't get anything from the violation of specific law, in particular from the data breach of the misuse of data for commercial, for an unfair commercial practice, for example, or it's really difficult to prove this. So how we can solve this situation? Either we can accept that there is no concrete space for private enforcement in the field of data protection in Europe, or at least a very limited one, or we can try, in Latin, the iure condendo, imagine how to import experiences from other continents. For example, and this is a proposal for today. Okay, Europe excluded the punitive damages. But for example, there is another experience in the United States in the field of copyright law, which is the statutory damages. And if you consider how the statutory damages works in the United States in the copyright law, you see that there are really good similarities with the GDPR cases, because the statutory damages are damages that are set by the statute, so by the Copyright Act. The value is set in the statute, so there is a range between, if I remember well, 750 till to 30,000, something like that, per infringement. And what is the importance of this kind of approach? Is the fact that this removes the difficulty of providing evidence of actual damages in the copyright cases. So exactly the same that we experience in the copyright law.
Yeah.
In the data protection.
So there are ways around some of these problems.
Yeah, this could be also an approach that could be taken into consideration. It's something that is not really near to our juridical tradition, but the problem that we have to face is that we live in a kind of economy which is more and more dematerialized, and the fact that there is an intangible economy requires new tools for the consumers.
Maybe thinking a bit outside of the box, a bit like this whole event is today, so thinking more imaginatively. I'm going to have to speed everyone up now, but Maria Jose, any thoughts on this idea of the data cases being so slow from the French perspective?
Totally agree with Marco's comments, which lead me to state that class actions, group actions, representative collections, the name we want to name them, are really a useful tool for data protection infringement, to fight against them. Because of the nature itself of the data, which is diffuse, which is cross-border, which is complex to identify. How many people do not know that their data have been illegally used? Because data infringements are difficult to prove, and because data prejudices are difficult to quantify. So if this is difficult for an individual, of course it is also difficult for an organization, but she will have the means and some more leverages to fight against it. For that to happen, we need to make it feasible, and some learnings from these last years. The people concerned have to share the same interest, Lloyd's versus Google. Prejudice have to be able to be standardized in order that we request a lump sum, for instance. We have to give the means to the judge to be able to follow our strategy, our thoughts. Otherwise, he cannot get where we want him to get. And we have to be creative as organizations, as lawyers, as judges, as lobbyists. We have to be creative, namely in the types of damages that we will be requesting, as Marco quoted some of them: moral prejudice, anxiety prejudice, aside from enriching judgment and other. And we have to rely on the expertise. I don't know how they do it, but economic experts do such a great job and facilitate our lives as lawyers, our lives as organizations, and they facilitate judges' lives as well. Why all these? 3 words: we enforce rights, we render them effective, we facilitate access to justice, we ease the functioning of the market and the efficiency of the judiciary. Why there is a TikTok case in the UK, in the Netherlands, and because they have opt-out systems, or because they have punitive damages. So yes, indeed, this opens the question of the functions of the liability, be them compensatory, where the deterrence effect is to be sought. And I think the deterrence effect is not to be sought by new means, but by just creating a regime, a compensatory regime that works. So no need to mix the functions of civil liability, from my perspective, just to make this beautiful tool work.
Thank you. There's been a couple of points we've raised here about taking different views and maybe the different cultures of the way Europeans have approached class actions. And I want to turn to Eric now, because it feels like the European models, they're quite wary of third-party litigation funding and how these big cases get funded and bought. They sometimes slightly disparage the US litigious culture. Are these worries misplaced? Oh, you're on mute.
I'm on mute.
You're good now, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. I said, I suppose it depends on who's doing the worrying. Law-breaking multinational corporations should probably be worried that they'll have to pay for, or at least more, for the harms that they cause to consumers. But let me make 3 quick observations comparing the systems. It seems to me that the concerns about the litigation or litigious culture in the US at root rests on concerns about 2 aspects of the US system. First, I think it's squeamishness about lawyers having contingent interests in cases. In the US, we have contingency fee law firms like mine that primarily fund class action litigation in exchange for an interest in the litigation itself, a percentage of the recovery. There are protections against problems and conflicts in our system. We have professional, as lawyers, ethical duties to our clients and to the class, and the contingent interest helps align our interests with those of the class. We also have judicial management. Judges oversee the cases and ensure that the class's interests are being protected. And also to ensure that the settlements are adequate. Now, the system does have some drawbacks. It does result in more private enforcement and remedies for compensation as well. And in my area, antitrust, literally hundreds of millions or billions of dollars are returned to consumers and to workers each year through the private enforcement system. The second, I think, area where there's some concern about the litigious culture in the US has to do with the no loser pays rule. In the US, if you bring class action litigation and litigate it for 3 years and invest in litigation as a law firm, you hire the economists that were spoken about, pay the economist to compute your damages, and in the end of the day, you lose. In the US, you do not need to pay the costs of the other side. I don't need, at the end of the day, to pay all the high-priced lawyers on the other side, the millions of dollars that the big companies pay them if I lose. Loser pays is a significant barrier to entry, I think, and barrier to bringing good cases.
Super quick on the last point, if you could.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
Just could you super quickly with the last point, please?
Yes. Okay. I will wrap up. I guess I would say my last observation is you need to decide what your bigger concern is: false positives or false negatives. With no or little funding, what you get are false negatives, corporations ripping people off without, to the tune of billions of dollars a year, year after year, with little enforcement or remedy. And the opposite of a litigious culture isn't necessarily a better culture. It could just be a culture of acceptance of law breaking by large companies.
Thank you. Really interesting perspective there. I'm going to give you all about 20 seconds, if you can. Marco, do consumer organizations need to change their game? We're all focused on national markets, but is that going to work in the future?
In a super nutshell, the consumer organization need to aggregate the demand of justice. So in a nutshell, is divided we lose, together we win.
Thank you. And Maria Jose, what's the one piece of advice you would give to a member state transposing the directive?
If we are not able to adopt the opt-out default rule, then let's keep it for the, as the Commission had proposed in 2018, for the very small damages, and let's accept opt-in for the others, and let's give the judge the possibility to do a global assessment all together with CyPre for the purpose of giving the non-recovered funds a destination related to the cause.
Thank you very much. And Christine, you think a lot and make recommendations on cross-border enforcement. What needs to change to make it work?
Everything.
Thank you.
But my last word would be just for everything and anything you've got. We've seen some really successful changes with Facebook a few years back. Germany, it was a competition law case. England, it was a data protection case. Italy, it was a consumer law enforcement, and some consumer association went at it with collective actions. So go for it, whatever is available.
So use all the tools in the toolbox. Thank you so much to my fantastic panel. It's a really active space, and there's obviously so much we can all learn from each other, and hopefully everyone in the room have learnt something too. So if I could ask you all to give a big round of applause to Eric, Maria Jose, Christine and Marco. Thank you so much. Thanks, Eric. Right, and I'm going to hand you back over to Philippe, and we're going to leave the stage this way.
Ah, gentle breath of yours, my sails must fill, the power of exploring uncharted territories. The Tempest of Shakespeare is a tantalizing tale of freedom, power and control. You can smell the pitiful perfume of colonialism, which raises thorny yet intriguing questions about agency and justice. A most interesting precursor, I would say, for our historical session, where we want to look back on 200 years of Brazilian political independence and investigate both the similarities and the differences between Portuguese and Brazilian markets. And to moderate this session, I gladly give the floor to Fabio Zacarias, who is country manager at Proteste Brazil.
Good morning, everyone. This session is composed by 3 Brazilian speakers, 1 Portuguese speaker, and myself. So it will be handled in our common language with simultaneous translation to English.
To begin our panel, and to set up our table here on the stage, I'd like to call Minister Hélio Franchini Neto, who is a historian and Deputy Chief of the Special Advisory for Federative Relations and National Congress at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. Luiz Antônio Semiguini de Souza, a lawyer, partner in LASS Legal Consultants. Ulisses Rapace, who is Public Affairs Managing Director at Prospectiva Consulting. And Antonio Baianos, country manager at Deco Protest, the event that co-created this event here, and a colleague of mine at the Euroconsumers group. As Brazilian and panel moderator, I will make a brief introduction. Portugal was the main protagonist of globalization between the 15th and the 17th centuries, and the colonization of Brazil was perhaps one of the most glaring effects of this. On the 17th of September this year, we celebrated 200 years of the so-called independence of Brazil, proclaimed by Dom Pedro I, who was the reigning prince and who became the first emperor of Brazil. After abdicating in 1831 to give to his son, he became Dom Pedro IV, so Peter IV, King of Portugal. Just the fact that the main character of our breakaway with Portugal reigned in the former metropolis shows how atypical our independence was. This process began way before 1822. The important thing to retain from this historical moment is that this wasn't a simple individual whim of the reigning prince or a fight between the Brazilian and the Portuguese, nor even a simple pacific or peaceful accommodation by the two states. It was a mixture of all 3, and no element predominated. What we propose in this panel is try to understand how Portugal and Brazil became different in their political and economic models over time. Did Brazil turn towards the Anglo-Saxon standards and Portugal towards the European standards, the presidentialist model in Brazil, as opposed to the semi-presidentialist model in Portugal? Did this impact our economic changes in our market and consumption model? We begin our investigation with our Minister Hélio Franchini Neto, a historian and a diplomat by career, who wrote a book whose title, Independence is a Death, refers to the sentence given to Dom Pedro I when proclaiming the independence of Brazil. I would like to ask you to speak about the main institutional and political differences that consolidated in these 200 years and the specificities of the relationships we have with our former metropolis. Good morning, Fabio. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity and the invitation to be here today. Just a small note. I am talking here on my own behalf, not representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's a disclaimer here. So why is it that in a forum like the one we're at today, where we are somehow trying to place the focus in front of the boat to sail through the fog, then why are we looking backwards and trying to understand the past? Well, it's exactly as you said, those elements of the difference and the paths that were trailed. We can only understand these paths and these choices based on historical events that weren't molded by the intention of doing, rather the historical events that happened and required adaptations. Some of this institutional reality and the culture and the identity of Brazil, when a company or an institution speaks about the international discussions, we need to adapt them or work according to this heritage that we have in the way our country was built. It is interesting to think about this currently in this 200 years, because this is an opportunity to revise and understand our historical development, because it brings us to bunk some of the myths we have today. Perhaps the biggest one is the myth of the Brazilian since forever. When we spoke about Brazilians since 1500 and Brazilians existing, as if they existed and the Portuguese arrived, maintained this dominance over the Brazilian society as we understood it, and then you have this peaceful breakaway where the Portuguese leave and the Brazilians stay behind. And that is completely wrong and needs to be revised, because if we keep this vision, then we don't understand a lot of what Brazil is today. And if we look at it now, we cannot refer to Brazil before 1815 unless we speak about the Brazilians before 1822. Well, until 1822, essentially, we have Portuguese less than Brazilians. We have Portuguese people. And this comes from the colonial heritage and the way the colonization happened. And I'm going to be very quick about this. But essentially, what we see, unlike the traditional image, is a colonization model where you have islands of colonization throughout a huge territory. You need to think about what Brazil is today. It's from Ireland, Portugal, and to the Russian Urals. That is the size of Brazil, give or take. No one would be able to populate the whole land at the time. So you have these islands with this colonization dynamics that is quite specific and in each area. So you have a prevalence of the location on any idea of Brazil at that time. You clearly observe the development of practices and visions of what it is like to be Maranhense, what it's like to be from São Paulo, and remind you that until the end of the 18th century, you didn't have one or two colonies. You have Grão-Pará, which would be about 50% of the national territory. Throughout these 3 centuries was completely separate, so you can't even speak about Brazil. And then you have these locations that were unified by this notion of Portuguese identity, Portuguese nationality. Sometimes you have a reference made to Brazilians speaking about Brazilians' documents, but these are differences that are difficult to use as a national identity. You speak about Brazilians, those who live in the colony, or those who were born there, and you don't have an expansion of this element in a national identity. You have a very clear characteristic or identity that is regional, to be from São Pernambuco, for example, and resisting the Dutch invasion, as happened in the 17th century. And then you have being Portuguese, which wasn't an easy relationship because you had a permanent tension between being the Portuguese who unified the colony with the Portuguese Empire, plus a permanent tension by the government, whereas the crown thought that the powers should be central. Especially in the 18th century, you have this reinforcement of the state, and you pay taxes. And if you lived in the localities tried to find their autonomy and resisted these taxes. So there was this permanent tension that leads us to believe that you could have had a result between the dispersion and unification forces that is very similar to what happened in Hispanic America. When you had the Napoleonic invasions, the power is broken and you have this dispersal. Looking at history, it is difficult to imagine Maranhão, for instance. When you left by ship in Maranhão, you were in Lisbon in 15 days, and in São Luís, you'd take you 3 months to arrive in São Salvador. The physical distances were quite different. Like, oh, Brazil is here and Portugal is closer. Not really. It was much easier to get to Lisbon than it was to get to the south of Brazil from the north. So, and this is where our difference begins, the decision by the royal family to transfer to Rio de Janeiro in 1808. This wasn't just a tactical decision. I'm leaving for an invasion. I'll come back. The court was transferred, and what you have in 1808, and is really interesting, is that Rio de Janeiro became the capital of the Portuguese Empire. Rio de Janeiro became a capital city with the structure, the military schools, the courts, diplomatic corps, and with that you ended up generating another balance between the colony and the metropolis, because you don't have a colony anymore in 1815. That's why I mentioned 1815, because in 1815, Brazil, unified Brazil in a single legal body. It is, you have the Kingdom of Portugal and the Kingdom of Brazil, and the crown is sovereign. It's more or less like the UK, really. So you don't have a colonial independence. We can think about our independence as the secession of the Portuguese crown. You have Portuguese on one side, on the other, and then they separate, and you have another type of construction. It would have been a completely different history if you didn't have complexity in this process in the metropolis. The southern bit starts to benefit, and you have these economic networks to access power. And the north becomes distant from the capital city, and the northeast was where you had the greatest population, and economically it was more efficient too, so it paid the taxes to maintain the capital in Rio de Janeiro. So you have representation and tax problems. We know what this causes. This brings challenges to central government. So you have this dissatisfaction in the north, and I'm going to talk in a controversial way. It's almost like the European projection of Portugal. It was no longer the metropolis. The Portuguese Empire did not control from Rio de Janeiro. Then you had the economic crisis in Portugal and the problem of representativity that led to the revolution in 1820. And this revolution led to two complex processes. One is called the breakaway from the political structure, the way the state is organized. It was broken, and it took a while for you to build a new one, and this obviously leads to vacuums of power that lead to political disputes in the regions. The Kingdom of Brazil, it becomes immersed in a political dispute. This also led to a dispute between Lisbon and Brazil, who needed to fight over who will dominate the power in the Portuguese Empire. So you have the idea of regeneration on the one hand, so resume power in Lisbon, bringing everything back to Lisbon. And Rio de Janeiro, you have some groups in Rio de Janeiro, it's not homogeneous or unified, see Rio de Janeiro as equal to Portugal. And this This is a dispute for the reorganization of the kingdom, and within the impossibility of having this management, you have the decision of the independence, not because of a difference that exists, because of this dispute for the organization of power. And if it had been, if the equality of the two kingdoms had been accepted, so this equality between Lisbon and Rio de Janeiro, you would have had a different type of empire and a different history. But the fact is that once this breakaway ends, it's a breakaway between the capitals, and you needed then to persuade the rest of Brazil. And this goes against the idea that a unified Brazil joined Rio de Janeiro and supported Dom Pedro unanimously, which what we see in history is the exact opposite. Some heterogeneous groups supported Dom Pedro initially, and then you have in the rest of Brazil the need to co-opt parts of the elites, to convince them, to promise them, and in some instances coerce and go to war. In Bahia, you had a conflict that was not just local. Portugal or Lisbon sends troops, more than the ones you had there, and then you have a nationalization of the conflict. You have military fights in the north. What is Uruguay now? It used to be Brazil still. So you have this war of independence that mobilizes more soldiers than you can imagine. If you know about the war in Colombia and Bolivia, which had about 10,000 soldiers in the columns, so you had 3,000, 4,000 others. In Bahia, you had 15,000 on each side, so it is a very intense fight. What does this show? This shows that you didn't have this element of Brazilian homogeneity that we imagine. The construction of the Brazilian state takes a lot longer because it is a fragile construction at that time, and it depends essentially on an effort by the capital, including a military effort, to maintain this unified kingdom in the new empire. And then you need to build the Brazilians. You need to build this national Brazilian identity. This means that we were much closer to Portugal than the history says today. And this common root is often thought when we think about our common future. Secondly, if we think that this was a construction process and effort, then we can understand the element of Brazilian centralism, where you had to have a strong central power to maintain the country unified. You understand the choices that were made from then on to consolidate the national state. You can understand them better. And the main message is the Brazilian state and Brazilians were a slow construction process that was difficult, much more complex and riddled with conflict than we imagined, but it has a strong national identity, as is the Brazilian one, in a state with solid foundations. When we think that the Brazilian state is fragile, but the institutions are much stronger than we can imagine. So you need to know how to adapt when you enter Brazil, how to deal with all the aspects that have to do with our culture now and the development of nation. I'll stop now, otherwise I'd speak for longer. Yes, perfect. Thank you very much, Minister Elium. Now that we have a wide historical vision, I would like to address more specific issues, just the legal and economic frameworks, the practices, the political practices, institutions, the market, and consumption. I will now pass the floor to Luís Semiguini de Souza, one of the most renowned Brazilian lawyers, who is responsible for complex and multi-million proceedings involving banks, mergers of major companies. Luís, can you talk about the legal and economic framework in Brazil and how it is different to the European models and specifically the Portuguese case? How has been our understanding or lack thereof in the bilateral relations between Portugal and Brazil? First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be here. It is a great pleasure to be here and talk about historical situations and future outlook. It seems to me that we must do this in a good place. Portugal is exceptional from what we said, Vasco da Gama, pioneering, the discoveries, or whether because the influence we had when they discovered Brazil. Nothing is more Brazilian than the Portuguese colony that traveled there and turned us into this amazing country that we are, this great country, Brazil. On the legal systems, I think that in the last few years, Brazil has looked a lot to Portugal as a source of law, specifically in aspects that have to do with complex matters like data protection. We imported the European directive. We made a few adjustments, and it is almost a literal translation of the directive. Portugal has played a very important role in inserting Brazil on this side of the world, bringing Brazil to Europe. Not just because of the geographical situation. We are immersed in the American reality, obviously, geographically. And we are brothers, siblings. We divide our space with the 3 American countries. But our cultural heritage lies in Europe. Italy, Portugal, Spain, Germany have a really important role in the formation of Brazil. Brazil has a tradition of civil law, as is the case of Portugal. We are based on codes, the German code and the Napoleonic codes that guided Portugal and Brazil. But both countries nowadays have a outstanding influence of the Anglo-Saxonic world in their legal frameworks, whether the decisions by the American courts, whether the guidelines by the US capital market regulator, the SEC, whether the European directives here. This has outstanding influence in the way the Brazilian system is molded, and it is very much in line with what is happening here. I would say that if there is a lag, it's months, it's not years, in terms of how we update our systems. Obviously, we in Brazil at the same crossroads as the rest of the world. I understood that the word enforcement was spoken quite often, the difficulty to enforce. And this is a characteristic of this digital world. It is something novel. It has many solutions, but it clearly evades national governments, sovereign national governments. And when it tries to impose itself on this world, say, digital taxation that Europe wanted to implement to fund the costs of triggered by COVID, the US central bank said no. We have other aspects to discuss, like takes corporate taxes. This whole discussion that is divided into several jurisdictions needs to be coordinated. Otherwise, I had the opportunity of speaking in Portugal in April this year about freedom of expression in the 21st century. Funnily enough, this was the time when Elon Musk had his bid for Twitter. It seems evident in this environment that we have a certain private sovereignty happening here. And this private sovereignty determines that it is now decided what is good and what is not in the media, in the social media. I'm not a libertarian. I think we should be careful of this. But the fact is that you have this private body that is defining what should be said or not. And this is, in a certain way, voiding the national sovereign power. These platforms, we were talking about consumption earlier. In terms of efficacy, in terms of enforcement, only they have the capacity to predict the harm, the damage. We said here the number of preventive measures that exist because they have this control. They have an algorithm. They have the capacity to change things, and a national legislator or a judge won't be able to understand how far-reaching these things are. So, jurisdictional, national power is for facts after the fact. And the efficacy after the fact in this amazing world is very small, in this colossal world. So I think that the crossroads that we have in Brazil and other countries is to check how far this digital world that is less than, it's almost 50 years old, how can we be questioning the national state that has been around for 800 years? That is what's happening. That is the reality on the ground. This is what is happening. Why? Because the knowledge and the goods lead us in this path, and there is this issue of power and sovereignty, a national and international, the hegemony of states that are protecting themselves, defending themselves in a world where there is great antagonism as we've never seen before. And the states are protecting themselves, whether by direct action, sometimes military, other times through diplomatic means, and indirect action with corporations acting in the common interest of the private bodies, of course, but also bringing together the interests of the state powers of the state where they originate. And that's why we're seeing this phenomenon of this major fight between China, Russia, and the US. And then this huge concern now in Europe with the renationalization, because deglobalization means renationalizing, and this means reindustrialize the economy, which is what the United States are doing and which should guide the countries. You have incentives and you have barriers. This is what we avoided. We established policies so that this wouldn't happen in the last 40 or 50 years. And yet now it seems to be happening as a result of the pandemic and this horrible, atrocious war in Ukraine. Thank you very much, Luis. I would now like to listen to one of the main political institutional analysts in Brazil, Ulisses Rapace. Ulisses, what is your perception on the way of doing policy in Brazil, especially after the redemocratization?
Obrigado. Gostaria primeiro de agradecer a Euroconsumers pelo convite, aos colegas aqui. A política, eu quase iria fugir desse tema, porque ela vem sendo feita.
Politics. I wanted to run away from this topic. Thank you for the invitation to be here. I would like to link up with what was mentioned yesterday and Paul and Louise mentioned today. It's about enforcement and also, but the motivation, the drive for alliances between consumers, civil society, governments, and private corporations, because. Nowadays, I was discussing earlier, there's a huge need to seek novelty. So if you look back to the last 200 years, there's a point that catches my eye. And I recently worked about it, did a paper on it. It's the 500 years of circulation. It seems that 500 years ago, some things were more modern than they are nowadays. So there's this feeling that we always need to have something new. But sometimes we don't need a technological innovation proper, but something that we can do together, which is innovative. And also linking up with what was said by Karen all the way from Brussels earlier on, and looking at the consumer market and the consumers, there's a huge difference that we experience in Brazil nowadays, and I would touch upon public policies. It's that the perception, the care, the way European consumers buy, and they were talking about buying wood, timber, and we were talking about carbon rates. Yesterday, European Union approved legislation that will request for a statement to know if that project was issued from deforesting, or if what was its environmental impact. If we look back on enforcement, a way to build public policies which are modern in a way that they bring innovation without needing to recreate anything. We have to look at both countries at a very historical moment where there are two countries that very much aligned with one another, and let that bring opportunities that can be seized. And the construction of those public policies need to grasp the moment, but to also to understand what has not been put in Brazil as an environmental responsibility. In those terms, that exists in Europe. That it needs to be built in Brazil without needing a law. This can be done, of course, by the consumer's behavior, the company's behavior, and this brings the change much swifter about. Thank you very much, Ulysses, for your comments. Last but not least, but I will ask for my Euroconsumers colleague, besides being the country manager for protest, Antonio Belendes. He also lived in Brazil. I'm not going to ask you where you enjoyed living the most, but I would like to know your opinion about these two markets as regards consumption and labor. And how is it like for a European to work and live in Brazil? Well, those are good questions. Thank you. I would start by a small introduction. I could say that it's easy to work in Brazil from the individual standpoint. The language, the culture, and even the mindset are identical. It's a commonplace to say this. It's not hard at all. If we look since the independence, all the way back from the independence, what was what were the economic and financial exchanges between both countries? They were always deeply rooted on what career diplomats called with lazy diplomacy, which I think is very interesting. It's really one of our characteristics. And not to go any further back, because development and bilateral exchanges, I will go back to the 90s. And in the 1990s, there were deep exchanges with privatizations and re-privatizations. There were financial flows going back and forth, and Portuguese companies were entered into venture capital in Brazil. Galp, EDP, we have the example of BEJ, not a good example because it was not successful, and also Caixa Geral de Depósitos, who entered and left very swiftly. But also in the retail market area, Jerónimo Martins and the Sonai Holding, because given the competitiveness and the specific way that, and the demands of Brazilian consumer and the Brazilian market led to a disinvestment in that market. At a later point, and this is more or less happening at the same time, we have two vectors: multilateralism, which has basically to do from 85 onwards. Portugal joined the European Union, and so there's a vision that is built of a possible economic integration with some aspects that were already in the Brazilian economy, such as the energy field, an effort to industrialize, if we so wanted to industrialize the agriculture Brazil nowadays when it comes to transforming raw material and as a market leader. And on the other hand, there was always a very intense exchange, bearing in mind the deficiencies in weaker economies, such as the Portuguese one, of being able to integrate into a protectionist economy, such as the Brazilian one. Essentially, we were able in the past few years, as a result of more intense tourism, to have exchanges with Brazilian and Portuguese companies. We're talking about the Pestana Group in Portugal and Vila Galé, supported by Brazilian investors, especially the Pestana Group. I would like to mention also a sector that I think is quite relevant, which is the aeronautical field, where Brazil is a major power, a regional one, and a global power too. And Embraer somehow had a huge impact in Portugal, and it was a launch pad for other areas in Europe, in other countries. I would like to talk about a common development, which has to do with expansion of credit with some nuances in Brazil, but also when it comes to the leverage of civil construction and the oftentimes opportunistic exploitation that is offered by that development model. We have the case of Odebrecht and Gutierrez that jumped over to Portugal, somehow also as an outcome of some internal difficulty experienced in Portugal. Minister Durão Barroso at the time chose to, in a conscious way, to lay his stakes in the Spanish market to the detriment of an expansion, a deeper one, into Brazil. And this was reversed by someone who will be giving a lecture today, Paulo Portas, who somehow resumes a diplomacy and a stance which is more turned towards the Atlantic and coming back to our matrix, which is not so much as European, but rather looking towards the Atlantic. This has to do with our action in Brazil with an incipient bilateralism, as I see it, and that which should be encouraged. And therefore, for a Portuguese national in Brazil, it often what we think about when we go about our activity, when it comes to security, wealth redistribution, these issues these are issues that Brazil will be thinking upon and trying to find a solution to. Nonetheless, we don't see a major progress since the 1990s in terms of education and preparing the cadres and having a robust middle class since the color plan and the real plan. We have a enlightened business class, one which is active, and at a time of huge expansion in Brazil prior to the Olympics and the World Championship, these concerns go back to Brazil, concerns such as social security, social welfare, national health care. These require a new judiciary system, new legislation, and new labor frameworks. So there's a huge potential for Portugal and Brazil to delve into. We have to leave that lazy diplomacy and somehow use the synergies that exist between both economies, whilst knowing that the Portuguese economy is relatively limited, a small one, when faced with a giant, which I hope will materialize at an economic level in the 21st century. This is basically it. Thank you very much, Antonio. After this initial fruitful panel, I would like to suggest a common question to all our guests, the answer to which should include your final comments. Is it possible to envision a deeper economic collaboration between Portugal and Brazil? This moment of rearrangement of the production channels and the investment flows, would it be favorable for this increase? I suggest that the answers be contrary to the sense that was used in the first round. Yes, I think so. If you somehow look at what's happening when it comes to inflation and something that is clear of foodstuffs, the inflation in foodstuffs, and nowadays Brazil is a power that should be considered. I think so. Somehow we should try to understand how Brazil should be compensated for so as to adopt a more sustainable policy, because we know the overall impact it has to produce food in a general manner. And this has to be framed, and COP should be frame this situation. And I think so. We should address it properly. It's a huge bloc, such as Mercosur, just because like the European Union, there's room, of course. There are communication channels, and that should be explored in the upcoming years. Thank you, Antonio. Ulysses, thank you. Well, as my final comment, and to answer one of the questions, just to leave some food for thought, it's that after many years of economic recession and stagnation, we have a government that tends to expand the consumption market and bring back what was significantly the reason that lay for at the grounds of at the base of the re-election of Lula, and the expectations to travel, buy, and have access to the consumption market at large. So I believe yes, and looking at some examples here in Portugal, there's an ongoing campaign so that in this Christmas you buy Portuguese goods. I think this is very authentic, very interesting, and it's also a lesson so that you can use the Mercosur, which is at the heart of every transaction in Brazil, and this should benefit both economies. Well, I think that I look at the future, the way I look at the future of both economies, the way I see it, it is conditioned by a commitment from the side of Portugal to the European Union. I think Brazil, insofar as it has to establish relations with the European Union, it will use Portugal as an entryway to Europe. I think the Union was partially decreased with Brexit, but Brazil, due the migration flows, has a huge development potential, the potential to develop relations with continental Europe, and this will occur naturally given the advantages, the Brazilian strategic advantages. I think these advantages are obvious when it comes to the food business. It nowadays feeds 1 billion people in the world. We feed 200 million at home, and we export to 800 million people. The trend is a growing one because the efficiency of the technology, rather than deforesting of Amazon, which should now fall under certain control. The food production in Brazil is developed greatly by Embrapa, a very huge Brazilian company, an asset, and by the efforts of the pioneers who 100 years ago left Europe and went to the south of the country and now are moving up and have this huge food production. So this strategic role of being the granary of the world will develop in Brazil, and as Europe being the importer and having some kind of brokerage done by Portugal, this would be extraordinarily beneficial. I think we have strategic advantages when it comes to oil and gas production. This is now a bad word, but for 20, 30 years, it will be something that we'll still be needing. When it comes to the sun, there are not many countries that have so much sun and wind as we do. So we have opportunities for renewables, for the locals and Europeans and European investors too. So the green hydrogen, which is also largely being produced to be then brought to Europe and other markets, is something what I don't know if it's still fully dominated technologically, but it's something that is quite driving to develop non-polluting and sustainable energy. This is the role that Brazil should seek, to seek these spaces together with their Portuguese brethren, but also with the conditioning that the European Union is the large player, which is acting as a counterpart to Brazil. Thank you very much. Elio, your final comments? I have oftentimes, they say that when a diplomat says yes, it means maybe. When they say no, they're not being a diplomat. So if I said no, I'm going to say with a truthful yes, a non-diplomatic yes. I think there's an element in our bilateral relations which is quite important, given the historic element, also because of the development that we have expounded on, that we have resolved our issues between Portugal and Brazil. This is not a case of a former metropolis and the colonies. It's more complex. But there are cases when those relations, they have a lag, they have a backlog that can get in the way. If we look at the relations between Portugal and Brazil, that have not been easy over the centuries, but this gradually have been resolved, and nowadays, especially after the 90s, this has been been settled quite well. This offers a very mature exchange and very interesting for both parties. The example of Embraer is probably the largest one. With the Ogma, Portuguese Ogma, we need to remind you that Brazil and Portugal, with these companies, they developed a military technology, which KC 390 was a program that involved 4 countries plus Argentina and Czech Republic. But it's a cargo plane. An amazing product that was produced basically in the offices of Embraer and OGMA, and it showcases this kind of cooperation which is possible. All the cases that were mentioned, for both countries to, because of this mature relation and mutual knowledge, to establish bridges between both worlds. Brazil wishes to position itself as a bridge between developing country and developed countries, at least between South America. We have Portugal as a bridge towards Europe, and both sides can help one another deeply in this process, which is one that will benefit from mutual knowledge to foster the knowledge of our knowledge and offer it to others. In the case of the food industry, this is probably the most relevant area. There's knowledge. We don't need to discuss that, but sometimes there are subtleties where often we tend to leverage everything, to level them down, and sometimes people think there are nationalist issues. Then that's not true. When it comes to ethanol, for example, there was a concern of its impact in the Amazon, and for example, I come from the region that produces ethanol. I found it bizarre to hear the discussion at a national level, because basically where it's produced, ethanol is produced, is in a region that would be more or less as it would be it was as far as Rome to Moscow. So the discussions didn't really consider the Brazilian reality. There wasn't a lack of knowledge. So these both countries can bring Europe and South America together and understand principles and European interests and principles and in the agricultural field. And Brazil and Portugal can help Brazil because they know what's happening over there and help explain what are the differences that cannot be surmountable. And so there's a role for a place for diplomacy. I think it's only one, but of course there's also parallel diplomacy. And the better you know the other party, the better you can manage your own interests. And at an environmental level, I think that is essential if you want to have an effective and efficient state. Thank you very much. And on behalf of Euroconsumers, I would like to thank the brilliant participation of our speakers I ask you a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, hein? Maravilha.
That's one scary movie about animals and the inability of individuals to escape their fate. I know another movie in the same theme, which I cordially invite you to watch should you have the opportunity. Amores Perros, a Mexican movie about the love for dogs, but also about la condition humaine, or the human condition, and how we behave in the face of fate. Now, I think we just witnessed a very interesting historical panel, so let's now have a look in our crystal ball and try to predict what lies ahead. We are, of course, navigating through those muddy waters of galloping inflation, the risk of a recession, and the uncertainty of how the conflict in Ukraine will unfold. So, in our post-COVID era, is this trend of deglobalization truly materializing, and what lies ahead for our global economy? I must admit that I, for one, do not know the answers. Predictions are always hard, especially when you're trying to predict the future. But we have invited a special guest for you that may be able to shed a brighter light on the direction that our global economy is taking in these deglobalization times. And to introduce our mystery guest to you, I call on Rita Rodriguez, Head of Public Affairs at Deco Proteste.
Hello, everybody. Well, I'm very glad because I'm going to present Paulo Portas. For the Portuguese people, he is very well known, but for the ones who are following by our channel, by streaming, just a short presentation because I cannot say in 3-5 minutes what he is doing during his life. Paulo Portas was leader of the moderate conservative party CDS-PP for 16 years. He was also Minister of Defense between 2002-2005. Has served as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Deputy Prime Minister of Portugal between 2011 and 2015. State Council and National Defense Council member in different periods. He founded Vinciamo Consulting, that is a strategic advisory and business intelligence company with activities in America, Africa, Asia, and Gulf. He is the professor of Geoeconomics and International Relations in the MBA of Nova School of Business and Economics and in universities and academies of Europe and Asia, Madrid, Abu Dhabi, and Shanghai. He is also Deputy Chairman of the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce and member of the Board of Trustees of Champalimau Foundation. He is the author of the Sunday TV program Global in the television, Portuguese television. And this program, he can explain on a very accessible way what is happening in the world. Today, he's going to speak about geopolitics and geoeconomics in a challenging world. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Paulo Portas.
Hi, everybody. Many of you, welcome to Portugal. In a very happy day, you can imagine why. And I congratulate Euroconsumers and Deco Proteste for their tasks and achievements. And I thank them. I thank Ivo, I thank Antonio, I thank Rita and all the team for the invitation to share with you some ideas, some predictable ideas in an unpredictable world. As you know, we live in a global world, but we have a lack of global governance. And when we have to face global crises, we find asymmetric consequences of what is global and what is critical. May I remember you that none of the two global phenomena of the last 3 years, the pandemic and the war in Europe, was listed as a possible or even less a probable risk. So we should improve our risk assessment capacities because we are being surprised too many times, too frequently. And we will need a better global governance because none of these phenomena were the first global crisis, and they won't be, they will not be the last one. Just to share with you some ideas, I would start for a little difference between what is global and what is symmetric. Both pandemic and the war in Europe were not symmetric if you consider calendars and impacts. Remember, when the virus started in Asia, precisely in China, and then to Europe, and then finally in Americas. But if you consider economic recovery from the pandemic, the first global big economy to recover was the Chinese, then the American, and then the Europeans. The reason is easy to explain. The American economy is by far more flexible than the Europeans. If you consider vaccination our passport to be together today, United States started very well, but after 6 months, United States had to face an invisible but sounding enemy called negationism. Till today, 1/3 of the American society don't accept vaccination. That fact has economic consequences because the states are 50 states and they are not completely open or completely closed at the same time. Europe started poorly because Europe had no tradition of common vaccination purchase, and more relevant, Europe had no tradition of incentivizing, financing the research and development of a vaccine. Don't forget, Americans invested 4 times more than Europe in the R&D of vaccines to fight COVID. So don't be surprised if the front runners are Americans. And by the way, many people discuss the level of profits of these companies. Don't forget, many other companies lost all the money they invested and were not able to fulfill the 3 clinical phases of essays. And finally, Europe is very close now because we learned in action. That's good to know that Europe is able to learn lessons. Europe is now the closest continent to a declaration of endemic situation. And you know all about it. In a pandemic, the virus controls our lives. In an endemic situation, we control the virus. It's a big difference. Finally, the war impact obviously is tougher in Europe than in the United States, and finally, or remotely, as far as we know today, in Asia, namely in China. The difference between Europe and US, considering the war, is not geographical, it's economic. Europe is net importer of energy, United States are net exporters of energy. And to measure economic impacts of the war, that makes difference. If I may share with you, there is a very good criteria to understand how many times in a G20 level, how many times each nation or economic bloc needed to recover from the pandemic. You know, time is money. If you lose 1 year, if you lose 2 years, if you lose 3 years, and some will lose 4 years, thinking on economics, it's completely different. That's why I underline the asymmetric trend of some global phenomena. If you consider this benchmark between 2019, our last happy year without wars and virus, at least some virus. And 2022, we are almost finishing the year. What we know that there are a first group of 3 nations, no more than 3, that by different reasons just lost 1 year with the pandemic. China, Turkey, and the amazing example in Europe of Ireland. Then you have a second group that lost 2 years and recovered the 2019 level in 2021. You have economies like the American, the Indian, the Indonesian, or the Brazilian. By the way, I must pay tribute to our Brazilian friends that celebrated this year and in this floor the 200 years of Brazil. And then you have the large majority of the European economies losing almost 3 years. France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, and many others just recovered the 2019 level in 2022. And if you consider those who are still under, not above, under 2019 level, you have to consider European economies like Spain or global front runners of global economy like Mexico and Japan. So don't tell me this was a symmetric phenomenon. It wasn't. If we just focus in the next year, 2023, trying to mix the consequences of the pandemic and then the war in Europe and then some setbacks on the pandemic fight, namely in China, what we have, this is the measured in June, what was the trend of the global economies with the war in Europe. The largest number of proportion of countries had to review their forecasts in a negative way. But even in wars, even in conflicts, sometimes you have no voluntary winners, but occasional winners. Who are the 2 main continents that are benefiting from this critical situation, not contributing to the critical situation? Latin America, namely South America, and Africa. Why Latin America and Africa? Because they have what the world is fearing to lose or not having in affordable prices. Don't forget who are the big producers of natural resources and food suppliers. They are in Africa, namely, they are, for instance, in Brazil. Not only, but mainly in Brazil. So, if you check the forecasts from the World Bank, from IMF, from OECD, you just see positive trends in these 2 regions of the world. They are far from the war. They were extremely impacted by COVID in the case of Latin America, very moderately impacted by COVID in the case of Africa. You know, an African average citizen has 18 years. It's completely different as a focus from Europe, for instance, where our average age is 42, 43. So, and then what can we say with what we know now? Don't forget, we don't know the answer to the critical question: how much time the war will last. If there are peace negotiations in 2023, you will witness a revamp of all forecasts. It's a matter of perception and a matter of confidence. If you see the continuation of war with no perspectives of negotiation, things are not extremely comfortable next year. So in the world economy, the current forecasts, I'm considering World Bank, I'm considering IMF and OECD, and also European Commission. The world's best forecast for 2023 is between 2.2 and 2.7% of GDP growth. In the United States, from 0.5 to 1. In Eurozone, from 0.3 to 0.5. In China, and don't forget data on China and about China has to be observed cautiously, from 4.4 to 4.6, but all these figures about China were previous to the recent uprising because of the COVID-0 policy in China. So, what are the signs or the real big questions on the we have to consider? One, United States will face a recession or a stagflation, yes or no? The fact that some big European economies are in negative growth, I hate this wording, okay? They are contracting, period. Will become a European trend, yes or no? If you consider what happened in the United States, as you know, the Americans are trying an almost impossible chance or a difficult goal, but not impossible, which is what they call a soft landing between rising interest rates, decreasing growth, and fighting inflation. For the moment, if you consider the technical criteria that define stagflation, it's a self-explanatory concept, so you have high inflation and you have no growth. If you consider the 4 or 5 technical criteria, some are fulfilled, but one is not, for the moment, matching the possible recession. Job creation in the United States. Don't forget, the American economy had a continuous, not interrupted, 128 months of growth between the financial crisis and the pandemic. Can you tell me another market open economy with continuous growth during 128 months? And yes, 85% of the economists are forecasting a recession next year. But even in November, the American economy was able to create more than 250,000 jobs in 1 month. You have more people, more job offers than more people unemployed. And if you don't, and if there is no reversal in this situation, maybe the states can avoid a recession, even if it is obvious that the growth will be very modest. On the second question, I mean the European one, growth forecasted is very modest. It's 0.3 in the European economy, in the Eurozone economy. And you have, considering Europe as a continent, not as an institution, you have 3 of the 5 big economies of Europe facing recession next year or already in recessive situation. 1, Germany, the driver of the technological and industrial European economy. Between -0.5 6 and minus 0.9 next year. Second, UK, it's no more European Union, but it's the second largest European economy, losing competitiveness since the Brexit year. Just to give you an idea, before Brexit, the UK economy was 90% of the German one, considering GDP. Now it's 70. The UK economy, recently the authorities and the government, not Liz Truss government, Sunak government, recognized that recession is inevitable. As the Bank of England said before, it's already happening, and it will be somewhere between minus 0.9 to minus 1.4. And then you have Italy, somewhere between 0 and minus 0.2 in the third quarter. Is it inevitable that every European economy will face the same trend? No. The best predicted growth for next year is Ireland again. This year 9%, next year 3.4%. And in the Portuguese case, I want to underline that we have 4 factors. I will just mention the 4 factors that can help us to moderate impacts of a possible continental recessive trend. 1, the strength of tourism in our GDP. Unbelievable growth in 10 years. And extraordinary touristic year in 2022. 2, the number and the strength of foreigners buying assets in Portugal. It's invisible, but it's billions of euros every year in the Portuguese economy. 3, our energetic mix. Hopefully, Portugal don't depend on Russia or transportation through Ukraine to energetic supply. Our dependencies are linked to Nigeria and more United States. And in a lower proportion, Algeria. I know international prices are international, but there is a difference between depending absolutely on a war in action or not depending on energy of the result or developments of that war. And finally, we'll have what in Portugal is popularly known as bazooka. Bazooka is the resilience and recovery plan. We had a very poor execution of this program this year, and I think the government is focusing, putting all the money and hopes next year, because next year is where and when we are risking a stagflation scenario. So these 4 factors may help us. I'm not sure. I don't say it's probable. I just say it's possible. And if it's possible and it happens, that's a good thing. Then I want to share with you, this is more or less how geoeconomics are in Europe and US, and then you have China. You know what was the average growth of China between 1980 and 2020? 9% average growth. For decades, they had 2 digits growth. It was one of the poorest economies in the world. They were not able to give 2 meals per person per day. There was starvation in China, and there was an exceptional man that changed China, and changing China changed Asia, and changing Asia changed the world. Deng Xiaoping. And he opened the economy of China. China had, at the time, something like 0.6 of world share of exports of goods. Nowadays, China is leader of the world on exports of goods. This is a good example of the achievements and the transformation of China. So what is happening is, so they had a 2-digit growth, then they controlled a phase out from the 2-digit scenario, and then in a smooth way, they had 9, 8, 7, 6, and when they had 6, they found COVID-19. What's happening after? It's very impressive. The official forecast for China is defined by the Politburo, not by an independent authority. And it is 5.5 this year. If China will match a growth above 3%, we can consider it a lucky scenario. You see the last forecast is from World Bank, 2.8, before the uprising we witnessed in the last couple of weeks. So, from the biggest contributor to global growth, we are now facing a different China with the modest growth. And another very good example of what that means is, for the first time in 30 years, Asia, developing economies, will have a growth this year doubling the Chinese one. I mean Vietnam, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, etc. Around 5%. So my first reflection is about a wording that you are listening every day in intellectual debates in Europe. This wording is almost non-existent in Africa or Latin America, for instance. So you listen in Europe with sometimes with it's a wishful thinking. We are witnessing deglobalization. It's the end of globalization. Are you sure? I don't think so. We are facing a different phenomenon, facing fragmentation of globalization. It's completely different. Why I don't fear deglobalization? Because at the end of the day, if we close every border, if we close every economy, it's the path to poverty. If we don't buy and we don't sell, we'll become non-competitive, non-innovative. And some, at the same time, will open, will sell, will buy, and will innovate. So I don't fear, don't forget one thing. Globalization has limits and problems, but globalization is responsible for the major social revolution that the world economics witnessed since the Industrial Revolution. 900 million people left poverty and extreme poverty. 900 million. It's very funny to witness some Europeans talking about deglobalization, criticizing globalization. Don't forget, Asians, Africans, East Europeans, and some Latin Americans are middle class today because globalization existed. So what is fragmentation? This is a real risk. And I'm using the word of WTO, World Trade Organization, that should be decisive, and it's deadlocked for the moment. What is fragmentation? Fragmentation is a sort of allegiance from geoeconomics to geopolitics. I will redefine international economic relations through geopolitical blocks. If I may simplify, the Westerns should do business with the Westerns, and the Easterns should do business with the Easterns. America with Europe, and China with Russia and Asia. in my opinion, this is an enormous mistake. For an economy like the Portuguese, if you just do business with your allies and not with your clients, you're losing opportunities. So it's predictable that both the Americans and the Chinese will try to press every third country to national security dilemmas to decide economic problems. But we should have autonomy in Europe, in my opinion. We are the first economic external bloc. It's our strongest weapon. We have many weaknesses, as we know, but we are the strongest economic bloc if we keep together, if there is no a second Brexit. And we have no interest in fragment our external economic relations. We will have to decide problems. Just pay attention to what happened to Chancellor Scholz in the last months. He had to decide two things. I accept Chinese buying 25% of ports of Hamburg. He decided yes. I accept Chinese in semiconductors for automobile industry in Germany. He decided no. You will face in Europe and in third continents many of these difficult dilemmas. World Trade Organization is warning global economies that if we fragment the international economic relations, we will lose 5% of global GDP. This said, the pandemic and then the war in Europe showed or accelerated some problems we have to solve in globalization. The best example is our daily example. Where are semiconductors in the world? Produced. 30 years ago, United States and Europe produced 80% of semiconductors. Now, we are under 20%. The second example is electric vehicles batteries. If we want, and we should, organize the energetic transition, we need electric batteries for electric cars. Where are they produced? The 10 largest companies in the world that are producing electric vehicles batteries are in Asia. In China, in Japan, and South Korea. So we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem in Europe. Why European capitals decide to invest out of Europe? And don't tell me just on developing economies with short and modest labor costs. When you invest in Japan, and when you invest in America, and when you invest in South Korea, you are investing in developed economies. There is a problem, probably with excessive regulation and excessive taxation on the competitiveness of Europe. And I think the world is available to pay something more for security and stability Europe can offer, but it's not infinite more. So we have to become competitive if we want ships in Europe, if we want batteries in Europe. Nobody invests to lose money. So before criticizing the others, we have to face our own problems. I think this will change namely through the increase of investment on research and development, but we have to wait some years to appreciate the results. Then happened the war in Ukraine. I say war in Ukraine, but I want to be clear on that. Just to save some time. The war in Ukraine exists because Vladimir Putin decided to invade a sovereign country in the 21st century, period. I don't make any kind of balanced wording between the aggressors and the victims. This said, the war in Ukraine changed a lot of perceptions in Europe. And I will just mention what I consider more relevant. Some Europeans were convinced that there is such a thing as peace without defense. Sorry to say, what a stupid thought. There is no peace without defense, and a strong defense is a condition for peace. It was an enormous incentive for Mr. Putin to invade Ukraine, to know that Europe has no defense. Don't forget, NATO won the Cold War without firing a shot. One single, just because it was strong enough to dissuade the Soviets at the time. The second idea, the second perception that died, was the perception that the lands of risk, territories of risk, were very far away of Europe. You know, Europe is adorable as a culture, as a civilization, but we have our private devils. The two world wars started here, and they knocked the door frequently. And now we have bombs 70 kilometers away from the European border. We cannot ignore the threat in Poland, or in the Baltics, or in the Scandinavian countries, or in Eastern countries. The third change, may I remember you what said President Macron 1.5 years ago? NATO is died. NATO died. I never saw a dead guy so alive. NATO is the umbrella of security of Europe, period. And in this kind of things of defense, this is not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of facts. We have 110,000 American soldiers protecting the eastern border of Europe today. We don't have 110,000 European soldiers to do it. We have no European defense if we consider what the wording says. We have national defense systems. And as I told to your leaders yesterday, you know, there is a difference between, on defense and security, there is a difference, a big difference between Americans and Europeans. If a candidate to President of the United States says, I will cut defense budget, he will lose the election. If a candidate to Prime Minister in Europe says, I will increase defense budget, he will lose the election. That is the big difference. We Europeans are not available to pay our own security and our international relevance. Americans are available. So we need Americans. If we want to have security, we need Americans. We are rivals on economics, but we are allies on defense, and we have no alternative. The fourth big change is Germany, and it is for decades. We all know why Germany was so sober, so modest on military missions and being in charge, modestly in charge of any European security task. It's their history, it's their memory on Europe. So, from one day to another, Germany was caught in a trap. They have no sufficient defense, and they are completely dependent on energy. The largest economy of Europe. The leader of the European technology was caught in these two vulnerabilities at the same time. No autonomy on energy, no autonomy on defense. The change is unbelievable. So Germany started to create a fund for defense for the next 3 years of 100 billion euros, is now asking allies to become #1 leader responsible for anti-missile defense in the center and north of Europe. They, and on the energy side, you know better than me what happened. Nord Stream 1 is out. Nord Stream 2 is out. They have to extend the life of some coal units. They will have to revive some nuclear plants. They are trying to build ASAP liquefied gas infrastructures because they are risking not having gas or electricity next winter. Can you imagine? In the #1 economy of Europe? So I would ask you to be a little bit indulgent with governments on this energetic situation in Europe, because one thing is to decide between my first priority and my second priority. Everybody does it. But if the dilemma is between my urgent priority and my essential priority, decide is much more difficult to make the good decision. We all know we Europeans need to fulfill and lead, because we are leaders on that issue, we need to fulfill the energetic transition. We need to fight climate change. We need an economy less based on the traditional energy supplies. But at the same time, I need to have energy for German industries next month. Just try to go to some towns in Germany after 10 p.m. Public space has no public light. They are saving, saving, saving. So be indulgent. It's not easy to organize the right mix, energetic mix, in such a difficult crisis. I have some ideas about what, we'll be back just to one question, but I want to show you, this was the level of dependency of Europe on Russian energy. So we had more than 15 countries, depending 40% or more on the Russian supply. You don't organize alternatives in the supermarket tomorrow morning. So you have to make a U-turn and try to solve. At the same time, the energetic transition we need and we cannot forget, and we have to develop, and at the same time to organize a provisional new mix of energetic supplies. So, by the way, I usually say Mr. Putin is I'm a former defense minister, I ask you to give me some benefit of doubt on that. Mr. Putin is one of the most incompetent commander-in-chief that we saw in many years in Europe. His military plan invading Ukraine was a disaster. He failed plan A, he failed plan B, he failed plan C, and he's now risking to fail plan D. Remember, Russia will occupy Ukraine in 1 week. Regime change in Kiev. Then he made the siege. He organized the siege of the 2 biggest cities in Ukraine, Kiev and Kharkiv. Then he annexed Donbass, that he controlled partially, and he still controls just partially. And now he is withdrawing from Kherson, one of the 4 oblasts annexed, and bombing Zaporizhia, which is another oblast annexed. Do you know any annexation where you're bombing the capitals after annexation? This is the good sign of how the Putin military strategy is not a military, is a man from the intelligence services. Was a disaster. And I would say at the same time, he was a disaster. He underestimated and overestimated many things. And he underestimated Zelensky, charisma. I think he made more for the nationalism of Ukraine than any Ukrainian leader, still Zelensky. He created the modern Ukrainian nationalism with the invasion. He underestimated American supply already approved by Congress, because Mr. Biden is an experimented politician and he decided to approve the bills before the elections. It's $54 billion in military supply to Ukraine. It's a game changer. Ukraine was not defeated, regardless of the resistance, because of the American supply. On weapons, on training, on military assistance, on humanitarian support. And Mr. Putin overestimated the popularity of Russia. He thought Russia would be welcomed as liberator everywhere. It didn't happen nowhere. He overestimated logistic support from China. China gave him a rhetorical support, but not a logistical support. Because Chinese companies don't want to face dilemmas on sanctions. When I saw Lenovo and Xiaomi leaving Russia not to lose the American market, for me it was a very relevant evidence that China would not support effectively on money and logistical and transports Russia. I just want to share with you another element about the Russian leadership. Sorry, just 1 minute. Mr. Putin has today, I think, yes, December 7, 8,514 days in power. What is his ambition? To overcome Stalin. That, by the way, he admires. He's not a communist, but he admires Stalinist methods. That tells you something about the guy. He overcome already Brezhnev and Tsar, the last Tsar. He was, yes, not a competent commander-in-chief, but pay attention. He was very smart manipulating the European weaknesses on inflation. Because we have no defense, and because we are not autonomous on energy. I just share with you 2 figures, and it's a meditation for each one of you. Since the beginning of the war, the numbers are now updated last week. Since the beginning of the war, we Europeans paid to the treasury of Russia 118 billion euros on coal, oil, and gas. Do you know what is the official budget of the Russian war in Moscow? Obviously, there is a confidential one. But the official budget for the war, 80 billion euros. So sorry to say, our dependency on energy from Russia, not the case of Portugal, not the case of Spain, but the large majority of European economies, this dependency financed the war effort of Russia. The treasury of Russia is rich. The economy of Russia is becoming poorer and poorer. And so, as I told you, we paid more 89% this year in coal, gas and oil than the last year in the same period. But we received 15% less energy. Okay? So this is the name, this has a name, manipulation. You can tell me sanctions, yes, but don't forget, we pay today and we sanction effectively in 6 months. And sanctions work if and when third countries are friendly with sanctions. I personally agree with the Draghi idea to say the Russians, Europeans are so strong as clients of Russia that are in condition and position of defining a cap in the price. I don't pay you more than $60 per barrel. This is Draghi idea. In March, we lost 6 months. But it works if you can bring India, Turkey, and China to a friendly position of this cap. Because if Putin is in capacity to sell to the Chinese, the Indians, and the Turkish, the oil is no more selling to Europe, sanctions are not really effective. We have to wait, because the cap established seems a smart cap, because can benefit this kind of third big economies. Finally, I want to share with you some considerations about the global trends, and I will finish with this. Forget war, forget pandemic. What are stable trends in our geopolitical life? The first geopolitical trend is we will live in a new scenario, a developing scenario, where United States is the incumbent superpower and China is the challenging superpower. I underline that China, Xi Jinping is very different from Deng Xiaoping, and China assumes publicly the will of becoming #1 superpower. And this is creating enormous difficulties to the most dynamic economy of the world, United States. Recently, we witnessed how vulnerable the two big powers are. Did you expect Chinese uprising? Because of the obvious impossibility of COVID-0 policy in 1.4 million inhabitants country, but you witness it. Maybe it's just a possibility. The social contract of China, what is the social contract with China, in China? The party gives you prosperity and you don't discuss the party. You have to understand what is the memory of the Chinese. It was starvation with Mao Zedong. Starvation. And they are very proud of their achievements. Can I show you a very impressive one? This is, just to fix this, this is how we depend on growth of Asia. 49% of global growth is Asia. 20% is China. Just witness, well, how was the map 20 years ago, considering my main supplier, countries countries depending more on US, blue, on China, red. 20 years after, the world became a little bit more red, to say the least. China is the first partner of more than 100 countries in the world. It's, do you remember that American wording, electoral wording, it's the economy stupid? We cannot ignore half of the economy of the world. And we cannot ignore the largest partnership with economies in the world. We have to elaborate on a new doctrine because there are sensitive national security issues we cannot solve with China, but it's not good for Europe to block any commercial relation with Asians and including Chinese. So we will live. So the first sign of vulnerable power was totally unexpected. Xi Jinping accumulated more power than Mao Zedong 1 month ago. And then he is now the unique leader, the only leader, so he is guilty for everything. He became blamed for everything. And he's facing an uprising, where people are not just saying, I want to end with COVID-0 policies, are also saying, I'm a citizen, I want elections, please, Mr. Xi, resign, I want free internet, etc. It's not very frequent in Chinese system. And then you saw elections in the United States. You know, I'm in normal times, I could vote for a moderate Republican. I would never vote for a Trumpist Republican. You know, I remember January 6th. This was a coup d'etat. In the largest democracy of the world, we all witnessed what happened. Crowds and crowds of crazy guys trying to kill people and invade the headquarters of democracy, and we think it's normal? Do you want to witness this again? We have to take care of our democracies. It's not just autocracies that are with problems. Our democracies also. I believe in moderation. I believe in compromise. I believe in that. I know that Europe developed its project after the ruins of Second World War between moderates on the right and moderates on the left, between trade unions and entrepreneurs, not with insults, not with horrible divisions. And what we see in America, it's an horrible division. And the Republican Party has a very severe problem. The party of Lincoln and Reagan became a party of crazy negationists and conspirative minds. They have to solve their problem. And by the way, on the other side, we have woke culture. People that think that they have the mission to cancel what we can think or say or write. No, they haven't. So, back to freedom and to moderation in US, I just hope. Because, you know, I'm not American, but America is the leader of the Western world. I need a stable America. I don't want chaos in America. And on the European side, we have to solve, and I'm finishing, on the European side, just one parenthesis. What impresses me more is not the achievement, the rise of China on goods. It's the rise of China on services. Just pay attention to the 10 largest technological companies of the world. 6 are Chinese, 6 are American, 4 are Chinese, or 5, 6, or 7, 4. It's impressive. What is impressive in this ranking? The lack of European flags. And the lack of European flags, the reason is there. In 2016, China overcame Europe on level of research and development investment, private and public, on its economy. If we lose the battle of research and development, we lose the battle of the economy of the future. Innovation is the core of the future. And we are losing. Can you see, not on R&D, but patents? See the big patents registrators in the world: Huawei, Qualcomm, Samsung, LG, Mitsubishi. Chinese or American. This is the budget of Europe on R&D. We have just 3 countries above 3% on private, adding private and public. So we have to have a consensus of Europe with all governments on board. We have 5 or 10 years to solve this problem. We have to bring back science and capitals to Europe. So we have to be competitive, and we have to invest much more in R&D if we want to be present on the Champions League of the digital economy. And we have to face problems of competitiveness, problems of productivity. We don't love to talk about it, but just compare the value of hours, of productive hours in America and Europe, and you will understand something. And we have a problem we have to solve: demographics. We are becoming older and older. And sorry to say to those who believe in demagogic speeches, we need immigration. We can't solve this problem alone. With an average age in Portugal of 46 years, we'll have a problem. We'll have a lack of active people, sufficient active people, sufficient number of workers to finance our social policies, that will have more and more retired people that hopefully, thanks God, will live more 12 or 14 years than the expectation of life when I was born, and that will have more chronic diseases and multiple chronic diseases, and not just one episode. This demographic problem changes everything in our future. It's not a question of the right or the left. It's mathematical. Our system is not a capitalization one. I cannot save for myself in the future. It's a répartition system. I mean, current workers pay current pensions. If we don't change some fundamentals, we'll have a problem. Who will pay the problem? Next, retired people. If we, in a scenario of no policy change, in 2040, the percentage of pension, considering the last salary, will be 45%. So we have to think not only in funny things that give you likes and likes. Politics in Europe, in the Western world, is transformed in a collection of likes. Sorry, it's not that the issue of politics. Being popular is not the most relevant thing in politics. You just have to do what you must do. What is your duty? What is your mission? Can we ignore this? Can we ignore our demographic problem, our productivity problem? We need many family policies, but we cannot solve alone that problem. Chancellor Merkel took 20 years to increase 0.2 in the fertility rate of Germany. With immigration. Without, she wouldn't be able to. So we have to face problems rationally. Rationality is the largest scarcity in the world. You need rational discussions. You don't need insults. Rational discussions of complex problems. And please, and it's my last message, don't believe you can solve a complex problem in a tweet. 99% of the problems of the world are complex. You cannot solve it with a rhetoric phrase or 142 characters. It's my best wish. We are facing Christmas and the New Year, and we can have hope if we decide to face reality. Thank you.
Some very wise words from Paulo Portas. Don't believe that you can solve a complex problem in a tweet. For those of you who are very attentive, you may have noticed that that sentence counts exactly 140 characters. And I must admit, I couldn't agree more with Paulo Portas, because personally, I'm a very big fan of moderation myself. Paulo Portas, he offered us quite a bit of food for thought, but this is the moment where we would like to offer you some physical food. So we're about to break for a 1-hour lunch where you can savor some superb Portuguese delicacies. So for this one time, you can accept all cookies. I am looking forward to meeting you here again at 2 o'clock sharp, because we have a very densely packed agenda for this afternoon as well, with a session on digital scams, a session on the consumer welfare hypothesis in law and economics, another panel discussion on consumer digital empowerment index, and the great debate on growing deglobalization, if not defragmentation, and how that will impact consumers and consumer organizations. Enjoy your lunch and see you soon. A very good afternoon, everyone. May I kindly invite you to take a seat as we are about to start our second part of the show. So if I could have your unbiased attention for the afternoon session. Thanks for taking a seat, and then we will resume our program. I do hope that you've all enjoyed your lunch and that you're fully liquored up, because we have a rather dense program for you lined up this afternoon. Perhaps I can also, just after lunch and maybe the first sip of red wine, I could start with a wake-up call for all of you. So this is one question to all of you in the audience. If you are enjoying the Euroconsumers Forum so far and everything is to your satisfaction, may you please raise your hand. I am extremely glad to see that, and whilst I have your attention, maybe a second quick poll, because we have been discussing consumer protection, we are discussing e-commerce in times of deglobalization, we are talking about product safety. That tends to be a multi-stakeholder approach. So would you agree that the consumer is the most vulnerable stakeholder in that entire value chain? For those of you who agree with that statement, may you also please raise your hand. It's a little bit more skewed in this one, but glad to have your attention, glad to have you back, and all in your seats. Do fasten your seatbelts for the second part of our show. Yippee-de-yada-dee, indeed. We keep navigating through new landscapes and discovering new worlds, from Argonauts to astronauts. And it never ceases to amaze me what humans can accomplish in the face of seemingly impossible challenges. Back in 1961, late President Kennedy said that before the decade is out, we will land a man on the moon and return him safely to the Earth. Not because it is easy, but because it is hard. And so they did. you'd be surprised to see how societies, organizations, entire organizations will bend like an arrow in order to meet stretching goals. It's an amazing ability that we must foster and cherish. Now, in the first panel this morning on e-commerce in times of deglobalization, we already briefly touched upon impersonating scams. Our next session will deal with digital scams. And I am glad that Liz Cole has once more offered to be both my left hand, my right hand, and the better part of my brain in facilitating those discussions. So Liz, please take it away.
Again, giving Philippe a break for the afternoon while he gathers some more energy for later on, because we've got a dense program to get through for the rest of the afternoon. So welcome to the panel, Fraud and Scams in the Digital World. We're going to look at, guess what, fraud and scams online, but we're taking a particular perspective of young people. Now, this isn't because they're the only ones who are targeted by scams, but they do spend an awful lot of time online, immersed in a world of brands, influencers, and seeing all sorts of messages and content, some of which may be above board and some of it which may not be. So we're going to be taking a look at these issues. We're going to be looking at how they link to the bigger cybersecurity risk landscape, what platform responsibilities are, what new regulations like the DSA might bring. And we're also going to hear about a new joint Euroconsumers and Meta campaign to spread information and awareness about scams and fraud online. So 2022 is the digital year of the youth, not the digital year, 2022 is the year of the youth in Europe, as I'm sure you all know. So we've got a few weeks left of 2022. So what better time to discuss this issue? The other thing that we want to focus in on again in relation to the theme of the conference is, if we're in the deglobalized, digitalizing world, will all these new regulatory initiatives protect consumers, or are we just expecting young people to skill up and fend for themselves out there? So to discuss all of these issues, I'd like to invite a fantastic panel up to the stage. First of all, we have Becky Flint. If you'd like to come up, Becky. Becky's director and co-founder of Pepper Studio, which is an award-winning boutique influencer marketing industry. Becky is a veteran influencer. She's been working and posting content online since she was 12, and so she's got real first-hand experience of being an influencer herself, and now runs an agency helping brands and connecting with people to show how to make it work to its best ability. She's also given evidence in various policy initiatives in the UK. She's participated in another Euroconsumers webinar, so she's sharing some really valuable insight and experience, and we're very glad that she's here with us today. Second up, we have Els Brugman, who's Head of Policy and Enforcement at Euroconsumers. Els is responsible for all the policy issues that Euroconsumers covers, and also some of the joint enforcement work with large companies. Els joined the consumer movement in 2014. She started working as EU Public Affairs advisor to Testa Shah, and before that she worked as a policy advisor and spokesman for the Belgian Minister of Consumer Protection. So welcome, Els. Next, we have Ida Nadaye. She is Head of Public Policy, Campaign Strategy and Operations at Meta. She currently oversees their integrity policy program and campaigns in Europe, and this role involves her designing things that will help protect young people online. Before this, still at Meta, she headed the Society and Responsibility pillar in the EMEA team, and during COVID, she led Meta's programmatic strategy to combat online misinformation. So welcome. And finally, we have Lino Santos, who is coordinator of the Portuguese National Cybersecurity Centre. Lino has a master's in law and security from the Faculty of Law at the University of Nova in Lisbon, and a computer science degree from the University of Minho, as well as heading up the Portuguese National Cybersecurity Centre. He's a member of ENISA, which is the European Agency for Cybersecurity. He's also widely experienced in security and user services, and is a member of the CNCS Installation Commission. So welcome, everybody. We also have one more participant who can't actually be with us today, but has recorded a video message. This is Laura Mason. She's Policy and Advocacy Manager at the European Youth Forum, and she focuses on digitalization and youth participation. She can't be here today because she's taking part in the EU Youth Dialogue, but she would really want to be here to discuss this issue. It's particularly close to her heart. She's recorded a short message and then she's posed some tricky questions. So partly she's done a little bit of my job by having some questions, but she's also, these are the things that she wants to find out on behalf of the youth in Europe. So can we hear from Lauren, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello from Brussels. My name is Lauren Mason and I work for the European Youth Forum. We are the biggest platform of youth organisations in the world, and we're fighting for youth rights and increased youth participation. Let me start by saying that being digital today, especially for young people, is no longer really a choice. Because without access to the digital world and the right skills to navigate it, young people miss out on essential elements of their lives, including most jobs and educational opportunities. And whilst young people are the most tech-savvy users in Europe, we find that using the term digital natives can actually be quite misleading, because it sort of suggests that young people have an inherent knowledge or understanding of the potential dangers and risks of the online world. Like everyone in this room, I'm sure, we as young people want to feel safe and empowered in our online experiences. We want to use online spaces to be creative, to connect with peers, and to access a whole world of information. And we should be able to choose the kind of content we want to see and when we see it. So, how can we make this happen? Well, first, this means increasing young people's digital skills and awareness about cyber risks, but it also means stricter rules governing the online world. We've been really encouraged to see that some practices, such as deceptive design, are going to be restricted or banned thanks to the recently adopted Digital Services Act. This should mean that young people shouldn't be nudged towards scams and traps when they're browsing online. But there are some more covert practices that are difficult to regulate, and here we're talking about influencer marketing, enticing content, and even covert branding. That's why we're really excited to see the outputs from the campaign that you're going to learn more about in a moment. And from the panelists there in Lisbon today, I would really love to hear more about how you think we can make sure that adverts online are not being presented in a distortive or deceptive way. Secondly, how much cybersecurity knowledge we should be expecting from users, particularly young people, when they're in online spaces. And then maybe a trickier one to finish. We know that young people are hugely concerned by climate change and are increasingly calling for reduction to overconsumption. How can advertisers be mindful of not pushing young people to make unnecessary purchases, which are ultimately bad for the planet? I'm looking forward to hearing the outcomes of the discussion and wishing you a fruitful panel in Lisbon today.
Okay, thanks very much from Lauren, and some really interesting questions she's posed there. I'm going to get stuck in straight away and ask Becky, you've grown up with and on the internet, in fact. What do you think, how do you think the internet's delivering now for people? Is it living up to its potential, or are there traps and scams that are just out there to catch people?
In many ways, I think growing up online has really felt like growing up in a very great experiment, for better or worse. You know, it's enabled so many new industries to flourish, which didn't even exist 5 or 10 years ago. But equally, the harms that can be caused by the internet have also manifested. And it seems like regulation has been thus far quite reactive rather than proactive, and I think that we need to outpace the development of the internet, of social media, in order to make it a much safer space for further generations to experience online.
Thanks, that's great. And Lino, can you tell us a bit more about your role at the National Cybersecurity Centre and how scams, particularly consumer-facing scams and fraud, fit into the bigger cybersecurity landscape?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I lead a team that gets notifications or reports on cyber incidents. We have a classification for fraud incidents. This means email scams or phishing attacks. And these represents more than 50% of all incidents that we handle at the Cybersecurity Center last year. So we're talking about more than 800 campaigns. And when I'm talking about campaigns, I'm not talking about victims. One campaign is one one set of tools, techniques, and procedures targeting one brand or targeting at a particular moment in time a website. So there are more victims than campaigns. And we already have 30% increase each year, so this means that we will have more and more scams and phishing attacks in 2022. Well, this has to do, of course, with well, the gap between the way that technology is introduced to society and the ability that us as a whole society are able to safely handle these tools, these techniques. We also have an increase in the digital density. Everyone is using more digital tools, digital apps, buying online, etc. And of course, there is also an attack sophistication. And giving some examples, we are moving from email scams to SMS messages scams and also voice scams. With domain squatting, for instance, and personification of these SMS and voice. In the last month, we had some very, very successful fraud incidents that actually used the number of the bank or the number of the brand that usually contacts with the customer. So the customer actually thought they were talking. The customer actually thought they were talking with the brand, with the original brand, and not the attacker. So this is becoming very hard to tackle, and is becoming more difficult to handle. Of course, the pandemic brought some increase in this and bringing new narratives. People started to use streaming services a lot, so new narratives come with this regard. And of course, the amplification effect of the internet is enormous to bring success to this scam. So the whole point is the human factor and the ability that people need to have to handle with these new technologies.
Thank you. So it seems like there's lots of creativity and innovation and happening, but it's happening in the wrong places. It's happening in things that are designed to harm people. Else, Meta and Euroconsumers have worked together on a campaign. It's a joint campaign which is specifically targeting young people online and trying to reach them and to protect them from scams. So we're going to show you some of the content of that, but can you tell us how the partnership came about and why you think it's so important?
Well, the short and easy answer would be because Ada is just a nice person. But the truth is that there are a couple of reasons that triggered this collaboration. First of all, because the Meta platforms serve billions of consumers every day, whether it's on Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. And wherever consumers are, that's where we as consumer organization need to be as well. Unfortunately, not all users of the Meta platforms are genuine. So amongst the many happy customers that are using Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram to connect, share stories, share information, they're also the ones who want to take abuse of that. And there's no point in hiding it. It's much better to address it. And we felt with Meta there was a shared concern about frauds and scam on social media, also on their platform, and an absolute need to tackle it. And you can do it in many ways, by pushing for the right legislation, strong enforcement, and there's definitely responsibility for the platforms, but also raising awareness is one of them. Because despite all actions that indeed need to be taken, the reality is that fraudsters and scammers are creative people, and they think quickly and they act even faster. And that doesn't mean we all need to be scared online. It's just that it's really helpful if consumers can also be a little bit streetwise, or in this case, tech-wise or digi-wise. But maybe a more overall consideration why we wanted to work on this campaign is also because at Euroconsumers, we believe in collaboration. Like we believe in regulation and enforcement. The one doesn't exclude the other, they're very complementary. But we are convinced that also by working together, we can increase the outreach and the impact.
Thank you. And Ida, I mean, interested to hear from you. You work specifically in like empowerment and for young people. So why did you think it was such an important topic to tackle with Euroconsumers?
Thank you, Liz, and thank you. I just want to start by expressing my thanks to the Euroconsumers group, but especially to Els for her leadership really in driving this campaign and making it as inclusive in both in the design and including young voices as well, and also the outcome of it is pretty amazing, and can't wait to see what the result is. To your question more specifically, Liz, as to why is it important, as Els was saying, look, fraud and scams are not new challenges, right? They exist both online and offline, and it's an industry-wide problem. But to Elle's point, at Meta, we realize the scale of our technologies, and so we also understand that we have an important role to play in this. So in addition to media literacy and education campaigns like this, we do invest in teams and technology such that most fake accounts on our platform are removed even before people see it, or most financially motivated scams are also removed on the platform before people encounter it. But the reality of it is that this solution is not perfect. Mm-hmm. And the reason for that is because as you were saying, fraud and scammers are very innovative people, right? They become more sophisticated as time goes on, and we try to develop our tools as well to become as sophisticated, but it's always a catch-up game. And so I think this campaign was particularly important for us to be involved in, because one, it also helps to empower young people by giving them the skills and the insight necessary for them to do their own research, right? To try to understand how they're gonna, if whenever they encounter scams content, which as a platform we take responsibility in removing, what they can do to keep themselves safe online.
Okay, thank you. So the campaign, as I understand it, covers 5 topics. Els, do you want to tell us what those 5 are? And then we're going to show you just 2 videos, because we're just to keep to time on 2 of them. So can you talk a bit more about why those were particularly important?
Well, the topics are influencers, crypto, online shopping, gaming, and online dating. And all of these 5 topics were selected because we believe they're close to the experience of younger people on social media. And of course, there are many more than that, but at a certain moment, we needed to have a pick. And of course, it's not only for younger people. I think that also the older ones, including myself, could benefit from time to time of these tips and tricks. The 2 videos that we are going to show you is about crypto, and it's about the influencer one. Now, why crypto? Crypto has a very broad audience, but we know it is particularly appealing to younger consumers who might have lost a belief in the traditional banking system, not entirely ununderstandable. And I have to say, it's very triggering when you see, big personalities like Matt Damon or Lionel Messi making an advertising crypto. But you only hear the success stories, and you never hear the horror stories. And believe me, there are horror stories as well, because crypto it's a very fluctuating thing. You have big wins, but very often you also have big losses. And it's not about banning crypto, not at all. But consumers should be aware of it, the pros and the cons, and be able to read through the beautiful stories that are often, basically misleading. Now, why influencers? Because e-commerce is not just something only of the online marketplaces. It has expanded to social media and to the content creators. And the new social media is not just a social network anymore. It's also a shop where the social experience meets the commercial experience. And personally, I find it a fascinating thing. I mean, it's really innovative, the influencing economy. It's a new reality. But like all new realities, it comes with challenges that we just need to be able to address. And this includes also, adjusting the mindset of consumers, so that they know that sometimes influencers are just being paid to do some advertising, and that the products that they are recommending are not necessarily the best ones or the safe ones, and that some influencers are not entirely who they pretend to be.
Okay.
So that's what we try to capture.
Okay, that's great. Can we show the videos now, please?
Cryptocurrencies glitter. But all that glitters is not gold. If it was easy to get rich on the internet, the world would be full of web millionaires. And it isn't. Keep your feet on the ground. Let go of unrealistic plans. Remember that market fluctuates. So be on the lookout for its constant changes and do your research prior to investing. If you are going to invest, always seek independent financial advice first. Stay away from investment platforms that do not have a good reputation. Choose your influencers with care. Make sure who you choose to follow is really he who she claims to be. Too many spelling mistakes or obvious Google translations should raise suspicion. Be wary of influencers who never show their faces. Thousands of followers and few likes is an indication that something might be fishy. Know how to distinguish advertising from genuine opinions.
Okay, so there's a taste of some of the videos, and they're all available on the Euroconsumers site. Becky, we're not singling you out as an influencer who would ever do anything like that, but you know the market really well. What have you seen in terms of influencers being involved in scams, and are these types of campaigns helpful, or what else needs to happen alongside?
It's a really interesting one to raise because ultimately the whole reason why influencers are successful and work so well is due to that trust that they hold between themselves and their audiences. And the audiences, especially at scale, are very savvy to some degree. You know, they can tell when an influencer is not really being authentic with them, being honest with them, truthful with them, and ultimately they are not the ones who are going to have a career with longevity. So actually it's a wise marketing move for them in a sense to maintain that good trust with their audiences. With that being said, in terms of authentic influencers and scams that are out there, they are definitely rife. And I think this is where the question lies with what is the difference between an influencer and a regular netizen of the internet. There is no clear defining way to separate the two, and therefore, you know, we're certainly not, and I think this is part of the wider discussion, born with the innate knowledge of, you know, how to spot scams online. Also, we're not born with the innate knowledge of how to, you know, disclose advertisements properly. It's something that has to be learned or has to be taught. And this is vital in terms of developing your own career as an influencer and making those wise choices as to not mislead your own audience as well.
And what do you think of a consumer-facing campaign? Is that the answer, or do we need more?
I think it's definitely wise because it feels like influencers, especially at the scale that we have them now, it is almost like a cross-section of the general population. You know, you'll find influencers in so many different verticals and niches. And so to be savvy amongst them is very important, and also to have those tools available of what we are supposed to be looking for. I think that's really useful as well. But then again, in terms of the right to privacy, as which all users of the internet should have, that also extends to influencers as well. And so in terms of, you know, there might be reasons why they don't want to share perhaps what they look like, but then everything else about them is honest and authentic. It's a kind of a sum of all of the parts of those red flags to look out for.
Okay. So there might be some slight different nuances within the messaging there. Lena, we're going to jump to cryptocurrency. I don't pretend to exactly understand how it works, but could you tell us a bit about how it relates to cybersecurity, and is it a worry for your agency?
We have a lot to do with crypto. Well, first of all, I'll try to give a broad perspective. First of all, there are a lot of hacking incidents regarding crypto, mineration of crypto assets, of course. There are a lot of folks over there hacking computers and putting those third-party computers working for them, minoring crypto assets. So that's one point of it. Another one very important for us is the crypto is often used as an anonymization tool for the end part of for instance, ransom schemes, or so it's also associated with a lot of ransom schemes, and it's also a topic or a narrative for fraud, investment frauds. We don't have Messi, we have Ronaldo, and of course we had Ronaldo selling crypto assets investment, fraudulent crypto assets investment in Portugal for a long time. So these three perspectives where our work touches crypto assets.
And just to follow up on the idea that, and this is one of Lauren's questions actually, we know that we need everybody to participate to keep the system safe, but how much cybersecurity knowledge can we actually expect from regular people and particularly younger users?
Yeah, that's a very good question. If you remember that gap between the technology introduction of technology in society and the ability that society, the skills that society need to tackle or to handle safely with this technology, that gap we actually have to work on two ways. The first one is actually to reduce the bad impacts that technology has on society. It's been regulation, of course, and there's a lot of regulation. EU is becoming leading the world around regulation of technology. But the other way, of course, is to give skills to consumers. This is very important. We have to work on both aspects at the same time. The Cybersecurity Center, for instance, leads a consortium, the Safer Internet Plus consortium in Portugal, where it works with youngsters a lot, giving them awareness, but also the basic, the fundamentals of cybersecurity to actually navigate safely in this new environment. And this is a continuous work because attackers are always evolving. The regulation it takes time, and it's also behind technology. So awareness and training for everyone, for every citizen is very, very, very important.
Okay, thanks. Els, I mean, Lino said it then, things are getting much more sophisticated. So can we really expect simple messages to help people? It's more complicated than that, isn't it?
You know, raising awareness, informing, educating consumers, it's one piece of the puzzle, and we think it's a very important one, but it's not the only one. There are others. And doing this campaign, by no means this implies that we think it's up to the consumer to make sure the web is safe. They can contribute to that, for example, by notifying scams to the platforms, but that responsibility is not on their shoulders. It's on the shoulders of regulators, and Europe has taken a giant leap with that, with the upcoming DSA. It's also on the shoulders of enforcement authorities, who I think definitely need to invest more in, screening, detecting, taking it off, fining. And I also think we as consumer organizations, we need to do a bit. I mean, the impact and the scale of frauds and scams are so big that everyone needs to step in. And that's also why, for example, our Portuguese member, Deco Protege, has recently launched a scam advisor where you can very quickly check whether a website is to be trusted or not. And that's also why we as Euroconsumers, we want to become trusted flaggers, so we can really, in an active way, support and alert platforms if we detect scams on the media. But let's not forget that, first and foremost, it is really up to the platforms to make sure that their social media is a safe place. I mean, if you host a platform and you have different kinds of activities, you make money with it. It comes with responsibility, and that includes fiercely detecting frauds and scams and taking them off as rapidly as possible. And like I said, the DSA will be a game changer, but already today, platforms have a duty of care and a legal obligation to, react in a very agile way and take fraudulent content off. But all in all, I think it shouldn't be about regulation. I mean, you shouldn't do it because it's just the law. I mean, I think platforms should do it because they care about consumers and they know that their trust is key to be successful in the future.
Okay.
Because if you lose trust, it's very difficult to get it back.
Yeah. Okay. And I thought it was interesting. Els mentioned that enforcers should be upping their game with more checking and maybe more technology to help monitor platforms and take things down. And how effective are the automated tools that Meta uses? And I think there's something that we wanted to pick up on was there's been a lot of headlines around staff losses and staff layoffs. So are we going to be left just to rely on AI's monitoring and keeping us safe?
Thanks, Liz. No, we're not. So integrity and keeping the platform safe remains a key commitment of the company. And so we are continuing to invest and will continue to invest on both teams and also technology to help keep Meta platforms safe for all of our users and consumers. On the effectiveness on AI, more specifically, we've come a long way. Our latest community enforcement report, we were reporting that we've taken 1.5 billion fake accounts in Q3 2022 alone, and 99.7% of that was proactively. So the AI detected it before anyone reported it. In 2021 as well, our numbers were quite similar. So for instance, on Facebook, we took down over 300 million pieces of content that was potentially counterfeit content. That was, again, 99% of that was proactive. And on Instagram as well, the numbers looks quite similar. So 88% of the content that we took down was done proactively. The reality of AI is that it's not a set and forget, right? So we don't just build the AI tool and say, well, we've solved fraud and scam as a platform, we can move on. It has to be an ongoing process. And that's why, in addition to AI, our content moderation system relies as well on experts who have local expertise on scam, who also have local expertise on the different nuances of how scams and frauds present itself, because to Nino's point, it's quite different the way you see it in Portugal from the way you will see it in France. So we work with expert team who help build the AI and to make it much more effective and also make it evolve as also the tactics of the bad actors evolve.
Okay, and I'm going to come back to one of Lauren's questions again, and it was about how we can prevent adverts being shown in a distorting way, which it linked slightly to scams and fraud, because a lot of young people come to scams through fraudulent adverts. So this is part of the new DSA. How is Meta preparing to implement the DSA?
Another good question. So I'll just start with the ads bit to begin. So on ads, we prohibit ads that are scammy or that are fraudulent. And actually, for those of you who might not know, if you want to do an ad on Facebook or on Instagram, there's actually a review process of the ad before the ad goes live. So some of that is automated and some of that might be manually reviewed. And most of the time, we catch the scams and the fraudulent ads like that. But it might happen that some ads do pass the review process. And in that sense, to what Els was talking about, referred to, there is an option to always report that content, and once it's reported, we take it down. On the DSA more specifically, it's really important to stress the fact that we do not want scams on our platforms, right? It's not good for the business, it's not good for our consumers, it's not good for our users. And as a private company, we've long called for regulation on the content and integrity space. And the reason for that is that we've always believed that as a private company alone, we shouldn't be setting the rules as to how do we protect and safeguard the integrity of our community. So we applauded Europe for being a leader again in tech regulation through the DSA, and it's really, again, a company priority to continue to ensure that our policies, our enforcement methodologies are in line with the DSAs, and also to continue to make sure that there is an harmonization in the way that the law is applied, and also to ensure, again, the protection of users.
Okay, thanks very much. We're going to bring it to a close now. I just wanted to get that final tricky question, and I'm going to give this one to you, Becky. Lauren asked about the impact of the digital world on the environment, and she said, how can young people how can the young person's online experience, which involves heavy advertising, enticing scams, be mindful of not pushing people into making unnecessary purchases, which are bad for the planet?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, the advertising is almost a reflection as well of the wider kind of social media landscape. And the truth is that at the moment, it feels like the digital experience is one that is innately very addictive. You know, it makes good business sense to keep people on there for as long as possible. And how is it possible to be mindful in a culture like this? You know, we were speaking just before, the businesses are cropping up which you pay to go on an entire complete digital detox. And it must be because the digital experience as it stands is one that is very all-consuming. And so I think as we look forward 5-10 years into the future, hopefully perhaps sooner, we'll see by design a more mindful user experience of social media, but also one that reflects what young people are saying now. They want better actions, better initiatives for the planet, for the climate, and we want this to all kind of, you know, come together as one.
Thank you. And the challenging question, so thanks very much for taking that. We're going to bring the panel to a close now so that we can keep to time, but I'd just like to thank Ida, Els, Becky and Lino for your time this afternoon, and big round of applause for all our panelists, please.
Thanks a lot, Liz, and your panel for this amazing discussions. And indeed, we're a bit strapped on for time here, so we will move on with our program. In the next half an hour, we want to have a special conversation about this brand new book, The Consumer Welfare Hypothesis in Law and Economics. This book provides a compelling account on market relations with firm roots in economic theory and in legal practice. It challenges the mainstream view on welfare maximization, and as the title suggests, it argues for the consumer welfare hypothesis, in which allocating resources efficiently means maximizing consumer welfare. The book has been written by Fabrizio Esposito, who is professor in private law at the Nova School of Law. Fabrizio is also a librarian professor and member of the Nova Consumer Lab. Outside Nova, Fabrizio coordinates the Meta Law Econ Network, and he's an analyst for EU Law Live. On top of all of that, he has invented a wormhole that enabled him to create time in which he wrote this very book, The Consumer Welfare Hypothesis in Law and Economics. So may I invite Professor Esposito to join me on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to dive deeper into your book, Professor, I have the privilege of inviting yet another unique creature to the stage. This man holds a bachelor's degree in law, a master's degree in history, and a PhD in philosophy. He held more than a dozen management positions in academia, but also in private international organizations. He has worked for over 20 years in the areas of law, international relations, sustainable development, and communication. He is also the Director of Public Affairs and Media at Proteste Brazil, and I am glad to add, both the mastermind and the magician behind this very 2022 Euroconsumers Forum. I have been told that this man is modern jazz at home, rock and roll in the office, and an unfinished symphony behind the wheel. If he didn't exist, we would certainly have to invent him. May I have a seismic round of applause for Enrique Lian, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Philip, for the warm introduction. And as Philip said, I have some hats, several hats, I would say. And among those, the coordination and to be the curator of this forum is one of my very favorites. But let's not talk about me, let's talk about you.
Let's talk about the book.
Let's talk about the book, for sure. You have your mic?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And from time to time, our consumerist world is surprised by new theories, by new hypotheses. I remember that a few years ago in Brazil, a jurist developed a theory named the deviation theory, assuming that the time consumers spend trying to solve the problems created by manufacturers, retailers, and services is a sort of market failure that must be compensated, not only to the consumers, but to all market players involved. And this unusual hypothesis changed the way courts and judges have appreciated compensations. I feel your hypothesis has this or more potential. So I'm saying that the consumerist world was taken by surprise. So who is surprised and why, Fabrizio?
So thank you for this question and for this opportunity. So let me tell who got surprised on Monday. I was presenting this book in a very different context. It was all academics, and I was engaging with Professor Hans Miklitz, who is a very well-known consumer law scholar, and he said that if this book is right, and I think he agrees with me that the book has a point, we fundamentally have to rewrite the history of the intellectual history of economic literature and the way in which we understand the relationship between markets and consumers and so on. Now, I am probably not in the most represented demographic in this group because I am 35. So why would you have to listen to me? The good news is that this is not a claim that I make by myself. So if you go at this point, there is a quote that starts with the word consumption. If you may read that as evidence that I would like to exhibit to our jury.
With pleasure. Consumption is the sole end and purpose of all production, and the interest of producer ought to be attended to only so far as it may be necessary for promoting that of the consumer. The maxim is so perfectly self-evident that it would be absurd to attempt to prove it.
So does anybody know who said that? Maybe a consumer activist from the 70s? No, not really. So this is something that no one else than Mr. Adam Smith himself wrote in The Wealth of the Nations, and this is a core of the idea, in his view, of what is the invisible hand providing to us as a society. And this is just one of the things that I discovered working on this topic. So in a way, when we hear, as we often hear, that the market is meant to provide prosperity and welfare to the society as a whole, we have been distorting the point that was originally made, namely that when we look at one particular market, we are concerned only with the interest of the consumer, and we need to specify this to a little bit. And this is really important, I think, because this may sound like a very foundational question, and in a way, you may be the crowd that is easier to convince that the interest of the consumer is really, really important. But I invite you, if you look at the academic writings, which we know in very different ways can be very influential in society, on the more problematic applications of legal provisions to problems, there is often a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the foundations of the claims that are being made. There is a lot of discussion, and this is often is just the tip of the iceberg to connect to the Titanic clip that we saw before. It's just the tip of the iceberg of a larger problem, namely that oftentimes we get stuck in this kind of discussions, and then our ideas get confused, and our analysis get unclear, and then we lack clarity also of purpose, and then also our action becomes difficult. Because imagine if there is unclarity on what is the point of a certain market interaction, and we are evaluating the practices that are happening in that market, certain concepts like freedom of contract will be always lingering in the mind also of the enforcers, and therefore perhaps the certain problems will not receive the level of attention that they deserve.
I see. You noticed that politely Fabrizio said that we are getting old, and with us the consumerist movement. So if I know that you are going to come, we should have Star Wars as well projected, because you're a young Jedi. And as a young Jedi, you are challenging one of the most basilar principles of economics, even since Adam Smith, but especially in the last 100 years. So when Keynes looked at the market and developed the Keynesian consumption function, or Fisher, or Kuznets, or Modigliani, or Pareto, all Italians, Ronald Coase, Milton Friedman, with his permanent income hypothesis, all of them believed that the allocation of researches creates a sort of equilibrium in the market, and that you cannot give more benefits to one part without taking out benefits of the others. But what you're saying is that consumption law and regulations, antitrust, and competition among companies regulated as such creates more value, more benefits to consumers than to other parts. And we have fought all our lives the other way around. We treat consumers as the weakest, the least protected part of the market. So defend yourself.
So you do not have plans for dinner, right? No. So just one clarification. I am a legal scholar, so I am interested into the concepts that are used and so on. So it might well be, and it is. I'm not denying that oftentimes the system is not delivering what it promises. Okay. Sure. However, it is also true that we are often dissatisfied by Pareto improvements. We are constantly concerned by the distributive effects of the rules that we are dealing with, and I am claiming that even though normally economists do not look at the exchanges that include consumers, being particularly concerned with the distribution of the benefits between consumers and producers, that is really the point of the matter. That is the point of what animates the legal institutions that we have. And the good news is that not only there is history, in the history of economic thought, this idea is supported by people like Adam Smith, but also you mentioned Coase. There is also Coase on my side in chapter 3, if you want to check. But the point is that, more fundamentally, we do not need to be enslaved by these defunct economists, and provocatively in the book at some point I start to mention to call them zombies, because they're not really, if I am correct, and their opinion has been distorted, is not really their opinion that we are enslaved by, but their zombie has been summoned by somebody who I call in the book a necromancer, because I'm a little bit of a nerd. So thank you for the Jedi thing.
I'm sincere.
I really appreciate that. But the important point is that we have all the concepts that we need in order to describe those very interactions in terms of consumer welfare maximization. It's not just a matter of some old books. We have the strong concepts for that. And you mentioned Pareto, and the idea that I'm proposing is based on Pareto superior exchanges, because I'm not suggesting that we should turn traders into slaves. However, we should look at this in terms of principal-agent relations, where the consumer is the principal who delegates an action that is not capable of performing well for him or herself to the other party. And then you mentioned the idea of the consumer as the weaker party. And in the previous panels, we have heard that companies are self-interested have a self-interest in protecting the consumers, keeping their trust, and so on, which is exactly Adam Smith's point with the invisible hand. But as Christine Refa told us this morning, the point is that they have the duty to treat us as consumer fairly. And this is where the idea of total welfare does not work very well, and I think that the consumer welfare hypothesis does a lot better, and does a lot better because I'm not sure if this has been clear to the audience. I am not presenting this as a normative claim. In the second part of the book, I go excruciatingly into the detail of legal reasoning in EU antitrust and consumer law, and I show that if you try to explain what the courts are saying and how they are justifying authority, in many situations, and most importantly, in the most glorious moments of EU consumer law, when the Kastler exception has been created, for example, you cannot make sense of any of what you read if you keep insisting that the reason why we are intervening in those market interactions is because we want to maximize total welfare. But it makes perfect sense if it has to do with the maximization of consumer welfare.
Okay.
So there is a lost idea in economic thought, which is, however, well represented in the legal institutions that we have. And I find this super interesting.
Me too, me too. And we have roots not only in hard science, testing products and services, but also in social sciences, making advocacy. So when we make advocacy on behalf of consumers, we think and we feel that consumers are the largest pressure group in society, because everyone is a consumer, but consumers don't know that. And now we are paying attention to your fear, and you're saying that when we go to court on behalf of consumers, we try to prove their rights and don't pay attention to the benefits already conceded to them by legislation. But let's try to land in the European Union, because this forum is becoming very Brazilian lately. When you say, some scholars think that the European Union instrumentalizes consumers to the benefit of its own project, and in a way justifying the fragmentation between national legislations, 27 of them. How does your research relate to this problem?
Is there anyone in the audience who believes that the instrumentalization critique is true?
This is a difficult survey.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Is there anyone who normally engages with people who believe into that? So maybe it's only academics, but it happens to me all the time. Yeah. So, and this is deeply connected with the idea of total welfare, because the argument is essentially this. The European Union is harmonizing the protection of consumers. Why is it doing it? Because it wants to create an internal market. This is written. What is the purpose of creating an internal market? Well, the purpose of a market is to maximize its total welfare. So the European Union is creating, harmonizing legislation for the sole purpose of maximizing its total welfare. But we as consumer activists, consumer lawyers, and so on, we kind of think that the point of protecting consumers is protecting consumers. So,
yeah, indeed.
So I think that what my book clearly shows is that this claim that there is a lack of sincerity in what the European Union is done is based on an assumption that my book challenges. And without that assumption, what we have is a system that makes sense. It does what it promises, and either the national legislation fosters the interests of consumers, or it is the harmonization and the broader internal market who does that. And of course, we need to be mindful of the very smart thing that the various member states are doing, and we should not kill that. But we should, for example, in Portugal, there is this beautiful thing, which is the Livro das Queixas, right? The complaint books. It works super well. And we should not kill these kind of institutions. But at the same time, we should not be afraid of saying that the internal market is meant to deliver benefits to consumers. And this is something that you see very, very well if, like I do, you look both at consumer law and at antitrust at the same time. Because in consumer law, the market is kind of left to the side, and you look a lot to the relationship between you the consumer, and me, the producer. But when you look at antitrust, the market is there, and in both institutional settings, it is about consumers.
Fantastic. We used to say that dogs learn only a few words. So they don't pay attention to our narratives, but when we say sit or freeze or roll, they wake up. Economists are more or less the same. They don't pay attention to social science, but when you say allocative efficiency, they wake up. So let's take this point, which is crucial in your hypothesis. Consider that allocative efficiency is a crucial factor in your analysis and all economic analysis. How do you see those changes affecting consumers' welfare?
So what Paulus Portas said about deglobalization versus governmentation, I found it very, very interesting. And if we look at these processes from a consumer welfare perspective, what we need to first be a little bit clear about is what it means to look at them in terms of consumer welfare, right? So if you've been following the mayhem that is going on in US antitrust law, you may be assuming that consumer welfare means the low prices. This is a very narrow understanding of what it is about, as I reconstruct in the book, and there is also the cover, so please show the cover. You see that
if
crown.
If the camera can take it and project.
So there is a crown, and that represents the idea of consumer sovereignty, and that is a very rich normative tradition that perhaps has been distorted recently. And why I am bringing this up? Because it is the complexity of the framework that is something we should not forget. And this complexity includes also the fact that we are not only consumers, right? So when we say consumers is the largest part of society, perhaps we're saying something a little bit imprecise in the sense that we are all consumers, but we are also many other things. And in some contexts we are consumers, and in others we are professors, producers of all different things, parents, children, kids of somebody else, neighbors, friends, and so on. So the interest of consumers necessarily has to enter into conflict with other interests that are relevant in society sometimes. And maybe this is not the best thing to say to this audience, sometimes the interest of consumers has to lose, right? It is desirable, it is defensible that sometimes the interest of society wins and that of consumers loses. Fast fashion is, in my opinion, one of those cases where we can do way better than what we are doing. sometimes what consumers want is not really in their interest. And before it was mentioned the problem of addiction related to the use of digital content. And so what we need to do, first we need to make sure that in a deglobalization context, we have enough alternatives on the market so that those consumers who are willing to pay more for a more sustainable society, for a more environmentally friendly economy, they have those options. But sometimes we need to have the courage to say to the consumers, your freedom has to be limited. This option has to be taken away from you. And if we do our job carefully and we explain to consumers, we treat them as Professor Portas was saying before, we treat them rationally, we explain it to them, we can minimize the backlash in that regard. And I think that in this regard, unfortunately, the European Commission has not been doing a very good job because it has been addressing the consumers only through the lenses, or really primarily through the lenses of empowerment, while at the same time limiting their freedoms quite systematically with a lot of sector-specific regulation. And so I think that it is a challenge for Euroconsumers to predict that there will be backlashes against the lack of explanation, that consumers have to make sacrifices in a context of the green transition, because if nobody else is doing, at the end of the day, Euroconsumers is in a great position for doing that.
Fantastic. So those of you like me that are regretting not studying more consumers law, as fascinating as it is, Fabrizio is a professor at Nova Law School, and I have good news for you. Euroconsumers, through an initiative in partnership with Google named CEP, Consumers Environmental Project, has a special study program named Consumers Academy. And this year, this Consumers Academy was an in-depth week of studies at the Bocconi University in Milano. And we have a new agreement, and next year it will take place at Nova Law School. It's an invitation-only program. You have to apply to prove that you are willing to research seriously and become one day a young Jedi, like our very best speaker today. And I truly recommend this book, with no merchandise for my part, but I bought my copy on Amazon, and I ask you for a warm applause to our young Jedi.
Obrigado.
Vamos por aqui, desculpe. Fabrício, desculpe, vamos por aqui.
It's kind of ironic when you come to think of it. We have an aspiration to fly to the moon, we even make plans to go to Mars, and we crave to explore outer space, and yet when we arrive, we discover that it is a rather hostile environment that could even get us killed. This is, by the way, not the only breathtaking scene featuring Sandra Bullock, but perhaps I'm becoming a little bit too honest here. Our next session is dedicated to the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index. The index is a neutral, independent, and simple tool that offers insights on how consumers access and share information in the digital arena. The Consumer Digital Empowerment Index is part of a larger initiative by Euroconsumers and Google to help improve the digital ecosystem for consumers. A hot topic and a very interesting subject indeed, so I feel ready, willing and able to moderate this panel discussion myself. But before starting with our roundtable discussion, we'd like to give you a helicopter view on this Consumer Digital Empowerment Index. And to give you that high-level overview, that one will be presented to us by Marco Anelli, who has over 25 years of experience in the field of statistical service on consumer protection. Since the end of 2020, Marco is Group Service Manager for the Euroconsumers Statistical Service Department. So Marco, do tell us, what is this Consumer Digital Empowerment?
Thank you, and thanks for the introduction, because it will give me the possibility to jump already into it, because we have quite a lot of things to do.
Please, take it away, Marco.
All right, so let's start from this basically. So 3 out of 4 respondents believe that 10 years from now, our experience as consumers will be mostly digital. So digital services are already an essential part of consumer journeys nowadays, but it's expected to even become more prevalent and more present in our lives. So the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index basically is intends to quantify and to offer insight on how the digital services will empower consumers in their daily lives. So let's see what we did. So the study occurred in 2 phases. So we wanted to include both the vision of the expert and the experience of consumers. So we started by needing to build the index, to set up the index. And that is not an easy task, because of course there are different ways of doing, different approaches, and they might be exposed to subjectivity. So what we wanted to do is we conducted a Delphi research involving 21 experts in area of interest ranging from consumer protection to digital innovation to sustainability, and we involved it in this process, which basically is a structured process for communication in a way that it is possible to reach a consensus between experts. So what they needed to define was the key areas of consumptions, where the key digital services inside each area that were more empowering consumers. It was the importance, the weight to be given to each service and each consumption area for the calculation of the index, and then also the impact on sustainability. The second phase was a survey that we did with almost 19,000 participants that are internet users aged from 18 to 74, and we did it in 10 European countries. So, of course, the population was representative for the target population in terms of age, gender, region, and educational level. So the index takes into consideration the usage of each digital services, the evaluation given by the consumers on those services, and the importance, as I was saying before, that was attributed by experts on digital services and on consumption areas. The evaluation of the services was done on basis of the usefulness, on the easiness of use, and on the preference that digital services have compared to the offline option. The index allows to provide scoring that is at the level of digital service, of consumption area, and of country. So the 10 consumption areas that were included in the survey are the following. So government and public administration, money and investment, information and media, home and domestic energy, mobility and tourism, education and training, health, well-being and sport, community and communication, culture and entertainment, and shopping. So just to give you an example, for instance, for the government and public administration, the services that were included are making online payments to public entities, filing a tax declaration online, using a digital identity authentication for public administration procedure, and requesting documents or certification online from public entities. So this is basically what we did. So for each service, we ask whether people use it or not. So in case they use it in the last 24 months, then we asked an evaluation on the 3 criteria that we mentioned. In case they didn't use it in the last 24 months, then we distinguish 2 situations. One in which they didn't use it because they didn't need it, for instance, but they knew that it was available. In that case, we assumed that the service was either not essential for them or not attractive, and then we attributed a low score for usefulness and preference. On the contrary, if they didn't use the service because it was not available or because they didn't know it was available, then we assumed that the service was failing, basically in empowering consumers, and we did a score of 0. So the results, we see that basically consumers use digital services. Here we are speaking about 40 digital services, and half of them used at least 20 out of the one that we studied. The most empowering one are messaging and email, online bank accounts, online shopping, and social media. When we look to the consumption areas, the one that is empowering most consumers is community and communication. We saw that the services were the messaging tools and emails, it was the social media. We also have video calling inside, we also have the live chats with companies, for instance. So this is the consumption area that is considered to be more empowering by consumers. And then we have money and investment and shopping in the top. When looking to the downside, then we have home and domestic energy and education and training. And this is somehow concerning because those 2 are between the ones, amongst the ones that were considered as most empowering by the experts. So when looking to each specific digital service, we see that people consider them valuable. So for instance, for the usefulness, a range between 83 and 96% of people considering it as either very useful or rather useful. And also for easiness of use and preference, the percentage show that people consider them valuable. Of course, we are speaking about people who are using those services. So the lack of usage, which has a considerable impact on the score, is something on which it can be played for improving the services. We also try to study what are the possible barriers to the utilization of the services, and we came out to find the lack of awareness and the lack of trust in the provider. So for instance, in some of the things that we consider to be a little bit worrying because they are quite critical in this moment, is that 28% of people who do not use digital trackers for monitoring energy consumption say that that is the main reason for not doing it, and the 26% for fact checkers. When looking to the loss of trust in the provider, we also mentioned that some services like personal finances and social media also appear in the first positions. Then another concern is the digital divide, because what we found out is that when looking to the empowerment score of the 2 extremes, let's say, of the profiles, so we have from one side Generation Z and millennials being highly educated and with a higher income, the score of empowerment is almost double as the one of baby boomers with a low education and with a low income. Let's look to the country breakdown. Here we are in Portugal, and Portugal scores extremely well when compared with the other Euroconsumers country, and also when comparing with the average of the other, of the overall average of the 10 studied countries. Also, when looking to the different consumption areas. Okay, the one that is scoring higher is the community and communication, as it happens for the other countries. But what we notice a lot is that there is a difference between government and public administration that is scored very high when compared with the average, and also when it is the case for education and training. And these are the one, especially government and public administration, has a big impact on the score that was also given by the experts, so explains probably also the good results, partly, or the good results of Portugal. It's also high the percentage of people who use both healthcare services and learning online. Safety angle, so services are used, but not everyone is doing it safely. So for instance, half of the people who participated in the study do not install and update periodically an antivirus software on the computer, or try to detect the phishing and deceptive emails when they receive email. From the other side, it seems that people start to be more cautious about the sensitive data that they share online, and they also avoid to open attachment in emails that they receive from unknown people. The experts who participated in the study, they also gave an opinion about the impact that each digital service has on sustainability, and they are basically positive. So they think that the impact of sustainability is high, or rather high. So we say that for 12 digital services they have been evaluated as having a very big, a very positive impact on sustainability, 23 a positive impact, and 5 slightly positive, so no negative basically. So even if they express concern on some things that might be, for instance, the over-consumption or the increase of energy utilization, they are mostly positive also about what's going to happen in the next 10 years, thinking that probably the impact on sustainability will even be higher than the one that is nowadays. So basically, the Digital Empowerment Index gives us the possibility to see what are the strengths of the different consumption areas and digital services, but especially to reveal what are the areas in which improvement can be done in order to make digital services more empowering for consumers. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco, for introducing the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index to us. Now, I'd like to engage in a deeper discussion on this index, and I am thrilled that I can count once more on a gathering of angels for that very purpose. So let me introduce my panel members to you. I invite to the stage again Antonio Baljanas, who is country manager at Deco Proteste, and also Fabrizio Esposito, the author of the book, The Welfare Hypothesis in Law and Economics, and professor private law at the Nova Law School. My next panel member will be joining us remotely. Sebastian Sposito is Public Affairs Manager, Europe Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google, one of the valued partners of our Euroconsumers Forum and the very tech company that was instrumental in developing the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index. Sebastian worked for Google in Argentina and Mexico and is currently based in London. Prior to his current role of European Public Affairs Manager at Google, he acted as Safety Policy Manager for Europe at Meta. So thanks a ton for joining us today, Sebastian. And our last panel member will also be joining us remotely. Dr. Argiri Paneza is professor at the IE Law School in Madrid, where she teaches courses on IP law and policy, specifically on European critical infrastructures and on legal innovations, examining e-justice developments within the EU. She also writes about copyright law, digitization, and law and artificial intelligence. A very warm welcome to our panel, Argiri. And I'd like to start with one of our remote participants, with you, if I may, Sebastian. as we've just seen from the presentation of Marco, the index, the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index, suggests that although digital services are widely used, not everyone is doing it safely, or at least not yet. So how can companies empower users to be safer online?
Thank you very much, Philip. And first of all, I wanted to thank Euroconsumers for inviting me to this panel, and also congratulate Marco, Lucia, Ruben, and all the team for the great work. This index is a very interesting snapshot of the digital transition and very helpful to better understand how to inform policies that can empower consumers in their own lives. So this is a very important piece of research. But back to your question specifically, products can only be as helpful for users as they are safe. So safety needs to be at the center of everything that companies do. At Google, keeping our users safe is our utmost priority. That being said, there's no silver bullet for online safety. Effective safety requires not only the highest privacy, safety, and security measures from the company end, but also empowering users to become architects of their safety. Building a safer internet is a collective effort, and we need to partner and work together across the board for that. In fact, at Google, we partnered with different organizations to help our users stay safe online. In 2021, for example, we partnered with Euroconsumers to launch Space Shelter, a web game to educate consumers on online security, which is in fact still available online. And we also partnered with Deco Protesti with the goal of promoting digital literacy and safer internet browsing with products like Net Vive Segura, that's aimed at young people, and also Netisiga, aimed for people over 50 years old. So at Google, we build products that are secure by default, private by design, and put users in control. We believe that protecting users' privacy and safety starts with this security by default. So we use technologies like encryption to keep data private and secure while in transit, and also technology for phishing and malware protection. So, for example, many malware and phishing attacks start with an email, right? Gmail blocks actually more than 99.9% of spam, phishing, and other malware attempts from even reaching users' inboxes. We also abide by strictly responsible data practices, so every product we build is private by design. We never sell personal information to anyone. We never use sensitive information to personalize ads like health, religion, race, or sexual orientation. And we're also building privacy-preserving technologies into our products to keep your data private, safe, and secure. So, for example, technology that minimizes data footprint, helps anonymize information, and again, encryption. For example, end-to-end encryption enables or makes it technically impossible for anyone, including Google, to access your sensitive data. But we also know that privacy is personal, and a big part of feeling safe online is in fact having control over your data. So we built easy-to-use privacy and security settings that let people choose what's right for them. For example, the security checkup, which is a step-by-step tool that gives users personalized and actionable recommendations to help them strengthen their security, understand the devices they're logged in, where they've logged in from, the apps that can access the data, their safe password, and also a privacy checkup that they can choose from where they can choose what types of data are saved to their Google account, update what they're shared with friends or what is public, adjust the type of ads that they want to see, and even change the settings as often as they want to, and even have regular reminders to do that. And these tools and other tools are all centralized at the Google Your Account, for example. So again, to sum up, yeah.
I hear you say,
Sorry,
Sebastian, safety is at the center, at the heart of our operations.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd like to turn that maybe to Antonio. How can a consumer organization contribute to improving safety in the use of digital services?
Basically, I believe that we should add a little bit of context. For the first time in history, we have 4 generations using digital services. We have baby boomers, we have Generation X, we have millennials, and we have Generation Z, with different needs, with different approaches to digital services. Additionally, we had a progression of digitalization before the pandemic times that accelerated and increased the pace of digitalization and the quantity of services. So it's normal that now we are facing concrete problems of regulation. Basically, a consumer association should somehow look for the legal landscape also, unite brands, unite providers, unite regulators in order to provide a complete framework of protection at several levels. I will say that we should start by data protection, of course, because it's a legal imperative, but also what we assisted towards scam, towards bad information, towards somehow non-reliable information that can mislead the utilization of that specific services. In my opinion, we should somehow position ourselves as the guard keepers of the good utilization of this kind of services.
I wanted to pick up on what you said. Indeed, for the first time ever in life, we have 4 generations who are online at the same time. I want to throw that to Fabrizio, because indeed we now have the digital natives, but we also have the digital dinosaurs, which was, I think, convincingly demonstrated in the previous discussion that you had with Enrique. Do you think that the index-based profiles, that they reflect the European average consumers, also including vulnerable groups?
So, thank you. This is as those who are more engaged with the legal aspects related to the protection of consumer interests know. This is a perennial question, especially at the European level. Who is the average consumer? Who is the vulnerable consumer? That is a very consequential question. And one of the concerns that I have is that we have not done a very good job in giving empirical content to these standards. And while, for example, I think this research can be really, really valuable to identify what are the needs of the more vulnerable agents on the market, we also need to be very careful in escaping the temptation to say that the generations Z and millennial are representative of the average consumer, because that is actually self-defeating, because it increases the standard of what is expected for the consumer, and by implication, it lowers the level of protection that consumers have on the market. One example that does not come from European law, I would not say the member state that this comes from, but it's not Portugal. There is a reluctance to consider age, according to settled case law, advanced age, as a criterion that you can use in order to lower the standard of diligence that you expect from a user of a certain service. And this can be relevant, for example, if you give your information passcodes to somebody, because if you did it with gross negligence, then you are not going to be reimbursed by the banking system. And there is case law that in one member state of a language that I read, but is not Portugal, that refuses to use age for that purpose. And I think that these kind of empirical studies can help also explaining to judges what is the reality that people live. We have an advantage in many member states. Judges are quite old, so perhaps they will be more sympathetic to the position of the boomers. But I can see some. This goes in the right direction, but we should not use Generation Z as a representative of what normally happens on the market, on digital markets. Yeah.
Yeah, we've touched on digital literacy before as well. Marco said in his introductory presentation, he said that indeed the digital divide is one of those critical issues. I'd like to turn to you for that, Argiri, if I may. We see that indeed, in addition to this generational gap, which is always to be expected to a certain extent, we also see persons that can barely manage to cover living costs. They belong to the least empowered consumers. So In view of the current global recession that we might be facing, how can the public and private sector work together to mitigate this? And what is the role of technology, but maybe also law and policy in this respect?
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you very much, Philip, and thank you to everyone. I'm also very happy to join the group and really honored to have been part of this study, which is really revealing a lot of important insight. Your question comes really fits well with the discussion that we just had with Fabrizio, and I want to build up on them. So there are vulnerable groups that are more than just specific age groups. Of course, the age is also a factor that helps us think about this differentiation. It's also income. We generally need to speak about groups, I think, as those who can, consumer groups, as those that can help us, that can lead law, policy, and of course business initiatives towards shaping these services digitally in ways that these consumer groups correspond to and in ways that the consumers are indeed empowered with. So learning from groups, learning from, for example, groups of people with disabilities, what kind of tech design would they require, learning from different age groups, learning from the financial or other restraints that different groups have. These are important things, and they should us. We need to pay more attention to finding feedback loops to update not only our tech design, but our also policies and build that. So participation would be my first key word. The second keyword that I would use is transparency. The more consumers know about the ways in which their sensitive data are implicated, etc., irrespective of whether this is an easy procedure or transaction for them, the better. When we have transparency, then vulnerable groups would always have the chance to speak to advisors, NGOs, lawyers, and sort of trace back procedures that they might not understand themselves. That's perfectly fine. That's how I feel online. I know that I can go back and trace certain procedures even if I don't understand everything technically. And then together with that, as a third sort of keyword, I would like to replace efficiency with this need for friction. Sometimes we overestimate the importance of efficiency in tech design and policy, but the importance of friction, I think, needs to be underlined. And this is where tech design can help. We can reintroduce friction when needed for the health of the consumer, so that the consumer remains in control.
That's very helpful. Thanks for adding that, Argira. I'd like to stay online for the next question, so going to you, Sebastian. According to the experts that participated to the study, the digitization of services has, say, an overall positive impact on sustainability by reducing raw material costs, also transport emissions. However, on the other hand, the experts also expressed some concerns on energy use by the industry. So from your perspective, Sebastian, what is the role of technology in building a more sustainable future?
Well, we see the impact of the climate crisis every day, from increased searches on related topics to the increasingly frequent severe wildfires, floods, what else? Storms that you see that people suffer across the globe. So it's very clear that it's time to act. There's no time to waste. But despite that, we see reasons for optimism. Throughout history, humanity has overcome big challenges and made the impossible possible through innovation and collaboration. Recent IPCC reports, in fact, have shown that we already have the technology needed to solve many of the biggest challenges in the climate crisis. We just need to use it. Building a more sustainable future needs to be, however, a collective effort. There's no silver bullet. We cannot do that on our own. No one can. We are convinced of the immense potential of technology to enable and empower that collective action. And we are also committed to evolving our products and technologies and build that collective action that we need to deploy it at scale. For example, at Google, sustainability has been a key priority for us since day one. And now we're aiming to achieve net zero emissions across all of our operations and value chain by 2030. To help achieve this, for example, we set a goal to run our data centers and campuses on 24/7 carbon-free energy by 2030. That means that every email you send through Gmail, every question you ask search, every YouTube video that you watch will be powered by data centers that are supplied by clean energy every hour of every day. In fact, 5 of our data centers, including those in Denmark and Finland, for example, are at or near 90% carbon-free energy already. And we also designed and build our products and services for circularity and reuse materials at the highest environmental and social value. For example, we've used recycled aluminum for our recent Pixel phones, which reduces the carbon footprint. We sell universal chargers separately to reduce waste. But we also want to help others do the same, be that cities, communities, non-for-profits, small and medium businesses, also users. So, for example, we know that small businesses find it particularly hard to calculate sometimes how to reduce their emissions. So we provided a Google.org funding and even 12 fellows to normative.io for them to develop and launch a free business carbon calculator specifically aimed at SMEs. And to date, over 1,400 SMEs have already calculated their emissions with that tool. And we also reopened last June, in fact, our 30 million Google.org Impact Challenge on Climate Innovation, which is a project aimed to fund projects from nonprofits and social enterprises that are using tech to accelerate climate information, climate action. But again, we also want to enable users to make those sustainable decisions that we were talking about, and we've committed to help more than 1 billion people to make those sustainable choices by 2022. We know that people want to reduce their own footprint and make small but meaningful changes in their daily lives, but it can be hard to know where to start, what to do. So to make it easier, we've introduced small changes to the tools that users use. So for example, we have a tool called eco-routing, because we know that users go to maps for directions. So with eco-routing, the default route suggested will be the least carbon emitting route, unless the ETA is very different, in which case we will give users the choice. And we also added eco-certified hotels and lower emission flights for users to better understand how to book sustainable accommodation when they travel, or even choose flights with lower carbon emissions. So again, building a more sustainable future demands collective action, but we strongly believe in the power of technology to be a game-changing tool for enabling that collective effort.
Well, it is a theme which is difficult to escape these days, sustainability. I appreciate that you called for collective action. So, Antonio, how can a consumer organization contribute to improving the environmental footprint or sustainability altogether of digital services?
Well, I believe that our activity all over the years was based in comparative tests, comparing materials, comparing products. So it's the same, basically. It's the extension for digitalization and digital services. Basically, if we look for what is happening with cryptocurrency and blockchain, we have very consumption of energy, which impacts a lot the environment, basically. So I believe that we will have to somehow proceed with testing, in a way, working with producers, working with manufacturers, and try to look ways to influence some prescriptions in order to generate, for one side, more efficient products, basically, that will meet the standards, the minimum standards that will enable that the market will be far more sustainable in that sense. Additionally, digitalization in itself is somehow impacting positively already the consumption, because we can do the same operations without consumption resources like paper, like manufacturing, whatever. It's much more easy to do it, and people will have the ability to do it without a big impact in terms of carbon, whatever.
Yep.
So I believe in itself, it's positive.
I'd like to stay with you, Antonio, for an important follow-up question and going back to our empowerment index as well. In the country breakdown that Marco has shown, we've seen that Portugal has the highest overall index. So allow me a very relevant question, especially after the 6-1 walkover to Switzerland yesterday. What are the main drivers to explain that Portugal is scoring so much better than other countries?
Yeah. Portugal and the south of Europe in generic terms before COVID scored not so good in terms of digital utilization. I believe that all the stakeholders in the process in Portugal understand that fundamentally the situation changed with the usage of digital services during pandemic and lockdown. So a lot of institutions and also on the government side with legislation make a big effort, basically with concrete programs. For instance, we in Deco Protest, we had contributed towards some programs with Google to create digital literacy amongst basically the senior people, in order that those people were not isolated during those times, and provided them with the proper tools to have access to social media and digital services. Also, a lot of inclusive programs on several institutions, on several stakeholders, addressing the problem of the usage of digitalization in safety for younger generations. And all of that somehow move people to use more services, to use much more products in a much more conscient way, and doing what they need to do in that process. And to me, this was key to the score, basically.
Thanks, Antonio. And then now turning back to Argiri, again coming back to our 4 generations which are online at the same time. The study looked at the empowering potential of digital services today, but also in the near future. I do recall myself that my very first connection to the internet was by virtue of a 56K modem that you physically needed to weld to the internet, and you had to wait for half an hour in order to get connected. We are living in an entirely different world now. We are approaching the metaverse. We are talking about virtual reality, augmented reality. So how does this transition, say, from Web 2 to Web 3, how does that complicate or obscure the results of this study?
Yeah, thank you, Philip. This is a tricky question, I think, and I also share, the shock that I'm teaching students that do not remember the modems. I'm teaching students that, of course, expect and think that wireless is sort of the mode of operandus forever. It is true that we have slowly and with a lot of difficulties in law and policy and regulation built tools to deal with issues of Web 1 and Web 2. And the big question is whether these tools that we have built in consumer law, in competition law, antitrust and data protection, etc., are good enough for the revolution that Web 3 promises, to the extent that this realizes as we expected. And arguably, I have to say I don't have a clear answer to that. I'm researching this currently. I think that arguably most of our legal tools are flexible enough to be applicable in the context of the virtual reality, augmented realities that we're building. But we might need, I think, to rethink even the legal meaning of consent in settings where interactions are not only very vertical and horizontal, but really become in a way that I am not used to think as a lawyer, and most of a lot of later generations are not sort of intuitively used to think, at least in the way that we imagine things will evolve in the future. So it's a brave new world, and I think that we will need the skills of all generations, those who remember cables and slow connections and the evolution of Web 1 towards Web 2, and those who think that Web 2 and then Web 3 is the only reality they ever knew.
So it's a fluid environment, so we need to be or become as agile as water. That's what I capture from your answer. Thanks a lot for that, Argiri. Fabrizio, am I at liberty to ask you a tricky question? The theme of our forum is navigating the new consumption relations. So if we are navigating on instruments such as the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index, aren't we exposed to the risk of giving perhaps too much weight to consumer perception, especially in an era of, say, increasing subliminal manipulation?
So this is a tricky question in the sense that probably yes. So this study is a great study, but it has the limit that it relies on the explicit, conscious experience of consumers of certain services. So it runs the risk that if you become addicted, for example, to social media, you may not perceive that this has been weaponized to use strong words against you. So you may well be satisfied in the same way as the fish is not aware that the water is around you. So in this sense, focusing only and solely on this kind of tool for setting priorities might lead to a distorted picture. But as in many cases, you would normally not rely only on one set of evidence, and you would put it into a broader context, taking into consideration also other sources of information. So I do not think that this tricky question boils down to more than a word of caution rather than a real reason of concern for what the index is, the information that the index is giving us.
With the index, we are kind of trying to harvest the wisdom of the crowds, if you like. You think this is an instrument that we should use more often?
So the wisdom of the crowd, I think, it's a good connection to the idea of crowdfunding. And one of the things that I was personally most saddened by when I looked at the results is that people find crowdfunding one of the least useful digital services that are out there, and this is really problematic for me. So if I look at the results of this study as a priority setting tool, I would really like to know more about why consumers feel that way, because I see a lot of potential in crowdfunding tools because they allow the minorities, right? So consumers who have interest, one of the great selling points of the e-commerce and of the digital environment in general is that even if you are a community of people who are localized in different places, you can still be a community thanks to the internet. You can once, for example, for my father, I bought. This is not about community, but is about also the market and also the minoritarian preferences. I bought for my father, who likes to sell himself as an old school intellectual, a perfume that resembled the smell of old pages of books, that was sold by a guy in Canada who does it single-handedly, and he has his own personal website for selling them. These are the custom duties of that were...
That's what makes you a librarian professor.
Yeah, but this is possible because the internet supports these minoritarian views and interests, and crowdfunding is a great tool potentially for for that. And since the topic of today is de-globalization, especially crowdfunding that is meant to support cultural and artistic initiatives could be great to organize local communities that want, for example, a certain piece of art to be drawn on a wall in the local park. So I really think that there is a lot of potential in crowdfunding, and perhaps we should figure out why people disagree with me.
Okay, thanks for adding that to the discussions, Fabrizio. Maybe turning to you, Sebastian, because I heard also from Argiri that we are in a vastly changing environment from Web 2 to Web 3 and maybe Web 4 or a metaverse in the future. As the index suggests, and as we've seen from the presentation, 3 out of 4 consumers believe that, say, in 10 years from now or within the decade, our consumption experiences will be predominantly digital. So how important is a multi-stakeholder dialogue to make sure that consumers are empowered for this digital transition?
That's a great question indeed, and my quick answer is it's crucial. It's very interesting what Fabrizio points out, and I want to endorse it. You know, making generalizations about the experience of a particular group of consumers and assuming that works for consumers as a whole could be tricky. And even we shouldn't assume that within categories that are established, I don't know, millennials, that they are monolithic, that everyone's empowered in the same way, that everyone's tech savvy as other people their age. Studies like this help to double down and inform policies and initiatives with research-based data. And as I said after my first question, this is a very interesting study in as much as it is a picture, a snapshot of the digital transition, you know? So sometimes we tend to guide ourselves by common sense or by our own opinions to assume that Gen Z might be more empowered than baby boomers for something like this. That may not be the case in every case, or even in every sector. It's very interesting that Fabrizio used the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index live to show how this index can be used to inform discussions, because whereas he would have expected or assumed that crowdfunding had a different perception from users, he has a very clear idea of the value of something like that. So I think inputs like the one that the index provides begs the question, why is this happening? And as Fabrizio said, what can we do for consumers to feel more empowered to use tools that are actually very democratizing, you know, that they're very empowering? How can we enable those policies, those discussions, that culture building to take place? And I think that this kind of research actually are essential for empowering consumers, because when you feel, when you work on the idea of empowerment, sometimes even it's very clearly qualitative that empowering means consumers being able to make the most of technologies. Sometimes from a quantitative perspective, that's not that easy to quantify. So I think studies like the index help actually put a number to those intuitions of consumer empowerment, and through that inform policies, discussions with research-based data that is robust and actually reflects what consumers are feeling, experiencing on the ground.
Thanks, Sebastian. And I'd like to land our discussion or our panel with you, Argiri. I can't shy away from the fact that our panel has a slightly skewed gender balance. So I counted 4 men and only 1 woman. But then again, if you factor in the intellectual density, it's almost 50-50. Still, if we would want to navigate on instruments such as the Empowerment Index, could you maybe comment on the importance of inclusivity?
Yes, thank you, Philip. And of course, I mean, I hope that I don't have to defend inclusivity. It is self-evident that from the perspective of government policy that I think about a lot, it's a matter of human rights. We cannot prioritize certain groups over others. No one is left behind. This is the logic for government services, for example, that were part of the index study, etc. But I think it's the same for the market. It is a huge part of the consumers that digital services are attractive to and are being used, are groups that that need to be more represented in society. That our digital worlds are nothing but a reflection or a snapshot of our real worlds. So the same battles that we fight for inclusivity and diversity in our classrooms, in our employment, in our work offices, in our courthouses, in our public services, everywhere. We need to strive for exactly the same thing in the digital environments. And to just bring back the heuristic discussion that we had earlier, this applies to Web 4, 5, 6, and however many webs you want to imagine in the near future. I would also want to stress the importance of including all important groups of individuals in every stage of development. So we need more inclusivity in tech design with regard to the digital services. We don't remember, we don't recall inclusivity simply when we reach the final product and the consumer discussion. There's also the production discussion, tech production, development, etc.
Thanks a lot for sharing those perspectives, Argiri Panezza. I also thank Sebastian Sposito and, of course, Fabrizio Sposito and Antonio Baljanas. May I have a warm round of applause for my panel? Thank you. I must admit I can relate to this movie. I'll even let you in on a little secret. My GPS has a female voice because I'm acquainted to listening, obeying, and taking directions from women. Which brings me to the masterpiece of our Euroconsumers 2022 Forum, the Great Debate. The overarching theme of the 2022 Forum is navigating the new consumption landscape, or navigating the new consumption relations in this deglobalizing landscape. So this session aims to answer two main questions. Will the post-COVID economy be marked indeed by a growing deglobalization? And how will consumers and consumer organizations be affected? And to animate those discussions, I once again hand the cockpit and the joystick over to our curator of the Euroconsumers Forum, Director of Public Affairs at Proteste Brazil, rock and roll star and jack of all trades, Enrique Lian, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much again. Philippe, you're so kind and a fantastic moderator. Thank you very much for being here and coordinating so many important panels for us today. As you said, it's a tradition for us close to the end of the forum to have the great debate. What's the great debate? We take our main issue of every edition and bring very special people who think and work with those issues in different perspectives. So we want to hear the academia, we want to hear companies, we want to hear practitioners, policymakers, and so on. So you're going to see how special this great debate will be when I call to the stage our special guests. And I start with Professor Markus Korne-Probst, who is Professor of Political Science, International Relations at the Vienna School of International Studies, also known as the Diplomatic Academy of Vienna. Thank you very much, Professor. Take your seat. Professor Carlo Alberto Carnevale Maffei, Professor for Strategy and Entrepreneurship at Bocconi School of Management in Italy. Thank you so much, Professor. Mr. Alfonso Serrano, Retail Business Director for Amazon, Spain and Italy. Thank you so much, Alberto. And last but far from least, Ms. Lisa Felton, Head for External Affairs Strategy and Global Policy Programs at Vodafone UK. Thank you so much, Lisa. Please take your seat. And besides this fantastic in-person team, we'll have also two interviews pre-recorded. The first one will be with Professor Ottaviano Canuto, former Vice President at the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, and the Bank of Inter-American Development, and a Brazilian, and a Portuguese economist, Professor Ricardo Reis, Professor of Economics at the London School of Economics. They could not be with us in person, but we have a pre-recorded message from each of them. So, in order to put everyone in the same page, we are discussing deglobalization. So what is globalization? I will take a very short definition, taking it at the free flow of trade across the globe, services, capitals, and investments, and populations, and also the transfer of certain jobs from one area to other based in cost efficiencies. So I will ask Professor Markus to give us a broad view, geopolitical view, of the moment we are living in that we are calling a deglobalized moment. Movements of slowdown, nicknamed globalization by the magazine The Economist, that were already present in the last 2 decades, let's say, and were stressed by the pandemics and the war. So please give us an outlook, Professor.
Yes, I'm very happy to do that. There were two elements in your question. One was about globalization, deglobalization, and one was about geopolitics. And let me take one at a time. So some time ago, I stumbled over the concept of deglobalization, which was used in sociology, also in economics, not in my discipline, political science. And then I wanted to inquire, what is that actually, deglobalization? And then we did a series of studies looking at different policy areas, not just economics, but actually also health, climate, environment, security, science and technology, and so on and so forth. And what we found, what we argue is that there's no uniform process of globalization or deglobalization, but there are often clashing tendencies in our days. So if I just mention a few of them. If we look at global health, for instance, then a virus doesn't require a visa to enter into a country. It just spreads. So that is global interconnectedness. That is a sense of globalization, a biological one, if one wants to put it that way. And then the other question is how international relations are managed, how globalization is managed. That in that case would be the World Health Organization. And as we all know, it didn't manage things all that well. So global governance is also an element of globalization. And there, in terms of multilateralism, I think we are experiencing all kinds of setbacks at the moment. And we can look then inside these issue areas and let's say look inside economics. Then there are certain elements that still point towards a very large flow of globalizing forces. And on the other hand, of course, foreign direct investments, there are some indicators that globalization at least is slowing down or is even decreasing, depending on how one interprets it. Let me add one more element to that from a social science point of view. It's not necessarily only policy areas that matter, whether they're globalized or not, but also understandings of political community and how we manage these globalizing flows. And political community in the 1990s, there was, when you run around at the United Nations, and there was a lot of talk about humanity, of course, a lot on human rights, something about world community and all of that. And that in our days has decreased quite markedly. Yeah? So there's much, much more emphasis on the nation. And within some nations, actually, more and more emphasis on more particularistic identities as well. And that, of course, doesn't make it necessarily easier now to manage globalizing flows. So much about globalization and deglobalization. So there's really a tension between them. And I think the really big one is that on the one hand, yes, there is a lot of globalization still, but when it comes to managing the globalization, then we are experiencing a lot of deglobalizing forces. The second part of your question was about geopolitics. And geopolitics, of course, is now all over the place and everyone talks about it. And my boss told me that I have to teach a course on geopolitics because it is very important. So I'm going to do that. But jokes aside, so geopolitics, the way how we use the term now, means that great powers, it's really for the most part great powers, look for spheres of influence. So they look for spheres of influence that they exclusively have hegemony over. Implicit in that, of course, is zero-sum thinking. So I'm a great power, I get something, and in return, the other great power, my rival, is not going to get it. This kind of zero-sum thinking is really diametrically opposed to how we used to understand globalization. Yeah, that was very much understood as a positive-sum game. So in that way, geopolitics points really towards something very different. Geopolitics, of course, also has repercussions on globalization, deglobalization quite directly. If we look at the war between Russia and the Ukraine at the moment, that of course affects energy security, that of course affects economic transactions on a large scale, and suddenly a boundary goes up economically, also politically, that many of us thought would have been overcome. A few words perhaps about the future, because you have in the panel something about how the future may look like, and it is tempting to think in terms of scenarios. And one scenario would be that geopolitical rivalries continue. And then perhaps, that is what some authors think is going to happen, and we're going to enter a new Cold War, this time not between Russia and the United States, the Soviet Union and the United States, but between China and the United States. And in that sense, we could have two globalized halves of the world, yeah. So basically two separate international orders, but not one globalized one. Another one would be enduring rivalry. So we are at the moment at a point where the hegemony of one side probably is in decline, the United States, and it is being challenged on numerous occasions. And in these kind of situations, rivalries flare up, international system usually becomes much more unstable. And this is where we are now. And this the kind of trying to get more and more influence, to extend spheres of influence, geopolitical thinking is basically an important part of that. And then perhaps on the positive side, we could think of scenarios where some kind of a re-globalization, so curbing deglobalizing forces, where that could happen. But probably one very important part of that would be to learn lessons from the kind of globalizing force that we have experienced in the recent past. Yeah? So one of them, and that came out, I think, very nicely in several of the panels today already, is there's the issue of distributive justice. So globalization has generated winners and losers, and some of the losers being quite unhappy with the establishment and with the elites and everything. They go the populist way, and that obviously causes a backlash for globalization. Very end of my introductory remarks there. I think one thing that for me is very important, that we always keep in mind that geopolitics, globalization, deglobalization isn't just happening, and it's just not these grand structural forces, but that we actually can have an impact. So we as consumers, we as activists, we as scientists, we as politicians, as diplomats, what have you, we really can make an impact. And I think that is very important to understand. And even the current, so to say, geopolitical term, so that everyone suddenly talks about geopolitics, is not necessarily something that we always have to simply accept as is. Yeah. So most states, most actors that we talk about on the international stage, when it comes to geopolitics, there are very little they can contribute. Actually, it takes away agency from them. It's a great power game. And I think there are very different ways of doing world politics, and it's important to keep that in mind.
Thank you so much for your broad introduction, highlighting social aspects, geopolitical aspects. It caught my attention when you talk about losers of globalization, which is a common expression. As a Brazilian, we are trying to deal with this oxymoron. Developing countries were considered to be the losers of globalization. And now we are the losers of deglobalization. So I don't know how to deal with that. And talking about Brazilians, a few weeks ago, I had a nice conversation with Professor Otaviano Canuto, and we have a video from him edited to make it short, but with some key messages from my point of view. So I ask my colleagues from the technical booth to project this interview.
Thank you very much for having me at the Euroconsumers Forum 2022, Portugal. Let me then briefly address the issue of how the balance between globalization and deglobalization is likely to be in the next years and decades. After the 2008 global financial crisis, the belief that globalization and the transfer of manufacturing jobs to Asia would be responsible for headwinds faced by middle and lower income classes of some advanced countries rose among their inhabitants. And that culminated in electoral victories of populist leaders, taking advantage of that sentiment, leading to anti-globalization backlashes. The vulnerability to shocks attributed to globalization during the pandemic, after disruptions in global supply chains, added yet another argument in favor of its reversal. Then, this year, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has upended risks of geoeconomic fragmentation. The ongoing rivalry between the United States and China has also sparked narratives about a reversal of globalization. There are, though, in my view, some reasons to believe that deglobalization will be limited or simply relative. Consider the argument of seeking resilience in the face of shocks that, when reaching some point in global value chains, impact the integrated value chain. However, the effects of local shocks would also be maximized without the existence of chains abroad. Furthermore, the configuration of global or regional chains is not fortuitous, having appeared for reasons of cost efficiency. Abandoning such a configuration has its costs. In many sectors, companies may choose to incur such costs, accumulating inventories at points in the chains and/or by duplicating segments of such chains at different geographic points. But the microeconomic incentives faced by companies set cost-benefit limits on this calculation of giving up cost efficiency because of resilience to shocks. How about public policies seeking to change such calculations by the private sector? Well, tariff trade policies like President Trump's have proved to be a burden on employment in America's own manufacturing industry. This has been estimated by Federal Reserve Bank economists, showing clearly how the US manufacturing industry got hurt from the war. Not to mention the agriculture hit by its trade war with China. So economic rivalry between groups of allied powers will tend to be exercised through action in technological and national security related sectors, such as advanced semiconductors, military and medical equipment, data privacy, and the like. Access to critical minerals for the use of such technologies and for the energy transition will also grow as an object of geopolitics. It is also expected to be exercised in the search for influence via foreign financing and investment, as would be the case with alternatives to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. For obvious reasons as well, Europe will seek to reshape its energy system. But I don't believe the reversal of globalization will be sought in the case of foreign trade in the other items. There will be a burden for those who seek an exaggerated demarcation of what is to be considered strategic. By the way, accelerated digital transformation has even broadened the scope for possible globalization of service. The scope for service as an engine for development has an open road ahead. On the Chinese side, one can assume a preference for not spilling over the globalization broth that facilitated its success in growth with structural transformation. Even though China has felt the new directions in the geopolitical arena and has sent signs of a search for a less dependence on foreign countries. So in a nutshell, we can certainly expect a slower globalization and a greater degree of regionalization. The term slowbalization, that is to say, slowing growth in cross-border flows, can indeed be applied to the trends for goods, capital, and people since the global financial crisis, rather than deglobalization or outright declines in cross-border flows and stocks. The increase in digital cross-border activity also strengthens the concept of globalization. The nature and scope of globalization is set to evolve in coming years, as flows may continue to slow in tangible areas like trade of goods, while speeding up in intangible areas, including trade and service and cross-border data flows. It's also worth reminding those very much excited about the possibilities of moving segments of global chains closer to rich markets, the nearshoring, or France, the friendshoring, that the success of those initiatives cannot be taken for granted. After all, globalization has not happened by chance. Thank you very much.
It's a very rich speech. I will just highlight a few points because it's too much information, but he recognizes the risk of fragmentation, a possible limitation of deglobalization, the burden of duplicating points of the value chains. Some sectors like semiconductors, military, medical, strategic equipment and minerals tend to be object of more geopolitical fights. But this new globalization is the new agreement, so to say, or back to normality. But now we have the academia view, we had a macroeconomic policymaker view. I want to bring to reality, Professor, to the reality of business. What are the business sector doing? How they are facing this sort of new globalization, globalization, deglobalization? What are the new strategies to deal with the new economic reality? Professor Carnevale Maffei.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, let me disagree about the very concept of deglobalization. I agree with the previous contribution here. It's a different nature. You know, deglobalization is in political conversation, but not in the numbers of economics. Let me show you the numbers here. This year, a year of inflation, war, pandemic, the world trade has been improving by 4.3%. Last year, 10.1%. Next year, another 2.5%. Overall, the world trade has been growing 35% over the past 10 years. 10% more now than before the pandemic. The numbers don't tell us that the flow of goods and services has stopped. Okay? The numbers tell us that there is an advantage in diversifying supply chain. Of course, there is a cost, and inflation is part of this, say, slack resources that we need to put across the value chain to widen the risk management factor. Indeed, diversification of supply chain in all countries may improve input substitution. And Portugal with energy is a classic example. France with energy as opposed to Italy or Germany. We can see it directly in the numbers. Now, let's call it diversified globalization. There will be more Indonesia and Vietnam and less China, maybe less Russia and more Maghreb, but I wouldn't call it deglobalization. Anyway, coming down to our problem. So what has globalization done to consumer? Well, the overall discussion has been driving down inflation. So consumers have been improving their position because of the major contribution of globalization to lowering the cost. But not only that, and let's bring into the into the discussion here. There is a demand side of globalization, Enrique, that we need to discuss here. Not just the supply side. The supply side has lowered the floor. The demand side is setting a ceiling in prices, so it will play a role to put a limit to inflation. We need to give contribution to digitalization. Digitalization has been associated by many research to the reduction of inflation. 10% more people online, 1% less inflation. These are the numbers, okay? Moreover, goods online are typically 2–3% lower inflation than goods offline. That's another important contribution. Not just that, the turnover of goods online, it's much faster and therefore offers better deals with the consumer by another 1 to 2.5% of inflation. This has been contributing to, if you like, deflationary pressure over the past 20 years. Today we have inflation, but we've been going to many years of deflation. And that was the contribution of like China entering the WTO and Amazon entering the world, if you want, okay? What we need to address today is what this, say, distributed globalization will impact on consumers. Let's have a look on two major sectors here. Energy, which is the more urgent, and food and, if you like, cost of living, in a sense. Energy and cost of living account for roughly 50% of the consumer spending in Europe. 20% is for housing only, and then you have food for another 15%. Education is 0.19%, so just to qualify our contribution to the GDP. Let me stress one thing. Healthcare is 4.6%, alcohol and tobacco is 4.5%, so they compensate basically. Okay. What we want to tell to European consumers that energy is the first item in terms of urgency with respect to globalization. But the energy crisis is not related only to the war. As you can see, in 2021, energy costs in Europe doubled, and then they tripled in 2022. So the increase in energy cost is not the last few months. It is a trend that we need to address. The world has reduced the so-called energy intensity, but it's slowing down. If you look at Russia, if you look at China, if you look at the Arabic country, if you look at Canada, you still see a very high intensity. By the way, Portugal is one of the lowest energy intense economy in Europe, and this is another advantage for the future of this nation. And I give back the discussion to the point of energy, because we need to face 20, 30 years of extra investment. Only in Europe, this is McKinsey calculation, 2.3 trillion of investment in various scenarios if we want to go green by 2050. This will have an impact, of course, since we need to get autonomous, so we need to regionalize energy through wind, solar, nuclear, and most probably hydrogen supply chain. We need to spend a lot of money in expensive energy. So what we call greenflation is here to stay. So the industry of energy will be a major driver of regionalization and inflation for the next 10, 20 years. Inflation is here to stay also for a huge debt. We have 300 trillion debt. Equal to 350% of world GDP to be compensated. Another thing is food. As you probably all know, food as a percentage of consumer expenditure has been reducing over the years because of globalization, because of cheap food being available. And the composition of the food expenditure has been changing also due to globalization. The food at home, packaged foods, food for cooking, has been going down by 10% on the average consumption percentage. Whereas food away from home, which is technically speaking service rather than food, so it goes into different classification, has been rather stable, if not increasing. This tells us that the way we need to treat consumer in this new world is quite different. Just to give you another interesting topic here, this is the variation of the amount of cooking, of meal preparation at home versus away from home. This is a major change in the habits of consumer that we need to take into account, because if we still check product versus product, instead of looking at the change in the mix of consumption, in this what we call servitization trend, it's another a fundamental element to tackle inflation and to, of course, again, regionalize, because services, physical services are local, but digital services are global. So I share the idea that we need to invest in global technologies to put a ceiling on potential inflation. Finally, agribusiness. We need of course, to tackle the ESG question, and agriculture is the most polluting industry in the world when it comes to global emission of methane, nitrous oxide, and somewhere also of carbon dioxide. In that sense, another trait of regionalization of the economy is vertical farming. Globalization of agriculture helped in keeping prices down. But today we know that we can't keep on with this way of organizing production of food. This is to give you an idea what is the centralization of production of food, basically. This is vegetable yet, okay, in vertical farming. So food moving from trade to local production. Again, and I conclude, to give you an idea, this is the growth of venture capital investment in new agricultural technology, digital agriculture, precision agriculture, genetic agriculture. It's booming. Again, it's technology applied to a different way of organizing consumer consumption. Finally, the issue of protein substitution, which is again in the field of food. We don't have enough resources to feed the world with the dietary composition of protein as to today. We need to kill too many animals and to raise too many cattle, okay? So cultivating meat or cultivating meat substitution through vegetable protein is a must. You can look at the slide here, the projection of meat substitute over the next few years, a huge area of expansion. Finally, smart cities, because in order to have smart consumer, you don't need to change just the exchanges. You need to change the context. You need to change mobility, to change healthcare, to change education, to change government, to change traffic management. That's another area where the huge investment of corporations are going. Double-digit degrees expected over the next 3-4 years in all the services to guarantee that local metropolitan areas start the transition to smart cities. Please.
Wow. Thank you very much. We are very used to your innovative views. In this case, your very phrase was intriguing. I disagree with the very concept of deglobalization, and it makes me remember a compatriot of Professor Marcus, the philosopher Wittgenstein, who said that some questions not only cannot be answered, they cannot be asked. So that's the point we are. But you develop in several ways that could be explored more, if we had the time, or in other forums, especially the equilibrium between the supply side and the demand side, and the concept of smart consumers. So we don't know our power, we are not a pressure group, we don't know that some regulations are more in favor of us, as we have seen during the day, and we don't also perceive how we can induce a better market, but not a crazy market, like feeding everybody with meat, or with organics only, which is another trend that we have seen developing, especially in Brazil. But going on with our panel, I'm curious to know how the e-commerce has or has not been affected, because nothing is possible either from the demand side or the supply side nowadays without passing through an e-commerce. So I ask Serrano for a comment, as well as if you perceived concretely changes in the availability or costs of products and services through digital transactions.
First of all, thank you very much to Euroconsumers for the invitation to join this panel, and also thank you very much for the fruitful and the very pragmatic approach and collaboration we've had over the last few years, which helps us always do better for our customers. So to your question, indeed, as our CEO Andy Jassy mentioned in his last letter to shareholders, the last few years we've seen changes, disruption in global supply chains as we have probably never seen before. But still, I would say that we continue to live in a globalized world, and I would like to use 4 different examples to illustrate that, starting from the customers and the consumers, and to what extent they are global, and if they are. Second, from the companies that sell on e-commerce, of course. Third, the challenges and the investments we're facing, and finally, the policies. Okay. If I start from the actual consumers, and in particular, if I think about what our mission is at Amazon, is to become the most customer-centric company in the world. And in practice, this means to be able to provide customers with a safe and with the best shopping experience possible, which goes through or passes by offering them a broad selection of products at competitive prices. And something we need to realize is that that ambition, that expectation from customers is the same regardless of where they are. So it's a mission that is consistent no matter where we are, because it's an expectation that is also consistent. If I think about the companies that sell online, whether on Amazon or not on Amazon, definitely with the last couple of years, so COVID has changed the ways in which we live and the ways in which we work in a dramatic manner. And companies have had to adapt to that. Some of them have had to do deep changes. Unfortunately, some others may not have survived to those changes. But when I think about e-commerce, clearly, and in particular from Amazon, I think that it's been a support for many small and medium-sized businesses to be able to continue running their business, selling, for example, on Amazon, sometimes growing even during these difficult periods, because probably they also had access to a broader set of customers, exporting, for example. So indeed, a broader opportunity than just the local one. If I think third about the challenges that we have and the investments that are associated to them, probably the biggest one we have is climate change. And it's been also mentioned in a couple of occasions earlier today. So that's why, for example, in Amazon, we were co-founders and first signatories of the Climate Pledge, which is a commitment to reach net zero carbon emissions by year 2040, which is 10 years before the deadline set by the Paris Agreement. This commitment is now subscribed by over, actually, more than 300 companies in multiple sectors and across multiple countries. Okay. When I think about the supply of energy, you were alluding to that, we have an ambition to, and actually we are on track, to have 100% of our operations powered by renewable energy by year 2025, which is 5 years before our original target of 2030. And for that, we're running a number of investments in multiple locations. Not too long ago, we announced 71 new investments, among which the first in Latin America, in Brazil, solar plant, also in India, or in Poland, for example. So a strong commitment that goes beyond one single country. Electrification of deliveries, for example. We made the largest purchase ever of electrical vehicles, 100,000 vehicles from a US company called Rivian, which will be deployed fully by 2030. A number of them are already in the streets. And also in Europe, same effort with electric vans from Mercedes-Benz. When it comes to reducing, for example, materials, we have a global program called frustration-free packaging, which has allowed to reduce the amount of outbound packaging by over 33% since 2015. To give us an idea, that's like over 1 million tons of packaging material, or 2 billion shipping boxes, so very large scale. Or finally, our investments via, for instance, the 2 billion Climate Pledge Fund, which is aimed at investing in companies that offer technologies or services that help reach those net zero targets, no matter where they are. So finally, when I think about policies, the ambition is also that the impact is broader, not just in one region, even if they may start in one region. For example, we have, in 2021, we launched a quite ambitious litigation campaign or action against review brokers, which actually erode customer and consumer trust by providing untruthful reviews or definitely not genuine reviews. And that has led to actions in Spain, in Italy, but also in the US. So to summarize, definitely a lot of challenges over the last few years, but still the mission, and which is to do better for the customer, remains the same, and this no matter where the customer is.
Thank you so much. The experience, the client experience, seemed to have been exploded, I wouldn't say enlarged, because lots of things that were already possible through e-commerce were not used in large scale. I'm a hard user of Amazon for books, but I discovered that I needed lots of things else during the lockdown in Brazil, which was prolonged. The same with telecom, coming to Lisa. At the same time we had the lockdown in Brazil, we were preparing a forum on 5G implementation. We don't have Vodafone in Brazil. We have Telefônica, Vivo, TIM, Claro, and Oi. So we are doing this plural brands forum, debating how to implement. And then the lockdown came. And then the day next, 100% of their workers were remotely working with no discontinuity whatsoever. Then we started making calls, and I asked them, how is it for you? And all the 4 companies told me, we were very prepared for this, not expecting, not desiring, but 10 years ago we could operate on this basis. And then 3 months later, nothing worked anymore because everybody was demanding a sort of obsolete infrastructure. So my question for you, Lisa, is likely the question to Serrano, how your sector perceived this, how the costs were affected or not. Because for me, if I have to give a definition of globalization, it's not in the geopolitical side, but the economic business side, is looking for cost efficiency.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to speak here today as well. So I think it's very clear that we're living through a hugely disruptive decade. And I really like history. I like to think about what historians will talk about when they look back at this time in 100 years' time. And they'll obviously talk about the global pandemic. They'll talk about the war. They'll talk about the climate crisis. They'll talk about the energy crisis. But what we're looking at as a business is what's going to happen next and how will that impact us. And I'm really wondering, will they talk about the next Great Depression? Will they talk about the subsidy wars? Will they talk about deglobalization? I don't know. Today, what I want to cover is 3 things. 1, the business perspective, what we've been looking at as a business. Secondly, how we see that impacting on consumers and what we can do to help. And thirdly, are there any solutions that we can work on as governments, as stakeholders, as academics, as consumer associations? So firstly, looking at the business perspective, I think it can be summed up in one word, which is gloomy. Back in May, the ERT, the European Roundtable of Industrialists, surveyed CEOs to see what they thought was coming. And 80% back in May said that they could see an accelerating division of the world into competing economic blocs. Why was this the case? Well, like us, they could see pressure on supply chains. They could see increasing protectionism. They could see rising energy costs. In November, the same survey was run again, and CEO confidence dropped even further. Almost 90% expect the economic outlook to worsen over the next 6 months. The combined effects that we're seeing of higher inflation, higher interest costs, higher energy costs, are making us rethink the whole of our business and making many businesses rethink how they operate. What we are seeing in Europe is many businesses are now downscaling, or they're moving to different regions. They're taking advantage of lower energy prices elsewhere. The US Inflation Reduction Act, which enters into force on the 1st of January, is likely to accelerate these shifts. It offers generous industry subsidies for relocating production of green tech. As such, it runs a real risk of either triggering a trade war between Europe and the US or a subsidy race with the EU imposing similar bi-European requirements. So looking at how it affects consumers, which is something that obviously everyone here is really interested in, the one word I would probably pick is powerless. Consumers feel powerless at the moment with the rise in inflation. In a recent World Economic Forum study across 29 countries, inflation was listed as the #1 concern for consumers, followed closely by poverty, inequality, corruption, and climate change. And a majority of consumers believed their country was heading in the wrong direction in addressing these issues. Inflation hits the poorest hardest. In 2022, inflation in advanced economies was at its highest rate since 1982, and it was really interesting seeing your graph, which showed that so well. It has the most severe effect on low-income groups, and that in turn can drive social unrest. However, what we know is although there are clear views of consumers on the causes of deglobalization, they are much more mixed when it comes to whether globalization is good or bad. Consumers like quality, they like security, they like local products, but they also like low prices, which globalization has driven. So it's something that's very difficult for consumers to decide they want more of the good and less of the bad of globalization. This leads me to my final point. How can we think about rebalancing, what was the word you used, nubilization, to drive better outcomes in terms of these interdependencies? I think there are 3 things. First, we need to fast-track the road to green. This means working with other regions rather than duplicating effort through massive subsidy programs. The circular economy is central to this, and this is something as a business we're really looking at. We've recently announced a partnership with the WWF to see how we can recycle phones, all of the elements within phones, to strengthen our own supply chains. This builds on our obligation, our target, very similar to yours, to reduce carbon emissions to net zero by 2040, to eliminate e-waste and encourage a more circular economy for mobile phones. The partnership launches with an ambitious target of 1 million phones for the planet to help accelerate this strategy. My second solution is to accelerate growth through digital, which again, I think you picked up very strongly. And this is going to your point around 5G. 5G is estimated to create $13.2 trillion in global economic value by 2035, generating more than 22 million jobs. However, we're already seeing some regions fall far behind in the development of 5G. Europe is one, Africa is another, while other regions go very swiftly ahead, US, China, South Korea. And the ones that are lagging behind will fall far behind in terms of quality of life. And there is plenty political leaders can do to solve that problem. They can create policy environments which really drive investments, whether it's fair spectrum auctions, fixing imbalances between telcos and the largest OTT generators of traffic, or intervening on market structure. Finally, and I think most importantly in this environment, is that we must support the most vulnerable in society. During the last few years, we have seen unprecedented crises, but it's the first time in my lifetime that I've seen businesses, I've seen governments really step up to help those in society that need it. And the COVID crisis was a perfect example of that. As soon as it happened, as a company, we had a 5-point plan. We actually increased investment during that time to make sure everyone stayed connected. We provided support for governments. We provided support for the most vulnerable of our consumers, our businesses. We donated over £150 million. We did the same for the Ukraine war. We gave away free data, free phones, free charging stations. And now, with the cost of living crisis, we're again looking at how we help those who are the most vulnerable in our society cope with those rising prices. And we've created a blueprint across all our markets to have low-cost tariffs, supporting those who can't pay or who are struggling to pay with the special measures, and also solutions to reduce energy usage and therefore saving money. So to close, I think the history lesson of the future doesn't have to be depressing. I think these crises actually create new opportunities which can actually revolutionize society. The best example of that was World War II. World War II really changed how society worked. It introduced women into the workplace. It changed healthcare. It changed social policy. It is possible that all these many crises will actually help us address climate change, accelerate the digital transformation, change society for better. But I think that requires us all to work together in a way that we probably haven't done ever before.
Thank you so much. You bring new important issues to the table, including sustainability, including even happiness, which we used to forget as the objective of economics and all other sciences, or whatever we are doing here anyway. So provided that we are in Lisbon, I finished this first round with a short statement by a Portuguese economist from the London School of Economics, Ricardo Reis, who highlights other aspects. So let's ask our colleagues to project it.
When we talk today about deglobalization, or simply a change in globalization, we really mean different things. And I think a way of approaching that question is to think about deglobalization, reglobalization from three different perspectives. One, what's happening to the value chains, the production chains, and the patterns of trade in goods and services across borders. In which case, globalization is actually accelerated, but changed in its regional allocation over the last year and probably over the next few years. Second, globalization or deglobalization in the sense of whether policies in some countries spread and have a big impact in other countries. And here, the more noticeable right now is certainly the efforts in the United States by the Federal Reserve to bring down inflation by raising interest rates aggressively, which has a large impact in financing conditions all over the world. And third, globalization in the sense of the capital flows across borders, the flows of borrowing and lending, and where public debt plays a central role. And so when we talk about globalization or deglobalization, we're talking about the extent to which investors will be moving between different countries, and especially emerging versus advanced economies, and perhaps more importantly, between countries with more solid public finances and others, movements that are expected to be very large over the next few months or years.
Well, Professor Ricardo Reis emphasizes the macro policies and their influence across borders. As a Brazilian, I don't need to stress the impact, for instance, of European regulations, American deregulations, and Chinese speculations on our economy, to stay only with three macro areas. In our last round, I had some prepared questions, and of course you have your own notes you want to comment. I just gonna ask you to be maximum 3 minutes each one, but I think I will change the questions. For instance, for Professor Carnevale, my question would be, there will be a selection between areas to be regionalized again, while others will go back to what they were before the pandemics. I think I will replace this question with what do you think that will be more relevant to consumers based on what you have said? Do you agree with the change? Yeah. Can we start?
Yeah, fine. I think Europe will be the new field of experiment in consumer roles for two reasons. You know, every time that technology appears, Americans make money, the Chinese imitate it, and the Europeans take 15 years to regulate it. You know that, okay? In this time, we have two fundamental factors of innovation in the consumer empowerment. One is self-sovereign identity, so identity of the data, the exchange of data. And second is the digital euro, so money, the way we regulate our exchanges. These are the two fundamental elements for the European regional approach. That will probably be you know, matched by other countries, namely Brazil. I don't think so in America. But the regulatory environment of consumer protection that we've been discussing will be the basis for an inversion of the flow. That's why I'm insisting there is a demand side perspective of globalization we need to look at. Instead of looking at the big oligopolistic clouds, we shall invert the data flow. We need to move the algorithm to the data rather than the data to the algorithm. And our data will be in our wallet, and our wallet will contain several attributes and several functions. We will make those attributes available for the suppliers according to certain rules. So instead of running after data and protecting data ex post, we shall create a market of data ex ante. And that's the job of consumer association, restructuring these entities, identities, and attribute hierarchy that the European Union is trying to build. That would give us support to the so-called subscription economy. What is the subscription economy? The shift between the trade of goods and services into the trade of contractual agreements. So it's people subscribing for a long-term commitment about service. This is an essential exchange because you know, trade of goods is a spot market. Trade of contracts is a future market. So it's a market of commitment in the future. This gives us an opportunity to rethink the role of consumer association and to put the challenge of you know, creating communities of shopping, communities of purchases. In the US, club shopping has tripled over the past few years. In China, of course, you have roughly 800 million subscribers to Pinduoduo, which is basically a shopping aggregator, where demand sets the price and sets the function, and supply bids for the best opportunity. So this inversion of data flow will bring an inversion of market dynamics, and that's the final element. This also, you know, creates what we call reverse branding. So starting from data-driven customer relationship, you send messages to the Amazon of this world, to the Vodafone of this world, on how to design new products and new bundles and new vertical integration. And of course, Amazon is the master of the world in that sense because they are customer-focused, you are customer-focused. We see, okay, and you are probably the best in the world to translate signals from the market into brands. You have invented Amazon Basic for that, 120 Amazon Basic born from consumer data. That's an important side. We shouldn't leave this only to the friends of Amazon. We should internalize this ability. Just to conclude, my friends of consumer association, you know, associating and protecting consumer ex post, it's not enough anymore. Okay? We need to take action and aggregate and organize consumer ex ante, creating a new financial market of options and commitments, and put them on like we treat government debts or derivatives, because now we have the technology, we have the infrastructure to do this, and we shall take this opportunity not to defend consumer, but to hire consumer for the new consumer protection organization. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think it was a good thing to change the question and to go to our point. For Alberto, I had prepared a question that I will change as well, if you agree. my question would be very broad, how the private sector will behave in the next year and decades. But based on your speech and my experience, my reflection is like this. With the lockdown, people who never used e-commerce started to become users, especially in developing world. And in doing so, they were exposed to other consumption cultures. For instance, in Brazil, we have a very good consumers code. It's not exactly well applied, but it's a very good one. But it's not as tight as the European regulation, nor as consumers-based as the American deregulation, the American practice, or the no-law territory of some Asia countries in terms of exporting goods. So when a Brazilian by internet, he has 7 days to return the products without explaining why. Only 7 days. In the 8th days, he has to pay or stay with the thing. But when we bought from European companies, they respected the OECD rules. So they will return, repair, etc. When we buy from the American companies, no matter how long it takes for you to send it back, they compensate, give your money back, etc. When you buy from some Asia countries, they don't reply if you complain. So we don't have a global regulation. But are you creating a global consumer's citizenship through e-commerce? Are we educating people when they buy from different regions, following different regulations? This is not applied to Amazon, who has its own policies of returning and contacts with retailers themselves. I'm talking about e-commerce in general. Are our consumers becoming more globalized despite some deglobalizing trends?
Difficult question for sure. I think there are a few opportunities, especially if I start with the policies angle, which is probably the one that can best help respond to your question. I believe there are a number of developments, a number of opportunities, which will eventually result in changes in manufacturing or company processes over time, but that probably, at least to start with, are best done when from a regional level. Using or thinking about 3 dimensions, and I alluded to at least one of them earlier. For example, when it comes to product safety, the EU Product Safety Pledge that was initiated or developed in 2018 started as a European pledge, or as a European initiative, of course, but eventually has served as an inspiration for other regions, or for other, if you want, bodies or regulators to at least consider it for their regions, and many of them in OECD. Okay. When I think about, as I was mentioning before, let's say, review brokers and the quality and the trustworthiness of reviews, definitely the ambition is to make sure that is built across countries. I alluded to Spain, Italy, or US. Sometimes those frameworks are best when initiated or started and developed with regional bodies as well. Impersonation scams, similarly, it's initiatives that are worth working with regional organizations like Euroconsumers here, but also with those regional bodies. And that's why, you know, we definitely value a lot our European business, and we are committed to continue investing in it and developing it, because we believe it has a very important role to play. If I think about the last, I would say 20 years, which is when we have already invested in Europe, we have gone and gotten to build a business that currently serves over 185,000 small and medium-sized European businesses through processes, technologies, logistics, etc., that employs over 200,000 people in Europe in high-quality permanent roles. Over the last few years, since 2010, we have invested over 100 billion euros in building that European business. And I think that strength is important for the reasons that I was mentioning beforehand. At the same time, you are alluding to whether the customer, has that broader view beyond just their own country. In the end, we want to give the possibility to the customer to choose products from maybe it's international brands, but also to discover locally relevant products, to have a local choice and to favor that local choice. Because, by the way, it's not, it's perfectly compatible and very much aligned with the environmental goals. And a customer can choose either of them. We have this program in Amazon called Climate Pledge Friendly, which allows the customer to identify items that comply with one of 31 official recognized certifications in the sense that they give at least one benefit for the environment, including one that Amazon initiated and was externally certified, which is called Compact by Design, that favors those products that are manufactured and packaged in a compact manner. So in the end, there are a lot of those regional opportunities as well as the global ones. We want to give visibility to the local potential while serving or trying to improve the global efficiency of trade, if you want. And I think that opportunity remains then, and that's for sure what we are committed to.
Great, fantastic. Maybe you needed to look for something very far and discover that it's close to you. You have products and services and opportunities that you didn't know that they even existed. Thank you very much. And with Lisa, I want to discuss sustainability because I saw you like the issue and you're studying this. One of the very bad taste jokes during the pandemics was one like this. Who is leading the digital transformation in your country? Option A, the CEO. Option B, the CFO. Option C, the coronavirus. So several companies had to change overnight. Looking at sustainability, can we see this phase, this globalization, as an opportunity, for instance, for energy transition to accelerate instead of try to find oil somewhere else? How do you see it?
Yes, I think completely. It's a huge opportunity to accelerate the green transition. I think there's three elements of that. The first is we have to, as a globe now, really try to drive down energy prices, address the climate change. So we are at a tipping point. If we don't start working together, then it's a problem for everyone. So there's no more optionality, I would say. And we have, and this is where the globalization point comes in. Although we are seeing fragmentation, this is one area that we shouldn't fragment on. And the US and Europe, for example, should work very closely on finding green solutions, building green tech together rather than building it separately. I think the second piece is the digital transformation, which is absolutely key to the green transition. And we know it will accelerate that. And I think we've seen in the European recovery funds that approach being taken right from the start. We'd very much support that. And then finally, as a company, we really believe, and we have believed for a long time, in the sustainable approach to building networks, to running our business. We have challenging targets that we've set ourselves. We're delivering against those targets. And the thing that I find particularly surprising, but is really encouraging, is that 5G helps to accelerate that green transition. It's actually much more energy efficient than the previous network developments, and hopefully 6G will be even more energy efficient. So taking it right back to us, I think it's at our core, from the CEO right down to people in the shops.
Thank you very much. We started with you, and then we finished with you. I see you have many notes that can turn into another lecture, but if you can summarize your thoughts and trying to answer to this question, will countries abandon the competitive advantage theory? Meaning, I know that I have no vocation to produce this or that, but this is too strategic for not producing. So I prefer to produce with high costs. I prefer to duplicate value chains and have those assets because I'm in tension with Asia, because I don't want to depend from Russia, because I need my army, my own army, as Professor Porta said. I cannot rely on NATO only, or things are going back more or less as they were. Difficult question, I know, but
no,
anyway.
It's a great question. I mean, can you hear me, right?
Yeah.
So there is a lot of strategy in economics, and there's a lot of strategy in politics, but it doesn't always work the same way. So when I listened to everyone here, and there were great talks, and I learned a lot, but in economics, there's usually the assumption, okay, then these actors are rational, right? So they want to accumulate wealth, something along those lines. And in politics, it's sometimes not that way, yeah? In politics, things can be very ideological. Populism, for instance, is very ideological, very much protectionist, so undercuts quite a few things that we have talked about. Insecurity undercuts many of the things that we have talked about. Yeah, so if something like the United Nations can't really safeguard international peace and security, then a lot of dynamics come into play, and security becomes again the kind of high politics, and economics is relegated to low politics. Yeah. And I agree very much. I mean, with normatively with what he said in terms of how we should move forward, and I very, very much hope that we'll be able to do that. It's just that if I look at the political stage at the moment, then it doesn't matter whether that's World Trade Organization or the United Nations. There's all kinds of multilateral fora that are supposed to give a general direction, much as these organizations have done that earlier. So 1990s, all these indicators for globalization went up. And at the same time, the so-called liberal world order was probably at its apex. And now things are much, much more volatile. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. I must say that I agree. I will ask your permission to thank some people, because this is almost the end of the forum. After this session, we have Marco Pierani making the wrap-up session, but you please stay. And I start thanking Marco Pierani himself, who is the creator of the EC Forum, for giving me the opportunity to be the curator of such a special event. Also, I want to thank Deco Protesti, Antonio Balianas, Rita Rodrigues, for the co-creation, the real co-creation of the forum, and I would say in uma co-criação amorosa, to use a Brazilian expression. I want to thank my marvelous Brazilian team who came with me, Nilzete, Patrícia, Marcelo, our local Portuguese producers, Rita, Clara, e Diogo, and the team, fantastic team from Europalcos, and especially a deep thank and applause to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The Purple Rose of Cairo from Woody Allen and the difficult dilemma of whether you want to be on the screen or on the stage. Now, since this is a hybrid event, I'm happy I can do both. Still, this movie paints us an interesting picture of who you want to be and where you want to be. Memories can be sweet, but if they lock you in the past, they become sour. And making plans can be an interesting endeavor, but you want to avoid that you postpone your life to the future. It was the very genius of John Lennon who once wrote, "Life is what happens to you whilst you are busy making other plans." So here's my humble piece of advice for all of you. Be here now, ladies and gentlemen. Be here now. And if you are here now, you will realize that we are almost at the very end of the 2022 Euroconsumers Forum. As you could see, hear and feel all day long, we believe in the power of qualified dialogues as the only way to better understand the global markets and to develop strategies to empower consumers and to shape more balanced relations for all stakeholders involved. It has been my genuine pleasure and privilege to be your master of ceremony today. I have moderated many conferences, but I can tell you in all due honesty, you are by far the best audience I've had all day. And now, to summarize the key takeaways, to reiterate the main conclusions, and to point out some perspectives to the Euroconsumers Group and its affiliated organizations, I would like to invite Marco Pierani, Director of Public Affairs and Media at Euroconsumers Group, for the wrap-up session. And as Enrico said, Marco is also the founding father of the Euroconsumers Forum, so may you welcome him with a deluge of clapping hands.
Don't escape. Don't escape. I want you to thank Philippe because he brought us through this navigation. I have a little bit of sick feeling of these waves. I will need to speak with Eric, but because all the day long with this black. But I mean, we are here. Thank you very much to bring us through this navigation, and it was very big pleasure for us to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, since I am, Enrique started already to thank people, I want to complete the loop. And let's say, I will not name everybody because probably I will forget. This is a teamwork. It's not a plain conference. It's something more elaborated. This is in the scheme that we do since 5 years. And it takes a lot of energy, also of creativity, to bring you through this navigation. So there are many people, but I will name, Enrique already named somebody. I will name, first of all, two persons that not only are navigating, help me to navigate through this conference, but they are helping me to navigate through this very relevant experience of a more modern approach to consumer protection. And I have to tell you that is a very unique experience. These two persons are Else Brueggemann, that helped to also brought up the contents of many of the panels, and you saw her on stage. And the other person is Marco Cialdone. So please, a little bit of applause to them, because they work hard pretty much on this. I want also to thank Liz Cole. You saw her moderating. She helped us on content. She helped also us. If you are curious to see more of our event, every month we have a webinar. It's called Let's Talk. We try to tackle very controversial issues. So if an issue is finalized, we don't want to tackle. We want to tackle the one that you should take the chance to build the future. And in that case, Liz is moderating all our webinars. So thank you, Liz, also to have been here with us in Lisbon. I want to, Ivo Meckels, you saw him today. He opened the but he had to take a flight. So I have to say he will not hear, probably he will see in YouTube afterward, but he will not hear my conclusion. So I feel a little bit more free to say, you know, he's in a flight now. So I want to thank Ivo for the big confidence that he's keeping on giving on me in these experiences, in this conference and in my work. I want also to thank Antonio for hosting us here, together with Rita and all the Deco Proteste team. You were really, Enrique spoke about love. I don't know if it's love, but I felt really at home. Thank you very much. Then I want to also thank, because you didn't see it, but during the day there were, you know, you make a complex thing, there are many things. A person that is working for us, not for a long time, but is experiencing this crazy way of doing, is Luca Di Garbo. He was behind the scene, but he managed to solve many problems today. So thank you very much, Luca. And then I'm sorry for you, because on top of you, maybe you thought it was the end, but you need to support me for other 10 minutes because I have some conclusion. Before to reach the conclusion, I want to say that I want to thank also, because before I say Antonio is the country manager of Deco Proteste, but we had another country manager with us today, Fabio Zacarias from Brazil. So thank you, Fabio, to be here from Brazil. And this will help me also to probably, I don't know if I will have a Portuguese or a Brazilian accent in reading this phrase. Para melhorar o presente è preciso sognare o futuro. So you will let me know. They say that Italian speak more in a Brazilian accent. Anyhow, this is the only phrase that you will hear from me, and it's a pity, I'm sorry, it's this lovely language, but it's a very significant phrase. And I believe I wanted to use, it's not the first time that I used this phrase. I used 5 years ago in a conference in Sao Paulo, and now, as well as then, with the complicity of Enrique Lian. We were in Sao Paulo, and we put up a conference on the future of consumption. I believe this is even more meaningful today on the subject matter that we discussed. I ask you the last big applause. If you like this event, please make a big applause to Enrique Lian. And I have to apologize because I said the last one, but I ask you one, I think, bigger, because there is one person that support and also support in many meanings in his crazy driving around Enrique, and this is Patricia. Please, a big applause to Patricia. Now I finish probably the thanking many people. Para melhorar o presente è preciso sognare o futuro. To improve the present, it is necessary to dream the future. We live without any doubt, in special and unstable times. After 2 years of pandemics, today we heard these two topics, the war and pandemics, we heard recurrently during the day. And after the pandemics, 2 years of pandemics, when we thought we were out of this situation, with the inevitable heavy economic repercussion, we thought to be out of that, and then almost as in a nightmare, those nightmares that Enrique let us see in these movies, then we were plugged back into the horror of the war in Europe, which we believe to be relegated to a distant past, and which seriously calls us on the possibility to approach the future. So it calls our future into a big question. my thought, and I believe our thought, and full solidarity go, of course, to the Ukrainian people in this moment, who are still fighting for their country and for their freedom. I believe, in a larger sense, we can say also for our freedom, with such courage that they have won the attention and support of the entire world in the last 9 months. But there is much more to reflect about in these circumstances, because peace is a necessary precondition both for the maintenance of an advanced consumer society, with on one side the consequence of the comfort and conveniences that we are used to, but in the Western society, but also on the development of the civil rights. Included in the civil rights, also all those battles we discussed today to rebalance the relation between consumer and business. So the battle that we are running, okay? And the battle that we are running basically with 3 levers. One is legislation, the second is enforcement, and the third, it's a very powerful one. But you need to have courage, and that's what we are trying to do, is open dialogue with responsible market players. Without a stable and lasting peace, as we have experienced in Europe from the Second World War, everything that we more broadly refer to as the concept of consumerism could not continue in the forms that we know now. So consumerism is something that born and grow in period of peace, as many other things, and we need to reflect on that. So globalization and Europe. I will focus more on Europe. But we do not, I believe we heard different times during the day, I believe we all agree that we don't want deglobalization. Globalization brought a lot of benefit to consumers. Of course, it has to be rebalanced. It brought also some problems, but we don't want to go back. And I think what Paulo Portas today told us was really enlightening. The global and pervasive dimension of the pandemic and the serious issues related to climate change have provoked not at all obvious reaction from the institution of the European Union. I want to stress these were not obvious, were not forgiven. That I have to stress also, not without errors, but proved to be substantially fair and received a large support from EU citizens. So a newfound European confidence has been set, thanks also to the values that have accompanied the pursuit of EU policies in the domain of health, safety, protection of environment, and future generation. Exactly in the same way, in the face of war and the related energy crisis, we expect more Europe, not less. More Europe. A Europe that should be more harmonious and firmer on its position, which does not shy away from the challenges of delivering a strong unitary political line in these challenging times. In this light, a serious price cap on gas would be an important and promising first step towards a European common energy policy, now more necessary than ever to effectively tackle the energy crisis, as we argued as Euroconsumers recently with letters sent to the European Commission. The European Union should also try to compete proudly in global markets with China and United States, which of course outperform the European Union in many sectors on a more pure, on a purely industrial level. There is no battle. Industrially, we have also seen the numbers today. But there is a weapon that is exactly in our core as European, and this is regulation. We have already experienced, for example, on GDPR, that we can also bring legislation out of the borders of Europe. In this, we can be leader. And in doing this, as I will try to say more clearly in a moment, we need to further empower the consumer as a subject that can become a bottom-up rebalancing lever in many markets. So the key way of producing new legislation should be always focused on consumer, not only because we need to defend consumers, but focusing legislation on empowering the consumer is also a bottom-up lever for rebalancing the markets. Yeah, navigating through the roaring 20s. It's what we spoke all the day long. As a matter of fact, the roaring 20s started with a big party. You see it there, in the previous century, and ended with big depression and devastation. In this century, it has been, up till now, other way around. So optimistically, we hope that this cycle in this century will be reversed. Navigating in uncharted waters is not exactly the easiest exercise. You need to be resilient and teaming up. Helping each other become key. The moment for, as I say before, the moment for the European Union to concretely exercise its leadership is now. This applies not only to European institutions and politicians, but also to responsible companies and consumer organizations, which need to seize this unique opportunity to rebuild our economy and our society in a more sustainable and responsible way after COVID-19 and despite the terrible threat of war. Isolated in our own bubbles, we won't be able to effect change. Too small, too slow, too weak. But if we join forces, we can become drivers of change. We should exercise, as individual and society, our fundamental rights to guarantee that in the middle-long term, our own rights and comforts are maintained and expanded to a larger number of people all over the world. We wish for peace to be reestablished as soon as possible, and as a consumer organization, we will also work to help all consumers in these times so that they may heat their houses and in winter and air condition them in summer. This seems to be basic needs, but we are also experiencing in our daily work different needs from consumer nowadays. So allow me to, just for a moment, to go back to us, to Euroconsumers. Euroconsumer is a unique, integrated international group of 5 consumer organizations, all members-based, and therefore in direct contact with consumers. We have around 1,500,000 consumers that follow us in the 5 countries where we operate. So with a long-standing experience in doing comparative tests, surveys, research, organizing judicial and enforcement action, handling hundreds of thousands consumer requests and complaints, guiding millions of consumers to our website, and comparators on a yearly basis. This puts our finger on the pulse of society. And our advocacy is based exactly on this, on concrete things. Moreover, our ambition to serve consumers in an effective and modern way, and our willingness to meet the challenges of the global markets that we heard today, brings our activities often beyond the narrow national border within which the organization that funded Euroconsumers operate, always in a collaborative approach with other consumer organizations. So in this special time, we fully perceive all this heavy responsibility on our shoulder. Sorry, it's the last time probably that I ask you maybe to make an applause, but this is the biggest one. I want to thank the many Portuguese colleagues from Deco Proteste that are still present in the room, but also those who are following us online from Brazil, from Italy, from Belgium, and Spain. Thank you all, dear colleagues, from Proteste, Altro Consumo, Testa, OCU, and Euroconsumer in general. With your daily hard work, you empower millions of consumers, and indirectly, you improve the market. You are doing a great job, and you need to be proud of it. If you want to applaud. You don't have to be scared. I'm not very far from the end. So, consumer, citizen, people. We heard in the presentation of the book today about theories on consumer protection, legal theories, economic theories. I believe that consumers are not longer only the weak subject of the market, and as such, worthy of particular protection. Of course, they need protection, but they are not only that. Above all, they have become already the protagonist of the new digital market, in which they confirm more or less consciously their personal data. But they are also the protagonist of the energy transition, because only if they will adopt massively foresight behavior, it will be possible to have a real change. And finally, third thing, they are protagonists of a non-theoretical or elitist approach to sustainability, through which only we can imagine to design together more balanced and responsible markets for the future. It is not by chance, on the other hand, that consumer law has increasingly become, in the last 20 years, it's more or less 20 years that I do this job in protecting consumers, a very relevant instrument for the enforcement of fundamental rights. Just think for one moment of the expansive use of the discipline on unfair commercial practice, relevant for consumers, but also for citizens, more and more for citizens. We are very often the litany, we are all consumers. I personally like most the one, before being a consumer, we are people. We need, for sure, a new social contract. That's sure. That's the conclusion that I would, if I was able to make a synthetic wrap-up, I would say we need a new social contract. I'm not able to make a synthetic one. But this is key. We need a new social contract. And this, to be successful in facing the challenges of the 21st century, must not only respect consumer rights, but be based on an open dialogue involving, for sure, institution and business, but necessarily also consumer, and citizens representatives. This triangle should be the basis for the new social contract. And of course, we will need also probably new international institutions that will put the basis for this new social contract. With this scheme very clear in our heads, we aim to work on 3 priority areas in the coming year. Digitization challenges. This is the first. Because innovation does not belong exclusively to big tech and industry experts. The true innovation exists only if it brings tangible benefits to the lives of as many people as possible. And this is the key point on the basis of which we are bringing ahead the collaboration with Meta, with Google, and with Amazon, that I want to thank for supporting this event and keeping on collaborating with us. The second point, the second pillar of our future activities, present and future activities, is about energy, inflation, and climate crisis. It must be ensured that after the deployment of the necessary recovery instrument of the Next Generation EU, a lively market dialectic between supply and demand emerges even stronger. We want a market to be agile and reactive, and more resilient on possible new crises. I get the challenge of Carlo Alberto. He challenged before I got on stage. The way to manage this, for sure, for us, should be to aggregate the demand side of the market. This will be to protect consumers, for sure, because this is our mission. But we will need to put ourselves a bit more to the center and really bring on our shoulder the possibility to have a more resilient and more responsible and more future-sight market. We need to make possible organizing the demand side of the market to interact with the supply part. This is our role. This is our role for the future. And finally, circular economy and sustainability. Our challenge in this area, given our specificity, must be to guarantee the widest possible accessibility to sustainable consumption choices. We want to democratize sustainability. Sustainability should be something accessible to each consumer. So, in a circular way as well, I go back to para megliorar o presente è preciso sognare o futuro. To improve the present, it is necessary to dream the future. And as I said at the beginning, this is an even more meaningful sentence today. Despite all the difficulties and uncertainties of these present times, Euroconsumer intends indeed to continue to look into the future and with commitment, determination, and optimism to contribute to shape a market and a society better than the current ones. Dear all, ladies, gentlemen, colleagues, that's what we have done together today. Thank you all very much for your active and sincere participation.